Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we disappear on the screen. Well, we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday. I decided that this morning I was going to go red, white, and blue because I feel like America, right? Like justice. And I feel like today is a good day for justice for John and his family. That's what I feel like for today. And we can all just cross our fingers and hope that we get a verdict today and hope that this jury does not want to come back Monday, that this is it for them. They do not want to come back on a Monday and do this again, that they would prefer to get it over with today. Second thing this morning is we got yeeted yesterday. StreamYard itself actually had a global outage, so it was not just me that got the kick out. Hey, Tracy. So there was a global outage, so we all got shut down. All of it, the whole thing. Everybody was shut down. So I apologize for that. I apologize. And thank you to Holly, because Holly had sent, I think it was, oh God, correct me if I'm wrong. It was, I don't want to say it wrong. Somewhere around, I think it was like $13 or $15 donation, and she sent it right as we were yeeted. So thank you, Holly, yesterday for that. I appreciate you so much. You know, the channel depends on the kindness of you guys to keep it running, and it's been rough lately for us, especially because the monetization, we don't get any of the stuff that comes in until a month. So anything I make in the month of June, I will not get until the end of July, which is why I always ask people to use the more, straight to me donations and not half to YouTube donations, which obviously we know are these options: the Venmo, the Cash App, the PayPal. And we have a link now. We have a link for those of you who don't use the payment apps and wanted just credit or debit. And we figured out, we're learning still, folks. We are learning how to pin it to the top of the chat. I am also, I attempted yesterday, I used my Google Play money that I had. It was sitting in my account for like, I don't know, a year probably. And I totally, like, I have this little app where if you answer surveys, it gives you Google Play money, and it's just random, but I've been saving it for a while. It's like $40. So I was like, I'm going to try to get Jesse a membership, because poor Jesse keeps getting skipped over every time someone gives a membership. And I am determined to get her one. I attempted. I'm sorry, Jesse. You'll get there. Well, you'll get there. You'll get there. You'll get there. Oh no. You send your mom all of our love. And if you need updates, I will happily send them to you when I can. Are you on the Discord? I could send them to you personally that way, or so that you don't miss out. And you can also take care of your mom. I know that's been a lot. That's a lot for any person to have to take care of a loved one who's sick. Believe me, I know all about it. And you and your mom are both rock stars, JMS. My love is with you. If you need anything, please let us know. This is a community. I'm sure if you needed something, we could come together and figure it out. That is what this is all about, is helping one another, not knocking each other down. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It was Israel that caused the global outage. What? Is that what happened? I had no idea. Hey, Navin. Oh, it's Lying Jackson Day. Well, we're going to do, you like that? Yeah, I decided I was going to do red, white, and blue to match my red, white, and blue shirt. You know, you guys know how I am. Thank you, Tracy. Tracy gives some memberships. Hey, Jesse, maybe, fingers crossed, Jesse. Let's check. Cinnamon Buns, Black Sheep Designs, H-Bag, Melissa, Dee Dee, Karen, Alicia. Fingers crossed for Jesse. Nancy yourself, Billy, Taterbug, Shaking the Bushes, Chrissy, Tanya, Ed, Carrie Ann, Window Watcher, Michael, Lurker, well, Reality Check, Fruit Seeker, Dr. Mouth Breather. Well, congratulations, everyone. You know, it's one of those, I wish they would just let me, pick so that I could just give Jesse one. Like, thank you, Tracy. Thank you so much. Yep, the bushes have been shook. Tracy shook them good. She shook them good. You shook them real good, Trace. Good morning. I'm going to get this up on the screen just because I know they wanted to attempt to start semi-early today. Let me unmute it too. That might help, and also go full screen. Boop. Okay, it is unmuted. Perfect. Wonderful. Hey, Eileen. You are. You're a wiener. Wiener. Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate you trying. I tried to. She deserves one, God damn it, and it won't let me pick, you know? Yeah, I said that. Make sure everybody has the ability to receive it on. Thankfully, we have, I'll show it to you guys later, like when there's a break in court, how to turn it on to make sure that you have you can receive a membership on, because otherwise it will skip you. She did. She got one from Grit. God damn it, Tracy. Tracy's shaking them again. She's shaking them again. Mike, Lynn, Susan, two Susans, Cy, Katie K, Clash with Bio. Well, that's shaking the bushes now, ain't it? Bookworm, Sammy, Olivia Nile, Whispers Podcast, Jill D, Chrome Doll, Kelby, Britt Biatch, M&M, Tattooed Birdie, Cinnamon Girl, Phoenix Moon, Ellie Moose, Tammy. Congratulations, everyone. Oh, God damn it, Jesse. It's just in the cards to, like, once they start letting you pick, you're the first person I will pick. It's like a no-brainer once they start letting us pick who we can give them to. Tracy tried, man. She tried. She shook it 40 times. She shook it 40 dang times. Alan Jackson will go first. It will be Alan Jackson first this morning. That's how that will work. Tracy, don't you dare. Do not you dare. Just do not you dare. Right? Maybe the lotto. Maybe we'll win. Of course. I sent it to you just in case we have an issue, but I got everything running on the new tech, so we should be up. And Tracy shakes the bushes 50 times this time. All right, ready? Deanna, May, Suzier, Sammy, Sonite, E. I wish I was a little bit taller. Victoria, Holly, SanRN, True Crime, J717, Qbert, Kath Wales UK, Patricia, Happy, Tarn, Woodstock, Brooklyn, Robot Clock, JJ, Cheryl, Kristen, Master Chief 117, One Juror Matters, B, Celia, Jean, just another troll, Boston Rose, Shaza Sheehan, Wise Angel, Caitlin Finch, GA Mom, Donna Yieldy, Stereophonics Mom, Suzanne, Scorpio Unicorn, Aniel Nell, Kristen, Faith LW, Beach Nance, Dreamboat Annie, Alexis P, Don K, Crime Time, Mystic Butterfly, Sleuthing Tater Tut, Eggy Gemini. Is that it? It's going to stop now? Okay. Can I read them all? Yep. How to turn on your gifted membership, how to do it on iPhone. Okay. So I know, right, Jesse? IML, Little Minx, Liza D, Waller Bridge, Dr. Marie Russell. No, it's not, because Ashley got one when she was a mod. Mods can still get them. I'm not sure, Jezebel. I don't even know who it was on that point. You can be a mod and still receive them. Ashley got hers when she was a mod. You just have to be a member of the channel, like subscribe to the channel. But hey, it was worth a try. I appreciate you, Tracy, and I know Jesse appreciates it because we've been trying to do it. It could have been Tracy, Jezebel. It could have been one of many people. Ian oftentimes will give some memberships. I've did the 10 for the channel that they give you. They give you 10 a month. I did those, and then I did 10 yesterday with my Google Play money. So if it was yesterday, it could have been me or someone else. It depends on when it was. It depends on when it was. Thank you, Tracy. We appreciate you, my friend. We all want a quick verdict. We want this over with. Over with. Thank you, Holly. Yeah, I was like, what in the hell? I know you saw that. You caught that too? I caught that. Shaking those damn bushes. You know what I'm saying? Like, morning besties. We tried, Jesse. We love you. We tried. It has nothing to do with being a mod, unfortunately. I thought about that too, but my other mods have gotten them while being a mod. So I was like, damn, that can't be it. That just can't be it. We do have amazing members. Just because I'm bored, she says. I can't with you. I love you. Right? Play the lotto. Maybe you'll win that, Jess. Like, just buy a $2 scratch ticket, right? I think we all need some laughs. Today's a good laughing day, I think. We need some laughs. It's been a shitty month. We need those laughs. Tracy, one of my nails broke. Very upset about this. I still have not gone back to have it fixed. All of them still look nice, and this one broke. And it's time for a fill, I think. But god damn it, I have no idea. I have no control over who subscribes, and the bushes were shook. Let's see. Morning, Kim. Morning. That's very nice of Tracy. Yeah, you know it's going to be a whack-a-troll today. Just let's be clear about that. Today's one of those days, everyone. Justice for John. Good morning, Jennifer. This is rigged. I love you. I know I'm behind in the comments. More than likely it was Tracy, but it could have been one of many of us. We all try to make sure that those of you who are, it's nice that we can have the gifted memberships now, because those of you who are here all the time and maybe can't afford it will get one, and that's always nice. Jezebel, Tracy said boredom got you one. No, I thought Hank would be going first, but they're reporting that Alan Jackson's going first. So that's what was reported. So I don't know. Once again, that's mainstream media, so take it for what it's worth, people. Like, yeah, you can do that. I can be live on mine. When I was live on mine one day, I received one for Kevin's channel. It's when you're just a member. So that's how it happens. But I said the same thing. Like, are you sure your goddamn settings are on, Jesse? But they are, because she got one to Grants the other day. So they're on. They're on. Does anybody know how to turn them on for an iPhone? Can explain to our someone here. Oh yeah, someone got arrested this morning. I forgot about that. I am not surprised that she's not sequestering the jury, but I think the jury should have been sequestered from the first trial to this trial. Massachusetts does not like to sequester their juries at all, ever. They just don't like doing it. I can't remember a time that they have. They don't like it. It's more like taking people's rights when you sequester the jury. They don't like it. That's okay. It's 2 days. I mean, you didn't miss much, actually, Tracy, because in those 2 days, realistically, there was like a ton of sidebars and a ton of, oh, thank you, Gladys, for the super sticker. I love it. Hype. With I love the hippos. I freaking love these hippos. It was a ton of sidebars and a ton of like interruptions. So if you skip through all of that, there's probably like only 2 hours of actual testimony. So you're not really that far behind. And there was like a half a day pretty much the other day. So you're really not that far behind, Trace. Bushes have been shook. Bushes were shook, folks. I'm hoping we get a verdict. That's for sure. It's raining memberships. Hallelujah. Turning the whole chat that color. No. I mean, that's what's being reported. I don't understand why. Usually it would be the Commonwealth. So either they're reporting it wrong or that's really how they're going to do it. I don't know. Right? Turn it off and then turn it back on. Maybe do that. It's worth a shot, right? I don't know how to do it on iPhone. I have no idea. I don't have an iPhone. Jesse said it's going to be a button that will just slide over. I don't have an iPhone, so I can't answer that, but maybe someone with an iPhone can help you with it, Ollie, because I have no idea. So yeah, so someone out front of the courthouse today got arrested. There was coffee thrown. You know, these things happened, folks, this morning. And I guess you can see some of it. I was alerted to it right when it happened this morning, and then I forgot about it until someone just said something. Again, thank you, Tracy. We appreciate you. Thank you, Gladys.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Karen.
Oh, no. We're not doing that guy. I can't do that guy. His voice goes right through me. So, yes, closing should be first thing this morning.
Hey, thank you so much for watching the
Karen. Oh, my God. Come on. I can't with that guy. I can't. I cannot do it. Defense, then Commonwealth, otherwise would it be Commonwealth? Yeah, that's report. It's being reported Alan Jackson will be first. So Minion Mike had some other Free Karen Reed dude got into it this morning. They're describing it as just guy stuff. Funny how Free Karen Reeds can do just guy stuff, but Higgins can't. Isn't that funny? Also, someone was arrested, as far as I understand. Someone was arrested. There was coffee thrown. I haven't seen it, but that is what I am told happened. You know, a lot of it you could see over on one of the FKR channels. So that is what that's what I have to report on that, you know. It's kind of strange that they can't keep themselves together. But once again, the time I went down there, like on behalf of the family last year, you know, all we did was walk through like the crowd, and there are people throwing things at us, screaming, throwing water on me. Like, we're talking about not very, you know, people not unhinged. Some of these people are very unhinged, and they're clearly not no, I mean, here's the thing. He hasn't actually rested yet. Technically speaking, they have not officially rested their case yet. So even though mainstream media has reported they've rested, they actually have not officially rested in court yet. So yeah, the Commonwealth is going to go last. They only get an hour and 15 minutes, though, Ren. So an hour and 15 minutes each is what the judge gave them for closings. So, right? Isn't that like coffee abuse? Now, listen, you guys know how serious I am about my Mary Lou's coffee, okay? I'm very serious about it. I would never do such an awful thing as to waste my Mary Lou's coffee on someone else. Unless I was buying them a coffee. That's different. Like, what? It's crazy. I would never. It is like semi on video. On, was it Dina's channel? Resistance to Silence. Is that the one? Well, they're not going to do a rebuttal. So we do have rebuttals, but the Commonwealth declined to do a rebuttal. So they're not going to do any rebuttal. Good morning, Michelle. He did not get one of the spots in the courthouse this morning. Well, good. The question was, how do you turn on your membership? Make sure your memberships are turned on to receive gifted memberships on an iPhone. I don't have an iPhone, so I have no idea how that works. I do have a thing to show you guys later on what it looks like, I think on the computer or on a Google phone, but I don't have any idea on how to do it on an iPhone because I do not have an iPhone. So let's see. Did you guys hear the check guy? Oh, you guys didn't. I did. The check guy going check.
You are unmuted.
Uh-oh. They might be starting.
Do you agree with that? No, that's...
Well, he had said when they talked about it that when after the jurors left, he said when the defense rests.
Sidebar, please. The jurors are on their way.
Oh, okay. Well, right off, we start with a sidebar, even though I don't think there's anything to sidebar about, but hey, sidebar! So welcome, Becca. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're going to get you guys the answer to that. And the answer is she doesn't have a employer. She works for herself. And so she works her own hours and she does an amazing job. I actually just sent her information to another friend of mine who works with dogs. I meant to text you about that last night. I forgot, but now that you popped in, I gave your information to another good friend of mine who might need your services. So if someone calls and says they're a good friend of mine and they need you, you'll know. Right? That's just weird. Like, that's weird. How do you throw coffee at your friend? I don't know. That's strange. Right? That's wasteful. Coffee's my thing. I don't think Dr. Wrenchell's going to be asked anything else because they're done. But Kelly believes the guy that was on the... Oh, right? That guy survived, right? That was crazy. That one guy was at seat 11A, right? That survived that plane crash. One singular person. That's crazy. That is crazy to me. But, like, that's a miracle. That guy, I feel bad, though. He's going to have survivor's guilt, and that's not an easy thing to live with. I have, believe me, I'm talking from experience. Survivor's guilt is something that you think about what ifs forever. What if you had done this? What if you had done that? You know, it's a lot. Well, I don't think he thought he needed it. I mean, I think he thought that the jury was kind of tired of being there. And I think at that point, he knows it's kind of a gamble to keep them there because then they could hold that against them, the Commonwealth, for holding them there longer. So, you know. Oh, is that what happened? I don't know if that's, I don't know. I know that the coffee was thrown and I heard someone was arrested. I don't know. Yeah, I think, what the hell? Oh, they're bringing the jury in. We have to have some laughs today. Today's one of those days. I know you will be, Whitney, but it's nice to be able to have them on and once in a while. It's nice to win something random like that, you know? I think the jurors just want to be done, you know? They just want to be done. Yep. You know, everybody always says, oh, why isn't Mr. O'Keefe there? He has a lot of health issues and he uses oxygen. Just don't ask me about dog bites. I love you. Right? For today, even though there shouldn't be any, there should, I bet there will be. You know, I bet there will be. It is nice to see John's dad there, but he has, you know, health issues and he's on oxygen. So that's not why he can't sit there every day, because people always make speculation about why he can't sit there every day, all day, you know? Click the join option for iPhone, Holly says. Hey, potluck. Billy Boy's handler is absent today. Oh, is that what happened? I don't blame you guys. Hey, Jack. Hour and a half or an hour. Hour and 15 minutes they get each. An hour and 15 minutes. Hey, Alicia. There should be none, but we're going to have sidebars anyway. You know? I don't understand it. Lottery tickets, right? Lottery tickets, goddammit. I don't ever play the lottery. You actually have to play to win, right? We will figure, if you're not in the Discord, Whitney, join the Discord. We will literally help you figure it out. I know. Seat 11A is going to be sold out on every 787. Like, everybody's going to be like, that's the seat that saves lives. They're going to want it. I mean, miracles happen, man. Crazy things happen. My doctor said to me, you know, and I was like, I need some answers, you know, to all my health issues. Like, doc, I need some answers. And then, you know, the doc's like, sometimes at least the body is just weird. It does weird things that we can't explain even in medicine. Like, it just does. And I'm like, yeah, that's not the answer I want. I want an answer. I want an answer. Yeah, I know. We watched a little bit of that before I got yeeted by StreamYard's global outage, you know? Right? Final Destination, actually. Does anybody ever drive behind one of those, like, logging trucks and instantly think Final Destination and then move away from it. Anytime there's a truck that has like, you know, loggings or sheet metal or posts for signs or whatever on it, I instantly always, well, at least when I had a car, this is the longest time I haven't had a car in my life, but move out of the way of it because my brain instantly goes to like, that's going to snap. This is Final Destination. And we're all going to walk. It's going to come through my windshield. It's going to kill me Final Destination style. I am forever scarred from Final Destination 1, 2, and 3. Tracy's shaking the bushes again. Hey, girl with an eagle eye got one. That's nice. The Black Widow and Marie. Casey got one. That's good. Michelle got one. Tanja got one. LN23. Laura Lee. Thunder. Sunny Spirit. Yay. Wait, Jesse got one where? Cox, Bestie Squad. Chris. Red Racer. Hey. Jenna Rosa. Lisa S. Elaine Gibson. Charlene. These are all people who are here all the time. I love this. Heartstar. Jesse got one. Good. Good. Where did I not see? How did I not catch that? Where? Oh, you were the first one. Jesse, you got it. You got it, girl. You got it. You got it. Tracy shook them until you got it. Thank you, Tracy. We appreciate you. All right, let's see. I love it. Finally, you got one. Yeah, it'll be easier to walk you through it step by step on Discord so we can help you figure it out. She put it under welcome tab. So when you are in our Discord, just go to the welcome tab. It might be, it might be until Monday or Tuesday. Remember, they don't deliberate on the weekends, everyone. There is no deliberation on the weekends here. So they will go home and they won't have to deliberate on Saturday or Sunday, you know, if they don't come to a resolution today. Thank you again, Tracy. Right? I am scarred by Final Destination. I am forever scarred by that movie. Okay. I just hope the jury sees that sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, especially when someone tells you this is a fucking cigar. Paul is saying it's a gear wheel and then you hit more, Ren. Thank you, Tracy. You didn't watch them? Oh, God. I'm scarred for life. I'm telling you. I'm scarred for life. She did get one. So many of you that are here all the time got one in this round, which was nice to see. It was nice to see. It was very nice to see. Half asleep? Now you're awake, Missy. Now you're awake. Thank you, Tracy. Right? I can't do it. It's not just me, Trace. Like, I cannot do it. If it's there, I'm like, okay, moving out of the way now. This is a Final Destination moment. That's what's going to happen in my life. Like, no, I don't think there's an issue with the jury. I mean, maybe, could be, but it should be as easy as figuring out whether you need to dismiss the juror or not and moving on, you know? They wanted to start right at 9. We're at 9:02 and they're not starting, you know? You did, Casey. You did. Yes. You did. That was really nice of you, Tracy. They can go late. The judge said that she would give the jury there until about 5:30 today, instead of 4. So it's going to be a long one, folks. Yep, they will be taking the weekend off. Well, that's what we'll be doing if there is one. Good morning, Ash. Oh, I love this. I love this for both of you. I love it. I love it. Scarring worth it. It was very nice of her. It was very, very nice of her. Hank was on a hot mic saying he needed to be heard. Yeah, I heard, we heard that part. He said, I need to be heard. She said to go to sidebar. She said quickly, but this is not quickly. And then the jury was brought in, I thought, and then I don't know. Then we got the fan again. You know, I don't know. I know. We'll see if that happens, if 5:30 happens, or if it doesn't. You know, right? It's not just me. We're all scarred from Final Destination 1, 2, and 3. You know, no, they don't do weekends. Good morning, Deb. And today, oh yeah, I forgot today is Friday the 13th. Oh God, my luck. And it's Friday the 13th. Maybe Tracy was on a mission. She was on a serious mission. She was on a serious mission. Oh, there's 1, 2, and 3, right? A dump truck? I can't do it. The star of LOL was nearly Final Destination by a bit of wood coming through his windscreen and storm. See, that's why. That's exactly why I will not do it. I can't do it. It makes me think I'm going to Final Destination. Oh my God, no freaking way. You're going to have to take a day off and come just girl day with me. We need a girl day so I can bring you to Mary Lou's to get a coffee because that needs to happen. That was a win because not only did Jesse get one, but so did Casey and a bunch of other people that are here all the time. And that was really nice to see. That's weird. I'm missing the gift settings on my YouTube. It's just not there for this or any other channel. Weird. The tanning bed. Oh God, that one. OMG. Me too. And I used to love to tan when I was younger. I used to love to tan. They really did. It's like all the things that happened in Final Destination could have happened in real life. That's why it's so freaking scary. You know? Oh, there's a new one? I didn't know there was a new one. Oh my God. Trisha said she's seat 11A to Portugal in September. But read something that Raynard plane now. Row 11 has no window. Time to change. Although my daughter says change hers and she'll sit in mine. Oh, US seat 11A. Imagine the odds of you getting that seat, Trisha. Like, imagine the odds. The pump trucks for Suez to get behind, I find the absolute worst. Oh, God. Those must stink to high heaven, right? Oh, good. Yeah, Holly, are you on our Discord? We will figure this out for you so that to make sure they're on for you. Apparently. I don't know what the judge is doing. Like, come on, Kanoni. Let's do this. Like, let's get the show on the freaking road here. Let's get the show on the freaking road. Yeah, I didn't know there was a new one. Good to know, Becca. Thank you. I know. What is happening right now? Well, do me a favor, everyone. There's 168 of you. Maybe less than normal, but no, girl, you need to come. You need to come back. You need to come have a girl day with me. Me and you. I need a day off and a girl. I need a Tracy day where me and you just go out and like have a drink and eat dinner or something. No kids, just me and you. Girl night. Oh, it's so obnoxious. Your luck is just as good as mine, my friend. Yeah, we will have to walk you guys through it, but we'll make sure that you guys get it on so that you can receive one if they don't go on a 787. I always drive, just like Tracy. I drive. So, like my 89-year-old grandmother lives in Florida and she has skin cancer. This is her third bout of cancer. And she's beat it twice already. And this is a different kind. Obviously, this is skin cancer. And so I'm hoping that I can attempt over the summer to save up enough money to go see her in the fall. Now, we always drive. We don't fly. My husband's not a fan of flying, but we also like the drive because it's fun. You can stop in places and I like that aspect of it. The whole like, okay, you fly 3 hours there, whatever. Like I appreciate being able to like stop in different places, experience different things. And that's half of the fun of driving down there. And we don't do the whole like stopping along the way because it would take you 3 days if you stopped from Massachusetts to Florida. It takes like 2 or 3 days if you're going to stop. We drive the 24 hours, or it's less if you're going towards like the top of Florida. I think we did Daytona in 21 hours with stops. So, and we leave here at about 6 or 7 at night. So we cruise through New York with no traffic whatsoever. So we have it down pat to like, we know what time to leave and when and where and why. And so we drive the 24 hours straight through. If you have multiple drivers, people can sleep while other people drive. So, and it's actually fun, you know, it's fun. I know, right? We should probably not do a Karen read. Oh, I haven't seen that one, but my grandmother used to do the find a penny, pick it up. All day long, you'll have good luck. And then she used to say it was my grandfather sending pennies from heaven. So I'll play roll the dice again. Final Destination Bloodlines, it's called. Interesting. Yes, please do hit the like button and the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, we would appreciate it. We rely on donations from you guys to keep the channel running. And where the channel is decent when it comes to the monetization part, that only comes in once a month. And so since we were only remonetized at the end of May, we are only going to get what we made at that last week of May, and we won't get that until the end of June. So anything that happens here in June, I will not get until the end of July. So we're going to attempt to keep this rolling, but we rely on the kindness of all of you to keep us rolling. So we have options like PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, and then we have the link that we figured out how to pin to the chat for anybody who just wants to use credit or debit, because some of you didn't have payment apps. You wanted to know a way. That's a way we figured out how to pin it, because we did. We appreciate all the love and all the support from you guys. WCVB reporting, sidebar ends. Brennan is consulting with his audio video assistant. Ooh. I know you can, girl. I know you can. I know you can. Feeling pretty good. Other than I need my coffee, I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. Good. We will not Karen read anyone. Tracy's a phenomenal driver. She can even back up phenomenally. Ask her about the time she backed up my driveway around other cars and out the gate. She's a pro at this. Draw the alternate number. Alternates. Oh, God. I don't know how that works exactly. The court picks them as far as I know. I love road trips. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just a little kid at heart, but I love them. I think the jury is definitely down. Yeah, of course you can, Potluck. Of course you can. Denied. Yeah, it should be denied. I love her for all her funnies. She's actually in Mass, just not super close to me. Hubs and I want to drive on. Me too. Oh my God. That is something I have on my bucket list, which is like Class A and then driving around the country, stopping all different places. And Texas is on my bucket list of places to go. And I know you can get me there quicker, my friend. It should be denied. Asking if Karen can pick the alternates. That's weird. She doesn't need to pick anything. Right? That would be so much fun. Imagine if we all did it together. That would be even better. Yeah, she's like 45-ish minutes away from me. We should all, have like dinner or lunch or go out somewhere. No, the 17th through the 20th. You need to have those days off. Sacco. She denied the motion of Karen trying to draw the alternates herself. I mean, that's just absurd. That never happens. That's not how this works. That's not how this works. Welcome to the club, my friend. Welcome to the club. Usually they pick them out of like a bingo thing, you know? Right? You know my driveway. So she went around both my neighbors' cars. Backed with, now mind you, hers isn't a regular car, folks. It is a giant transport van. Okay. So she got from the end of my driveway around 2 cars. Actually, you know what my driveway looks like, right? And back out through the gate. Yes, they're picked at random. Karen Reed doesn't get to pick them. That's weird. That's so weird to me. Like, I never understood that. Like, as women, we should be bolstering each other up. When one of us succeeds, even if the other isn't, you should be excited for your friend. You should be uplifting to them. You should want to push them to be a better person. And when something happens that's awesome for them, instead of being jealous and petty, you should be excited. I just never, I mean, maybe it's because my grandparents helped raise me that I'm like an old soul. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. But I find it strange that women don't want to help one another. Instead, they want to tear each other down based on looks, or it makes no sense to me. She makes me laugh too. It is weird, right? Judge, I want to start early. Also, Judge, earlier than noon.
You are unmuted.
Ooh, Utah would be nice too. Right? We were supposed to start early, Anna.
Who set this up?
Thank you. I don't know.
See that flash drive?
Listen, you're my friend, so that's okay. Who agrees that if she walks, she will try to find a reason or a way to get back in? Oh, me. I agree. Mm-hmm. Yep,
All right, so
back.
why don't I see counsel over here at Sidebar? Get my computer up.
Is she serious? Again? Another one? Oh my God. And here I was thinking it's because you love me, Anna. Jesus. It's actually a good idea, Alma. Ooh, I'll have to look in a minute. I know, like, hello, can we just start already? Jeez. You guys see that? How people can be friends and one person be on one side of thinking something? See, that's like how normal people happen, right? Like, Tracy has a different opinion of the case, but guess what? We're still friends. See how that works? Is FKR listening? I don't consider her FKR, even though she says it. I don't consider FKR. I consider FKR people who are out there screaming and yelling and harassing and throwing things at people, because that's what I experienced. I consider her having a different opinion, but not FKR. Peggy looks beautiful. I love that color blue. You got to think that Carl and Paul must be sweating their frickin' balls off wearing long sleeves. You know? Oh, we can help you with that. It's easy. It's kind of like, do you remember AOL, AIM? It's kind of like that, except better. And it's mostly, obviously, people here. And so we have a link that you click on. And if it's easier if you just download the app, and then you'll enter, you make a name or whatever, and you'll enter my, what's called a channel or on Discord. And there's all sorts of stuff in there. We have memes, we have pets, recipes, cases, all sorts of fun stuff. And there's somebody always there. So if you're like bored in the middle of the night, or you're rewatching this or something, and you're like, you know what, I need to send someone a personal message I thought about, say for instance, you're like, oh, I forgot to tell Tracy, blah, 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 blah. And she's in the Discord. You're like, oh, you find her on the Discord, you send her a personal message or even a public one and get the conversation going. I actually love my Discord. It's a great place to get information. It's always incoming and outgoing information. It's great. And when you need a good laugh, there's good memes. And the pets, you guys' pets are amazing. The dogs that think they're lap dogs, the big giant dogs that think they're lap dogs, I freaking love it. Taking up the entire bed. I love the pictures you guys take of your animals. I love it. Oh, listen, you have to have them off because what kind of trip would Taco be without all the people that I care about? You being one of them. I want to float down that river with my waterproof speaker and a drink in my hand, connected to all the people that I care about on tubes so we can laugh our asses off. No kids, because that's the only trip I take with no kids. 3 days of just adultness and shenanigans. Shenanigans. Very random. Just lots of shenanigans. Although I did look into like trying to rent like a Airbnb down there, but they were way too expensive to try to split between people down there. All the good ones I think were like taken by the time I looked. It's probably what it was. Oh, the lie detector test shows that was a lie. Like the Maury style stuff. But that's the sad part. Why not? Why not? You know? That's a good question. When's your birthday? What month is your birthday? Mine's in November. I hate that it's in the winter. It was on Thanksgiving last year. That was fun. Not. It was awful. It was terrible. Right? Me too. A lot of people thought that at first. Those photos were hilarious. Hilarious. Well, you have to remember, past Monday, I would start getting concerned a little. You know? Maybe that's probably what it is too. I have a 20-year-old, you know, so I get it. Believe me. Right? Too many sidebars. What's with all the court officers? Why is there so many? We do have like a while of jury instructionals to do, but if they could, I mean, start with closings, that'd be great. I think you have to remember they're only going to get a couple hours in today, you know? They won't, exactly, probably won't be deliberating until mid-afternoon-ish after instruction. So he does get lost in it. Good morning, B. Harley. Well, we'll still use the sidebar music for other things going forward. Hopefully, if we can survive that long. Yes, I realize exactly how much I invested in this and how much harassment I've dealt with because of this. Believe you me, which is why I want this goddamn resolution. And I want it quickly. I think I also just want instant gratification, you know? And this is the second trial. Most of you were with me for the first trial as well. Right? We just do the whole thing sidebar. Screw it. Screw it. Right? Let's hope we don't have to do that. I know, right? Let's go, Canone. Hour and 15 minutes. Hour and 15 minutes. 1 hour and 15 minutes each. Yeah, he's got a lot of health issues. He uses oxygen sometimes, you know. I would guess it is. I mean, I don't think the Commonwealth is delaying stuff like this. They want to also get the show on the road. Good morning, Lindsay. You've got mail. AOL. Yeah, you've got mail. Oh, Peggy's like, poor Peggy, dude. Looking at her makes my heart break. Like, they all coordinated some beautiful blue colors today. No, yeah, no, they don't do weekends here. I know some states do, but they don't do that here. No weekends. So if they agree, they would have a verdict. But the judge did say she would keep them until 5:30 today. Yeah, they have beautiful. I just said that. Yeah, beautiful blue that they're all matching with, you know. I feel like if she's found guilty, they should slap John's cuffs on her. I'm just saying.
I don't think Lally would be doing the closing arguments. Yep, they're all in black. Yeah, I hope not either. I don't think that Lally would be doing the closings at all. He does do a way better job. And it's, you know, not to knock Lally or anything, but I don't think he was, you know, this level of dealing with this. Yeah, we got all sorts of good stuff in there. It's a good mix of everything, all sorts of life stuff, you know. It's a great community. Right? Well, they are going to go late. Judge said till 5:30. So I'm a Sagittarius. Oh my God, December 31st was my due date for 2 of my children. Funny enough, it was the same due date that my mother had for me. I never made it to my due date with any of my kids. And my first was due December 31st, and I had her December 1st. My second was due December 31st, and I had her December 10th. My third was due on my birthday, November 28th. She was born a week early, November 21st. So all my kids are within a 3-week span on their birthdays, right all around Christmas time. And my birthday. It's just so much fun. Not. That's what I thought, right? Didn't they spend all morning? What would you create this? Like, this can only come, in my opinion, from the defense bitching and whining about something, because what the hell? Exactly. I wouldn't call yourself that either. Oh God, please don't say that. I would love to know what the fucking hold up is. Oh, happy birthday, Anthony. You know, mine's going to be 21 this year. I'm so old. It's going to be a legal adult to drink. I might cry. It might be Monday, B-Tim, but let's hold on to that sliver of hope, goddammit, that it's not. I did send you a link this morning in case you needed it, but let me know if it's not the right one, because StreamYard still has not. Nobody has told me whether that they have fixed the thing from when it's giving you the one from the day before or not. It is Friday the 13th. I totally forgot about that. Let us hold on to that hope, B-Tim, goddammit. I do too, but sometimes she needs to have control, you know? She needs to. Hold him back, everybody. Hold him back. No throwing coffee on each other and getting arrested this morning. Ooh, see, it can be your birthday celebration where we all float down the river nicely and shenanigans. Just shenanigans. Right? Do not disturb. Do not disturb today. Sheila Clark's perm. All right, Gladys, we got you. Pissing off the jury. That's what I would think, is you're just pissing off the jury at this point, no? Like, yeah, I can't even imagine. I would never want to be in that lady's courtroom, to be honest. You know? Not even a little bit. I think Hank's going to take it home with the closing. I think he is too. But we have to get through the defense's closing first, right? You know? I love when you guys do that. I like when you guys at least tell me that you've changed your picture or name. That way I know. It should be Hank. Yeah. Should be. Right? Everybody send all the love to Peggy. She's been through enough, you know? She's been through enough. Oh, tell him we said happy birthday. Right? If it was just short and sweet and didn't have an extra weekend, like, that would be amazing, you know? Well, it's supposed to be only an hour and 15 minutes, so let's swim through molasses. Yeah, it has to be Hank. Yeah, exactly. They brought the special prosecutor in for a reason. I doubt Lally would be doing it. What jury stuff? I think he's making pure speculation, to be honest. I think any issues that they're working through are about the visuals that they're going to be using or playing. As you can see, Karen is standing with her audio visual guy. You know? I can see who's in the courtroom now, and anything else would be pure speculation on what's going on. Yep. Winter babies. Yeah, apparently. I think it was like January, February-ish. Nice of Karen to wear black to her own funeral. Is he? No, not that I know of. Is he? I don't see him. I see Karen's brother giving resting duck face. I see resting duck face. What is happening? They're moving the podium. She is now. A mock trial during a trial? Yeah, I did not make it to any of my due dates. I was there. I can't stand you. When the water broke, I was there. Someone says their cousin is on jury and jury had an agreement already. I mean, I have heard nothing about this other than him saying that or the potential juror problem. See Discord. Right? I feel old. My baby's gonna be 21. My firstborn, my oldest. Oh my God. Imagine that's the next thing she goes for, Trace. It's the Lifetime movie. That's what it's gonna be. Defendant. I can't stand when he says that. Has anybody else heard an attorney say it like that? Defendant. I've never heard that. Ever. The defendant. Like, sir, it's defendant. What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Oh, something's happening.
All right, so the court, please.
That was strong language to me when she said that they were fed up. That means she can tell that they're antsy, you know? She can tell. Ooh, Irish twins. She did. She did. That's why she wanted them there early. Hey, Joy. Is it? Funny enough, December 31st is my anniversary. My first husband that passed away. It's our wedding anniversary, December 31st. We got married on New Year's Eve. I have no idea. I mean, I think it's speculation at this point as to what's going on. Really. And I think something's obviously happening. Well, it's reality that delay because she's trying to get that weekend in. Let's get real, you know? Birthday twins. Birthday twins. Yeah, I mean, that it's clearly obvious that the jury is ready to not deal with this BS anymore. They're probably ready to go back to their families as well. Like, she thinks she's doing them a favor by giving them the days off and the half days and the long breaks, and she's not. She's not. Not even a little bit. Bev has time blindness. I love that. I love that. I absolutely love that. B Tim sends $20. Thank you, B Tim, and says, for keep doing a good job. I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. Those are pretty strong words. Yes, Michelle got one today, I think. Well, that's half the problem, right, Potluck? This was supposed to be everybody prepared. You are right, Jesse. Right? Vigorously objecting with his gloves on. My hands, Your Honor. Saying I'm doing something with my hands. Director of the choir, right? Grave concern. Gives me grave concern. Speculating the defense is begging for a plea deal. Imagine. One can hope. Why did you let the defense take a million sidebars? Right? Why did you let Alessi drone on for hours? Why did you take long weekends? Why did you do half days? Yeah, why did you take over hour lunches and over 40-minute breaks in the morning. They're supposed to be 15 minutes, by the way. Yeah, no, that's not him. I checked. Has to be, right? Yeah, he didn't get in today as far as I understand. I love that. I don't think anything egregious happened. We don't know yet. I think speculation. We have pure speculation. But other than that, we have no idea what's actually going on in that courtroom unless someone in that courtroom tells us. Last minute changes in the charge. It could be that. Right? If you move the podium, you have to move the microphone. How else are we going to hear anything? That's going to be my problem. You've heard that before? Defendant? I've never heard it said that way until Alessi did it, you know? Oh, she definitely has an opinion. Every judge actually has an opinion. They don't always voice it until the end, but they definitely always have an opinion, you know? That's going to drive me nuts. Like, come on with the damn microphone already. This is like 4, I believe, or 3, maybe 3, right? Pyrotechnics. The judges, she's a very defense-leaning judge. She already was before. Yeah, it seems like a hoax. Right? I mean, I can't imagine that she's going to give more than like, 2 sentences or something. Oh, you're a February birthday? Right? Maybe it was. Move the sidebar 2 inches, he screams. Oh, God. Jail for him soon, Thank you guys for being here with me, of course. I love you guys. You're all great additions. Good morning, Lisa. I think you won a membership this morning, too. I believe. Let's see, I'm going to try to get down to the end of these comments here. Boop, 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 boop. She said it the other day. Wasn't today. Yeah, I mean, sounds like it's probably delays from the defense, but she hasn't really said much of anything today. Nothing. You missed absolutely nothing. You missed this. Us staring at a fan still. Good morning, Mark. I'm hoping they're just neutral parties that started this. That's all. That's the best we can hope for. Yeah, that's all we've heard from her at this point is sidebar. Come to sidebar. That's it. That's all we've heard. It could be last minute changes in the charges. Begging for a plea deal. I doubt it, but she said it a few days ago. She said the jury is looks like they're done. They're, we want to get them into deliberations. Delay tactics. Yeah, I think it is delay tactics. They want Karen out for the weekend. If she is found guilty on something, they want her last weekend to be this weekend, not last weekend, Well, that's the other thing. You're right. If they had started on time like they were supposed to, guess what? Jackson would have already been almost done with his closing. Well, that's what they were supposed to be doing, Gladys, is they were supposed to be doing everything. They half a day yesterday because they dealt with everything, and I put that in quotations, everything they were supposed to deal with at that point. So had they had any other issues, the judge asked, anything else, anything else, anything else, anything else, nothing else. And then this morning, this. So I'm guessing it's a defense issue. Yep, they're always trying to sneak something in. I think it's 4th now. I like happy people. I also like cynical people because I'm cynical like that. The first thing we did was go to sidebar, Anna, per usual, I do the same thing, Agent 99, where I try to put myself in someone else's situation. And that is an honest question. She was offered 18 months and she didn't take it. But I do believe it's probably because their attorneys told her that they could get her off. Right? Another sidebar to move the podium and mic again. I'm hoping we don't have to ever listen to his voice ever again. I'm hearing from people who used to go to school with her at Coyle Cassidy, which is a school in Taunton. It was a private school that said that even back then, she was very pompous and entitled. Smart, but pompous and entitled. So apparently that seems to be something that has been a thing in her life. Well, that's the other thing. Narcissists don't admit they ever did anything wrong. They blame everyone else. It's everyone else's fault but theirs. Everyone else. They're a victim, and the actual victims are the people who are bad. That's how narcissists work, you know? She would have been out by now, and you get 15 days per month in state prison here in Massachusetts. She would have been out in half the amount of time, so about 9 months, 8 months, 9 months. She could have got out. She'd have been out a long time ago. That too, they could have missed it so that when the Commonwealth looked at it, they were like, no, you need to redo this, you know? They could have. Well, technically, if she took a plea deal, they probably wouldn't have moved forward with anything else, because that's, you know, you're agreeing to a plea deal to take those charges. And so, I mean, in theory, you wouldn't really be able to charge her with the same thing again if she took a plea deal on it. So, I mean, yes, you could indict her on it. It could be, but they don't normally do that when you take a plea deal. When you take a plea deal, it's to resolve the case. That's the whole point. It's to resolve the case itself. So if she had taken a plea deal for the 18 months, she might not have had the charges upped at that point. You know, it would have been to resolve the case, and it would have resolved. Hey, I didn't even know that. That's good information. Ooh, you're a January baby? My dad was a January baby. God rest his soul. He was January 31st. And my firstborn nephew in the family, because I had all girls. So the first person to have a boy in my family, we all knew it was going to be my sister. And of course it was. And she had my nephew the day after my dad's birthday. And my dad's, you know, been gone a long time, most of you know. So his birthday was January 31st. And my nephew was born February 1st. And then when my sister had my niece last year, she had my niece one day before my mother's birthday. So she had her August 19th. My mother's birthday is August 20th. So what are the odds, okay, that two of your children, each one of them is one day before and one day after their grandparents? And to boot, my sister-in-law was pregnant at the same time as my sister when my sister had her oldest. And my other nephew, Wyatt, was born on my husband's father's birthday. So they share a birthday. So it's like, what are the odds of that? Those odds have to be astronomical, you know? Yeah, unless your attorneys could talk you into getting you off, you know? You have to do it on your profile of your, like, profile or quote channel of your YouTube channel. That's how. I can't stand you. Right. You know what I'm saying? There'd have to be at least one of the, like, you're going to tell me one of the jurors is going to say something. I don't buy it. Wait, what? Is that a real thing? If it is, that's hilarious. Can you put the Discord in the chat for some of them, please? Yeah, she's alluded to it too, you know? Cable freak. Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, they need to really figure this out and let's go. I know she said they were only taking a half an hour lunch, but still, you know? See that? What are the odds, man? I mean, maybe, but even so, Hank could have still done it. I think he thought that he didn't need to, you know? That's probably what happened. That's my guess, is the defense was trying to slide in a slide and it was caught. John DePetro said that's what the holdup is. Ooh, shock. Now they have to go back and take it out. You know, we all knew they were going to try to sneak something in they were told they couldn't have. We all knew that. We called this yesterday. Right? Yeah, each side gets an hour and 15 minutes for closing. Let's hope not. Right? Father's Day with her dad. She did say 8:45. She did. No other judge that I know of would put up with this shit. They had to put a stop to this a long time ago, you know? Oh my God, no, I cannot imagine that judge. That judge would have stopped this crap a long time ago. you know? No, she's not going for a plea. She's too narcissistic. Too narcissistic. Let's hope so, because Bradel is a piece of human garbage. DePetro is saying the defense altered a slide in their PowerPoint and Hank caught it last minute. Now, it's not a shock. We called this yesterday. Remember we all said, why are you giving them anything? We know that they're going to try to sneak something in. Guess we were right, folks. Guess we were right, you know? The amount of people that say there's no evidence is amazing to me. All the evidence is in front of you. To say there's no evidence when there's text stream data, there's data from the phones, like that is evidence. What the hell? Witness statements are evidence, by the way. You know? I think in the beginning, a lot of people thought she was overcharged because we didn't know that she backed up at 24 miles an hour. That was the problem. And so most people didn't know that. So they thought, well, if she hit him in a snowstorm, don't you think it's an overcharge of murder too? And you have to remember, a lot of these lawyers assume that in the state of Massachusetts, you need intent for murder too. You do not need intent for murder too, mens rea, in the state of Massachusetts, also called depraved heart murder. We don't need intent here. And so all these internet lawyers love to spew, well, you can't prove intent here. You can't prove intent. You don't need to prove intent. Intent's not required in the state of Massachusetts for murder too, mens rea. It should be Commonwealth first, but for some reason, and I don't know why, it will be Jackson first, is what I'm being told. I think Yannetti did tell her to take the deal. Her and her dad, and I think when she hired Jackson, that's why they didn't. If that's my opinion. Here we go.
Have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the country.
The judge had to stop and investigate a Reddit post? That's crazy.
State of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Me either, Jesse. Yeah, apparently she did. Like, imagine the entitlement of that.
So I have started far too many mornings by saying to you folks, I apologize.
Yeah, but that was just for a restraining order violation. So that wasn't like all of his full cases yet.
I didn't want to do that today, but
Still
I
a
had to do that today.
horrible thing.
Everybody has worked so hard on this trial, the jurors, the lawyers, the witnesses, that everything has to be right before you hear it. So I needed to do that this morning. I apologize. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday?
She did.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from
Jimbo
doing any
pops in and
independent
out.
research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded
Probably here
affirmatively.
somewhere or
Did
doing
anyone
something.
happen to see,
Not reading
hear,
chat.
or read anything about this case since we left
It is
here
disgusting.
yesterday? So as you know, it's time for closing arguments. And when I was a trial lawyer, I never liked it when just before closing arguments, just before I
saw that.
the judge would say, jurors,
I'm gonna
remember,
do it.
closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. Closing arguments are not evidence. The lawyers aren't witnesses. And because they're not evidence, I need you to put away your notebooks because you can't take notes on them.
It was awful. It was awful. Like,
The reason it used to bother me is because I sensed that it made it sound like they're less important than anything else in the trial, and they're not. They're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all noticed that you've paid very close attention to this case, and we know that you'll do the same to the closing arguments. A couple of things I want to say, and you'll hear more about this in
I
great
suspect
detail.
someone's helping him, and I suspect something
First
shady
is,
happened
you
there, Joy.
folks are the fact finders.
It was
So
on video.
it's what you find
CO's
from the
testified to it.
testimony, your memory of the testimony. This has been a long trial.
Something
but
shady's
your
going on.
memory of the testimony, not the lawyers and not mine. So if the lawyers or I say anything that doesn't square with your memory, it's your memory.
You have to remember,
Secondly, there are
she's one of my very close
very
friends,
important
so when it hurts her, it hurts me.
rights that I hope that you understand.
She has a lot of courage.
Concepts that you need to understand. First, again, the burden of proof in this case is proof beyond a
I agree,
reasonable
Jack.
doubt and to a moral certainty. And the Commonwealth bears the burden of proof. All right, the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And because of that, in Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth goes last in closing arguments. I've given each lawyer an hour and 15 minutes, and I'm not going to stop them. So we'll start with the defendant's.
You're not? Oh, well, why would you say that? Because now it gives the defense the green light to just keep going. Right? Yeah, she learned nothing. I said the same thing. She learned
There was
nothing.
no collision.
Oh, God.
There was no collision.
Here we go.
There was no collision.
Yeah, there was.
I want to take a minute to start off with thanking you. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your diligence. This is not an easy undertaking. Most of all, I want to thank you for your courage, because courage is what this moment demands. Not just to listen, but to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do. Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else in the courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her.
But okay.
That falsely accused her, that tried mightily to bury the truth.
Please.
This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom.
Can't do third party, so go ahead and try it.
In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago, we told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for.
And you gave us none of it.
We begged you what to watch for.
And we gave you none of it. You gave.
Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate.
I agree, Linz.
It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality, and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Reed sits here today presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty. It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable, that you could go home, you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs. Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere near, nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Canton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman, he was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met, and her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case. As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well? He got no response. And then we see this. That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following his well text.
That's a joke, right?
What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you. And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look.
You want the jury to see anything but playing around there? Then you're an idiot if you think that they're going to buy anything else.
Sparring, practicing, fighting techniques. Where was Brian Higgins' mind? What was he thinking about? And then what happens?
This is third
Before you
party.
look at the next video.
Not Bowden.
Think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he sees John kiss Karen on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see. This is what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely ignored.
I would have. Yeah.
Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him. He tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to watch. It appears that Chris is trying to calm him down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only, John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John. A gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside.
I'll take you outside, Jack.
John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look.
Sounds like he's saying they're leaving. Let's go. Come on, guys. Come on, we're leaving.
Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case, had all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here?
It's not supposed to do third party, and this is definitely delving into third party.
It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house. About 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house, or that basement, or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You coming here? Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car out in the cold in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi connected to her car or phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house and he wasn't responding. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe.
Objection.
When he didn't come home at about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn just under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house. Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was laying on his own property. Never came out. And you learned through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove that John was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. So let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides. If there was no collision, what are we doing here? In order for there to be a collision, there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John, period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irini Scortibello, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions. We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage, torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows. None of that was present with John. None of it. Not anywhere on his body, including his right arm. Not one bruise. Nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact. Not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert, think about this, not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car. Not one. Think about the irony. Not one. That's not just significant. It's literally the most important point in the entire trial. Listen again to Dr. Scortibello's words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy, in any fashion, any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote.
There is no impact site, dumbass.
The Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own experts said there is no evidence of a collision.
You're cooked,
no
sir.
evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this. This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour. These are exhibits from Dr. Welcher, the Commonwealth's expert. John didn't even have a bruise. Make no mistake, Dr. Scortibello was presented with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, the same case that you've been presented with, and she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide. She flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that?
Refused? What?
That silent witness. The science, the physics, the data. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent.
Nope. You're not allowed to say they're completely independent. Right there.
They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period. Full stop. Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight. Actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing. He did field testing. He did data testing. Actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer lens. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered. ARCA testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight, the diffusers were almost completely gone. Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser portion of the taillight is broken, there is no light. It doesn't illuminate at all. It's just black. Let's take a look at a couple of photos. At 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows, that's the photograph on the left. What do you notice about the right taillight? It's completely illuminated.
Still broken, I can
Later,
see it, sir.
4:12 in the afternoon. Photograph on the right. It's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 34 Fairview? That's their theory. But don't believe your lying eyes.
Oh, please.
The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible. Dr. Andrew Rinchler, a PhD, a biomechanist, explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints and bones, fractured, broken, and shattered. But as you know, John's arm was pristine.
Commonwealth
Save those dog and claw
gets the
bites.
last word, folks.
He didn't even have a bruise.
Brennan gets to rebut
Think
all
about
this
this.
bullshit.
Think
Remember
about that
that.
photo of those x-rays as you deliberate. You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, that it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his arm blue, which told you exactly nothing. The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm. I have 3 questions. Number 1, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic go through 9 tiny little puncture holes? How'd that happen?
Saying that every
Somebody
single
needs to
piece
answer that.
has to go through his shirt? Every piece
Number
has
2,
to? That's
why are
absurd.
there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the defects are punctures.
Nope.
Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know,
Glass?
canine teeth.
Pieces of
And
glass.
number 3, if the shards cut bloody gouges into John's arm, that's their theory. Why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight that they claim came in contact with John's arm? The Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of those questions because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight. It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen. Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that
That's not
basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it, to get the results that he wanted.
Wrong.
Dr. Welcher then claimed that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words? You vote not guilty. That's what happens. That's out of his mouth, not mine.
No, yeah. Telling the jury what to do will work well in
The
Boston.
Commonwealth also used the same company, Aperture, to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert from Aperture. There is a cardinal sin for experts, folks, a cardinal sin. It's called confirmation bias. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory. The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again. They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. Note that time, 12:31:38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that. And somewhere in the middle of trial, somebody must have realized it. They must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38. Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading texts on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12:31:38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Question. Can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth? You don't have to look any further than Shannon Burgess's CV to answer that question. That was a shame. Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claim he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that in 30 out of 30 scenarios of the possible time skews that Shannon Burgess identified, he came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it. In every single scenario, John was alive and walking after they said he was hit. And that's a problem for them because there was no collision. Just look at Mr. Whiffen's data, Ian Whiffen. John O'Keefe took 31 steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet, and then think about this, in a westerly direction. That would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness, Mr. Ian Whiffen himself conceded that he has reasonable doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. You remember that question and answer on cross-examination by Mr. Alessi. Do you have doubts? I do. Are those doubts reasonable? They are. And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation, this is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold, he was inside somewhere a little bit warmer. Ian Whiffen told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures. Think about these numbers. When the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, it will drop from 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's a 60-degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. Then inexplicably, it stayed steady, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours. Never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, basically through the entire night. He was not outside. He was someplace warmer, like a basement or a garage. Dr. LaPosada confirmed that John O'Keefe did not have hypothermia. No telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside. Dr. Isaac Wolf, Dan Wolf, Elizabeth LaPosada, Judson Welsher, Andrew Rentschler, all agreed. Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. A rearward fall from a standing position. What could make you fall straight back like that? Let's just think about that for a second. What could make you fall from a standing position as Judd Welcher just showed us? Standing up, falling straight back. Add a laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch, and you've got your answer. He certainly didn't sustain that wound on the back of his head by falling backwards onto a lawn. Dr. LaPosada told you that the patterned injury on the back of John's head could only be produced by hitting a hard, ridged, or ledged surface, like a concrete stair or step. What's just through that garage door? Michael Proctor never stepped down in that garage to find out. What a shame. And look at the arm. Just look at John's arm. You don't need the top experts in the country, but you had them. You don't need the top medical minds on the planet on this issue, but you had them. These are dog bites and scratches. These are animal wounds. Not one witness has been called in their trial. Not one. 8 weeks and counting. Not one witness who actually disputes that John O'Keefe's arm injuries are from a dog. The Commonwealth could not find a single medical expert, a single medical witness who would come in here and tell you those are inconsistent with a dog bite or a scratch. And it's equally clear that there was no collision. Dr. LaPosada told you in probably the clearest voice in the entire trial. You remember her testimony. He didn't get hit by a car, in her words. He just didn't get hit by a car. You remember the question that was posed by Mr. Brennan, did you consider the speed of the vehicle? And she said, speed didn't matter because he didn't get hit by a car. She repeated it 3 times because it's true, not just because she says so, but because the medical evidence proves it. The medical science proves it. There was no collision. Dr. Rentschler told you unequivocally and just as firmly he didn't get hit by a car. The Commonwealth has not met their burden. They cannot meet their burden. The Commonwealth hasn't called a single medical professional, not one, to testify that John's wounds came from being hit by a car. Not Dr. Scortibello, not Dr. Isaac Wolf. Contrast that with the caliber and the quality of the experts who came in here to tell you what is obvious to anyone with common sense. Those wounds on his right arm are from a dog. This was not an oversight by the Commonwealth. It's just that there is no one out there. No matter how big a check you write, there's not a medical expert who's going to disagree with that. The fact is, this is the central fact in the case. The only fact that matters is literally uncontested by every medical expert. Uncontested, undisputed. There is no evidence that John was hit by a car. None. How much more reasonable doubt could there be? This case should be over right now. Done. Because there was no collision. So given all that, how did Karen Reed end up sitting here? Why is she even here? Why is she in that chair? Why is she in this courtroom? There is a reason for that. And it's a reason they don't want to tell you, and it's a reality they don't want to admit to.
The fake sadness
The
is
reason we're here because
ridiculous.
The system, the very system that was meant to protect her, that was meant to protect all of us.
So fake.
That system has failed badly. So now let's discuss the facts that were and were not presented by the Commonwealth in this case. Over the next few minutes, I want to talk about the utter failure of the police to investigate this properly and to investigate this fully. And what you're going to see is that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for the Commonwealth, did nothing to actually and properly investigate this case. Let's start with the house. That's the most logical place to start. I think you'd agree. Brian Albert's house, where John's body was discovered lifeless in the lawn. A man, a police officer, is found dead on the front lawn, and no one secures the scene. No tape, no preservation of evidence, no crime scene log, no search warrants, no consent searches, no photographs of the house interior. They didn't treat the house as a crime scene, and shamefully, they didn't even treat the yard as a crime scene. The lame excuse offered by retired Lieutenant Gallagher: it was really cold and windy, and I didn't know if there was a crime that had been committed. What? You didn't know that a crime had potentially been committed? You have a man laying dead in the yard, and here are the undisputed facts that those officers were confronted with. Black eyes. Obviously, black eyes are consistent with a fight. Bloody nose, also consistent with a fight. Bleeding from the face, consistent with a physical altercation. A cut over the right eye, consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold, not dressed for outside, dressed for inside, and one shoe on. I wonder where the other shoe could be. I don't know, maybe in the house 30 feet away. And then you find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him, the type of glass that you might find, I don't know, let me think about this, in a kitchen in a house 30 feet away. And John's phone was tucked neatly under his back shoulder. Lieutenant Gallagher actually claimed he did not know it was a potential crime that needed investigating. The neighbor across the street, Detective Lieutenant Kelleher, had a ring camera that was pointed at the exact direction where John O'Keefe would have been hit, and nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody even bothered to look at it. Of course this was a potential crime scene. Of course it was. Let's not forget, this was Brian Albert's house, and that comes with privileges. Quote, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Nope. He's a Boston cop too, end quote. That quote starts to make a little more sense now, doesn't it? Michael Proctor wrote those words just hours after John's body was found. He sent this in a private chat, in a private text he never, ever believed would ever be revealed. He sent that text in a series of messages that now belong to you. You weren't given the opportunity to hear from Michael Proctor, but you can read his thoughts for yourself. And I urge you, go read them. They're in Exhibit 209, in case you're wondering. But here are the highlights. Proctor
They're not
starts the
wondering.
conversation.
They don't care.
Quote, all the powers that be, one answers ASAP. He's getting pressure, obviously, to get this done. His friend then asks what Proctor's probably thinking at the time. Quote, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Something stinks. And Proctor responds, yeah, to the something stinks. And then he goes on, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Think about that.
Yeah, because she committed a crime.
Hours into this investigation, there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
Because she committed the crime.
She's a whack job cunt. Yeah.
Well, she is.
She's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. No ass bitch. She's got a leaky balloon knot. Leaks poo. Zero chance she skates. She's fucked.
Yeah, because she committed the crime, sir. Yeah, she's fucked. She's screwed.
And up to this point, Michael Proctor had done zero investigation. Nothing.
That's a lie. But okay, it's a lie.
Talked to a grand total of 3 people, all of whom were named Albert or McCabe. That's it. And this was his mindset.
That's a lie.
This is the same lead investigator who sent the group chats that you heard about with Sergeant Buchnick. Late night, sitting at his office, rifling through Karen's phone, bragging about looking for naked pictures of her. That text wasn't sent to his buddies or his friends. That text was sent to his supervisors at the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake. And what was their response? Sergeant Buchanan liked this conduct with a big old thumbs up.
You love that
He
kind of
encouraged it.
contact. AJ, destroying people's lives.
Ladies
You
and
love it.
gentlemen, a lead investigator is supposed, every investigator is supposed to be objective, an objective fact finder. No bias, no agenda. Michael Proctor went far beyond just insulting Karen Reed. He dehumanized this woman.
No,
He
he didn't.
betrayed her as a human being.
Oh, please.
He was fired for this blatant bias. If the Massachusetts State Police can't trust him,
He wasn't
how
fired
can
for
you
bias.
trust him with this
Okay.
investigation and with your verdict
He wasn't the only one investigating, sir.
and with Karen Reed's life?
You mean the life that
The
she
lead
took?
investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that.
You could
That
have called
should
him.
stop you in your tracks.
Yeah, why didn't you call
Wouldn't
him?
you want to hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the
Big mistake
case?
bringing that up. Because
Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation.
But you could have called. And you didn't. Why not? Why not?
Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from it. Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer. He wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign. He was fired. He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses and for bias. Not just any bias.
No, not sharing with
Bias
witnesses. Try
in
again.
this case.
Nope.
Fired.
Not sharing with witnesses. That's a lie.
This is the man who touched every single piece of important evidence in this case. All the evidence that was brought before you in this trial went through his hands one way or another. The shirts, the shards. Remember that when Mr. Brennan gets up and gives his closing argument. The shirts, the shards, all in Michael Proctor's possession. Mr. Brennan and the Commonwealth, I think, have pinned their hopes on some microscopic pieces of, or close to microscopic pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been scraped from the hoodie several months after the fact. What he failed to ask every single every single witness is who had access to that shirt and who had access to those taillight fragments, and the answer is it was Michael Proctor. Not for days, not for weeks, for months on end, for months unaccounted for.
They were in evidence, not unaccounted for.
Before
sir.
they were submitted to the crime lab, before they were ever scraped. Just go
We're
look at
in
the chain of custody documents. You've got
evidence.
them. Why didn't Michael Proctor give those clothes to Maureen Hartnett with the crime lab when she was at Canton PD just days after the fact to receive those Solo cups? Remember that? Just a
Because
few
they
days
don't
later,
just randomly
she was there.
test things
She
and
drove
look
up. She did the driving to take the Solo cups in the grocery bag, which has a ridiculous aspect to it in and of itself as well. Why not just give her the shirts as well? Give her the taillight fragments if any
Because
were
they
found
weren't
at that point.
asked to be tested at
Why
that
hold
point.
on to them?
Dumbass.
What could possibly be a reason? Why wait until March
know
to
why.
put those into evidence? Now let's talk about some of the other problems with the Commonwealth's evidence. As I indicated, there was no blood, no skin, no tissue, no DNA found on a single piece or shard of the taillight that the Commonwealth claims cut and sliced into John O'Keefe's arm. Where is that trace evidence? Where is that biological evidence? The DNA. Where is it?
In the snow, sir.
They've got nothing.
In the snow.
Not a single piece that the Commonwealth wants you to believe cut up John's arm. How is that possible? It's not possible. The only way it's possible is if those shards never touched his arm. Because it was a dog.
Oh yeah, it was a dog. You want them to believe that?
Oh, and the one sample of DNA that they did find, by the way,
that was so dramatic.
was found on the outer, smooth part of the housing. Not any shard. It was the outer, smooth part of the housing. Nothing that they claim actually came in contact with John O'Keefe. Number two, that sample had DNA of two other men, two other unidentified males. That tells you that that DNA had nothing to do with a car strike.
It's called
That
cross-contamination.
DNA would be expected to be, John's DNA would be expected to be all over that car.
Probably
inside,
tow truck
outside. He had
driver.
access to that car for months and months and months. He was in and out of it all the time. Show me some blood, then we'll talk. They can't, and they won't because it doesn't exist. That SUV never hit John. The hair found on the bumper. The Commonwealth really stretched its own credibility on this one. That magic little hair on the SUV supposedly survived a 37-mile drive in 47-mile-an-hour winds.
Every woman knows
But
how
that
that
little
survived.
magic hair just clung there, just hung on. That same hair that moved in between photos in the Sallyport. Remember that? There were two photos taken, and it was either the breath of the photographer or just the movement of walking by the hair. It literally moved between the two photographs. But that hair is supposed to have hung on in a 37-mile drive in a blizzard? The only thing that hair proves that the Commonwealth is embarrassingly grasping at straws. That hair has nothing to do with
Right.
anything.
You're not. They are.
But
Got
it
it.
doesn't stop there. There was another revelation at trial, a big one, a huge one, and it came from a very unlikely source. Christina Hanley, the quiet, reserved criminalist who told you something the Commonwealth likely did not want revealed because it's devastating to their case. Absolutely devastating.
What,
And it's
that there
this.
was two glasses? Here we go with the glass
The
nonsense.
glass on the bumper didn't match the cocktail glass.
That's not right.
None of it. Remember, February 11th, Michael Proctor, without any other person with him, no witness, no supervisor, no other person with him, claims to have found a single piece of glass at the scene. February 11th, single piece of glass, Michael Proctor. Keep that in mind. Interestingly, the glass on the bumper that didn't match the cocktail glass, one piece did match one other thing. The Proctor glass. Those two go
The
together.
Proctor glass? Oh my
The only
God.
two things that go together from that bumper are the Proctor glass. We know that there's no glass in the taillight. We know that nothing else was shattered on the vehicle. Therefore,
Nobody buys it with a dog, bro.
that
Sorry.
glass had to be placed there. Didn't come from a crash. Didn't come from a cocktail glass. So how
Oh,
did it get
please.
sprinkled on the back of the bumper?
Sprinkled? Oh,
Whose
okay.
proverbial fingerprints are on that glass on the bumper? The only thing it matched was Michael Proctor.
Wrong.
What about the Ford Edge and that snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? He observed that Ford Edge parked outside Brian Albert's house at 3:30 a.m.
The guy who can't
That
remember his
vehicle was
times.
moved directly in front of where John's body was found sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. The only person connected to a car of that make and model, Brian Albert. Michael Proctor did nothing
That's third
to
party.
investigate that point. Did nothing to investigate whose Ford Edge was parked in a spot specifically to block the line of sight in the exact position where John's body would be later found by Karen Reed. No one, not Michael Proctor or anybody else, checked it for evidence. No one even asked any questions about it. That Ford Edge, Brian Albert's Ford Edge, completely ignored. Michael Proctor failed to interview obvious witnesses in this case. Why? Why didn't he want to speak to the snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? Why did he falsely claim that no one plowed the roadway that morning? When police dash cam video, you saw the dash cam, it shows plows going back and forth all morning. Why did he wait so long, years even, to interview Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel, individuals who were literally outside 34 Fairview at the exact same time John and Karen arrived at Brian Albert's house that night? Brian Loughran, had he been investigated or interviewed, would have told Michael Proctor that he drove past the lawn multiple times on January 29th, and there was no body on the lawn. He would have had a perfect view. Remember, the weatherman told you there was only enough snow at that time. I think he said, in a very charming phrase, only enough snow to track a cat. I think that was it. There was no body there. Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel
no
both
snow
told him
underneath John.
that they arrived at 34 Fairview shortly after Karen and John pulled up behind them, and they would have told Michael Proctor, at least Heather would have told Michael Proctor, that when she left 10 minutes later, she drove past the SUV and observed Karen Reed in the driver's side, dome light on, passenger seat empty. So where was John? He wasn't outside, wasn't sitting down, wasn't laying down. There's only one place he could be. We could all say it together if you could talk with me. He was in the house.
No, they can't talk with you. Dumbass. Don't encourage
Michael
them to
Proctor
do
did
that.
not want to have those
Weirdo.
answers. He did not want to have to disclose those answers. He didn't want the truth. The Commonwealth has presented a shred of evidence of when Karen Reed consumed her last drink that night. Think about that. It's critical information that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a
Interesting
moral
phrase.
certainty. They have to prove
He didn't prove
when her
when
last
her
drink
last drink
was
was.
that night. They have to prove it. We don't have to prove or disprove anything.
Oh. Thanks
Every
for telling the
single
jury
witness who
she's
was
guilty,
asked.
idiot.
And who had an opportunity to observe Karen that night said the same thing. She wasn't drunk. She wasn't stumbling. She wasn't slurring her words.
Please.
She was, in the words of Ms. Kolakithis, completely normal. Even Jennifer McCabe
Just means she
grudgingly
was
had to admit
an
that
alcoholic.
fact. It's on video. Instead, they used
Alcoholic.
Yuri Buchanan to try to come into court and count sips of alcohol, which he admittedly got wrong.
What?
According
She
to
had
Ian
doubles.
Whiffen, the Commonwealth's own expert, the location data, using location data on John's phone, showed Karen driving lawfully. She was driving safely. She was under the speed limit. She was slowing and stopping at stop signs, slowing around corners. And Ryan Nagel corroborated that when he saw her make that left-hand turn onto Fairview. The Commonwealth has an incredibly high burden to prove that Karen was driving under the influence. They have failed to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty because it depends on when she had her last drink. What happened after she got home and she was upset with John for not coming back out of the house? That would answer that question. As you well know, no one searched the house for signs of a struggle. Not that night, not the next day. I'm talking about 34 Fairview. Not ever, not once. Not with a warrant, not with consent. They never went into the basement, the stairwells. They didn't look at the walls. They didn't look in the garage. Nothing was ever examined. Nothing was checked for blood. Nothing was checked for DNA. They didn't look for a ledged or ridged surface. Zero. You'll remember how surprised Jennifer McCabe was to recall that there was a garage door even on the house. Except this was her sister's house. She's been going to that house since she was 5. She's seen that house. She's been in and out of that house hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. She's been going to that house her entire life, and yet she acted surprised when I asked her about it. Remember Jennifer McCabe's answer when I asked her whether there was a door at the garage. I was asking her about the front door, the side door, and the garage door, and her answer was, oh, actually there is a garage door right there. Investigators never opened that door. Let's change the scenario. What if it wasn't the house of a Boston cop? What if it wasn't the house of Brian Albert? We can be certain that investigators would have torn that house apart to get answers about why a fellow police officer was laying dead on the homeowner's lawn. You can betcha. But because this was Brian Albert's house, a Boston cop, nope. And because he was a fellow cop, an insider, they didn't even open the door. That is not justice, folks. That's just pure favoritism. Each of these facts is more than a question mark. They're failures of duty. They're blank spots on a map where justice is supposed to live. And every single one is a reason why you cannot convict Karen Reed. Reasonable doubt abounds. If the Commonwealth failed to investigate every reasonable alternative, how dare they come in here and ask you for a verdict? They didn't investigate the case fully, and yet they're asking you to take the easy road and do their job for them. These facts do not represent reasonable doubt. Nothing does. Every one of these facts that you're seeing that we're talking about represents reasonable doubt. Every one. The police and the prosecution are in a position to take people's liberty. It's the most dire and consequential act a civilized government can take against one of its citizens. Their obligation is not just to try to get it right. They have to convince you to the highest degree of certainty known in human affairs. They have to do it all, every bit of it, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. And they have not done that here. And how about the homeowner himself? The host, the first responder, the Boston cop, Brian Albert, who was sparring and practice fighting with Brian Higgins just minutes before John O'Keefe appeared at his house, 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, who was watching Chloe that night, the German Shepherd. Brian Albert, whose phone and his wife's phone were never secured. Brian Albert, who never came out of the house. But that doesn't mean he wasn't awake. It doesn't mean that he wasn't on his phone. Think about this. Jennifer McCabe claimed that her sister and Brian Albert both slept through this complete chaos right outside their bedroom window. But Jennifer McCabe's phone records tell a different story, and they tell the truth. She spoke with them for the better part of a minute, 38 seconds to be detailed about it, at 5:07 a.m. And then she lied about that call. Remember that?
No,
What was the
that
reason for
didn't
that
happen.
call at 5:07? Was it panic? Was it a warning? We know that conversation took place at the precise time Karen left her house to go search for John, 5:07. We could answer those questions if we just had access to their phones. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. But Michael Proctor wasn't interested in their phones. Not only did he not secure their phones, he never even asked. And what about Brian Albert's
can't
dog,
bring that up.
Chloe? A dog with a history. A dog that is, quote, not good with strangers. Dr. Russell confirmed that John's patterned injuries were from a dog, just like the dog Brian Albert owned. And then Chloe just disappeared. Not there the next morning. None of the officers that you heard from said that there was a dog in the house. They didn't see her. She was just gone. And then
No.
ultimately gotten rid of altogether. Who gets rid of their family pet?
Somebody who's moving and downsizing to a condo. Dumbass.
Michael Proctor wasn't interested in that either. And recall the group chat with the Alberts and the McCabes. They were getting their story straight. Matt McCabe, whom the Commonwealth did not call in this trial, instructed the group in that group chat, you'll recall, tell him to say the guy never came in the
You
house.
cannot bring that up.
Think about
That didn't make
exact
it
quote.
into
Tell him
evidence.
to say the guy never came in the house.
Are you all right,
And
dude?
Brian Albert, the patriarch of the family. Exactly! Exclamation point.
Yeah, exactly, because it never happened.
He blessed it. With the truth, as we all know, you don't need to get your story straight. You don't need to tell someone what to say. It's just
No?
the truth.
Oh, well, Karen doesn't know how to tell the truth. Interesting.
And what about the Google search? A Google search that Jennifer
one that didn't
McCabe
happen and you didn't
admitted
dispute?
having made.
After 6.
A Google search that was time-stamped by Celebrite at 2:27 a.m. A Google search that read,
Nope.
Haas Long to die in cold. It is uncontested and undisputed that that search was deleted.
No.
If the 2:27 a.m.
It was
timestamp
not.
is not true, why does Jennifer McCabe have to lie about it? Why delete it?
She didn't delete anything.
If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why create a false story about Karen screaming Google hypothermia?
Because she did.
That's just a fabrication. That's just a made-up fact. And by the way, if someone does tell you Google hypothermia, why would you Google how long it takes to die in cold? Wouldn't you just Google hypothermia? Jennifer McCabe enlisted Carrie Roberts to help shift the blame to Karen. Why go to that much effort unless you're trying to cover for something? Keep in mind the entire foundation of her claim that Karen said Google hypothermia is this fantasy about Karen screaming it at the location, at the scene. That's her entire excuse. But that story went completely off the rails when Carrie Roberts admitted that she perjured herself to back up Jennifer McCabe's false story. That was a dramatic moment in court. It's an admission of perjury, and you don't see that very often in a courtroom. That tells you everything you need to know about the character and quality of the prosecution's case and their witnesses. Lying and perjury and admitting to it. A fundamental tenet of any investigation is to ensure that witnesses are independent and not influenced by other witnesses. You start by separating the witnesses. Michael Proctor did none of that in this case, and we see the results. Think back to Jennifer McCabe's own text messages with Kerry Roberts. About Kerry Roberts, not with Kerry Roberts, notably. What Kerry Roberts didn't know was at the time she was being interviewed by the police, Jennifer McCabe was, in real time, she was bragging about having influenced Kerry's testimony or her statements to the Alberts and the McCabes. Quote, she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Remember that timeline that we talked about with Jennifer McCabe? That's what she was referring to. She's telling him everything that Jennifer McCabe had put in Kerry Roberts' timeline.
Oh, please.
The Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Reed made a statement at the location, at the scene. I hit him. I'm sure you'll hear that from the prosecution in their final arguments. But their own witnesses contradict that. Jennifer McCabe admitted on cross-examination that her very first statement to law enforcement, confirmed that Karen didn't say anything. She asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? The physics and the science answer that question. Could you have hit him? No, you couldn't have. Sergeant Buchanan also testified that the only statements Karen Reed made at the scene, according to his conversations with the first responders, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It wasn't a confession. It was confusion. And Dr. Russell explained that confusion. She told you why Karen Reed or anybody in that position might ask those questions. She was suffering from extreme grief reaction, which according to the evidence can last for years.
Bullshit.
Even her medical records confirm that diagnosis. It's common to ask those questions in grief. It's common to ask those types of questions in shock.
I call bullshit.
You're trying to make sense out of the nonsensical in the moment. And the Commonwealth has tried to twist those words into a confession. There is no evidence that any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. Not a single police officer at the scene came in to support the Commonwealth's claim.
Resting duck face.
It's not on video. It's not on audio. It's not in a single police report. It's not in a single EMT or EMS report. Nowhere. The fact is, Karen never said, I hit him. You saw the video. Multiple officers were right there. She simply never said it. What did Jennifer McCabe do and not do when she got to 34 Fairview? She would have you believe, I want to set the scene for you, that she's confronted out of the blue with John O'Keefe's lifeless body. Her friend, John O'Keefe. He's bruised and battered. He's bleeding. His eyelid is cut. His nose is bleeding. Karen is screaming at the top of her lungs. Carrie is screaming back to Karen, shut up! Both women begin crying. Both women are giving CPR. There's chaos everywhere. It's building in the yard, just feet from Brian Albert's house. Brian Albert's window. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:07 with all this chaos going on. No answer. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:08 with all this chaos and bedlam going on. Still no answer. No lights come on in the house. In the midst of all this screaming and this chaos, Brian Albert doesn't come outside. Nicole Albert doesn't come outside during this maelstrom. And yet, Jennifer McCabe never goes inside to check on her sister.
She did.
There's literally no signs of life inside the house. And Jennifer McCabe doesn't take a step inside that house.
But she does.
To check on her family.
But she does.
Why is that? Does that make any sense?
Anyone,
everyone would sprint inside the house to make sure that there's no one in there that was hurt or injured or, God forbid, dead. Everyone would do that. But not Jennifer McCabe.
Oh, please.
The only way that makes sense is if Jennifer McCabe already knew that Brian and Nicole were just fine.
Oh, please.
That's the only reasonable explanation. And the only way she would know that they were fine is if she knew what happened. But Michael Proctor never explored this incredibly suspicious behavior. Don't you have questions?
Specisis?
This would give anyone reasonable doubt. And don't you have questions also about Brian Higgins? Michael Proctor certainly didn't.
Yeah, why didn't you call him? We have that
Higgins
question.
had been sending flirtatious and romantic texts to John's girlfriend, Karen Reed. You'll remember I asked Sergeant Buchanan a simple question. Were those texts flirtatious in nature? He refused to answer that simple question. Do you remember that? Quote, I'm not comfortable putting a label on that, end quote. We read the texts. It's not a secret. Of course they were flirtatious. Of course they were romantic in nature. The reason he refused to answer that simple question is telling. It's because these flirtatious texts establish a motive for Brian Higgins. Sergeant Buchanan could not bring himself to tell the truth. His bias was on full display. He was covering for another cop. Investigators also ignored Higgins' suspicious late-night visit to the Canton Police Department. That was after a night of drinking, by the way.
Suspicious?
Why didn't they investigate this? What was so important that Higgins needed to go to the police station at that time, 1:30 in the morning, while drunk, by the way? Why weren't they interested in those facts?
He works there, sir.
Remember, he's an ATF agent. He's a cop, a member of the Blue Wall, and best friends.
Same Blue
Brian
Wall.
Albert.
You threatened and said that on
He
the
would know
stand?
that the CPD would be
That
the
one?
first to get the call when someone reported John missing or injured. He would know what to look for, what to listen for, to determine if a report had been made,
To do
and
what?
when, and what the response was going to be.
To do what, though?
You saw the skulking through the hallways with his hood up, moving bags between cars, and of course, that late night mysterious phone call on his cell phone, a phone that you don't have and that you'll never see. All of that, and Michael Proctor never gave him a second look. All of that, and the Commonwealth, who's supposed to be after the truth, didn't call him to the stand. If you have any unanswered questions about Brian Higgins, that's reasonable doubt. The police didn't interview Brian Higgins on January 29th, 2022, but he was at the police station, as we've just seen. You heard evidence that Higgins and Chief of Police Kenny Berkowitz, also good friends, were in the Sallyport together with the SUV for a, quote, wildly long time. Kelly Dever, another Boston cop, told you that. She also told law enforcement agents that she found it, quote, weird that Higgins could have access to that very sensitive evidence, the SUV. Folks, there is never a situation in which a witness, a potential suspect even, should be given access to the evidence in a case. But that's exactly what happened here. Higgins was given unfettered access to that SUV and its taillight nearly immediately, according to Kelly Dever's statement to law enforcement. And it was at that exact time, the exact moments that Higgins would be in that Sallyport, that the 42 minutes of the Sallyport video is just missing.
Oh,
just
now
gone.
it's
Vanished.
It's not missing.
Well, that's convenient.
And that wasn't brought up. So
Now
it was
put in
always bringing
context the
things up
condition
that
of that
weren't in trial.
taillight when it was actually seized in Dighton. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I ask you to compare and contrast Officer Kelly Dever, her attitude, her demeanor. That's all for you to judge. Her attitude, her demeanor, her truthfulness, her motives from the witness stand.
You threatened her.
Compare and contrast that to Sergeant Nick Barrows. Who's more believable?
He lied.
Officer Barrows is unattached
They
to
proved it.
any of the players in this grand play directed by Michael Proctor. He's truly independent. And what did he tell you? Was the taillight, he was asked, was the taillight in this condition when Michael Proctor picked up that SUV at 412? His answer? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was cracked, but not completely damaged, not smashed out like that. So how did the taillight get cracked? How did it end up in the condition where it was cracked, as Officer Barrows saw it, but not completely damaged. Well, you don't have to guess. There's a video. Just watch.
Yeah, she backed up at 1 mile an hour and
That's how it
cracked
got cracked.
Oh, please.
And Judson Welcher's own recreation confirms it.
No, it doesn't. Wrong.
Look at the contact.
It never
That's from the
touches.
Commonwealth's expert.
The bumpers touch.
And that
not
further
the
is
light.
confirmed by the fact that there were no taillight pieces found in any of the initial searches conducted at the scene. 2 searches, 50-foot area searched. Not a single fragment was found until after Michael Proctor had access to and control of that SUV and its taillight. What does that say about the character and quality of this case? It's revealing what happened here at trial. One of the most dramatic moments probably of the trial, Kelly Dever. How can you trust this investigation when you saw how far a police officer will go? You had a front row seat to the power of police manipulation and police corruption. A front row seat. Kelly Dever was interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency, not a friendly department, not Boston Police Department, not Michael Proctor's MSP, a different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport with the SUV. She was detailed, she was clear, she was unequivocal, she remembered the specifics, she recalled how it made her feel, quote, weird. She recalled how long Higgins spent, a quote, wildly long time, as she described. These are all incredible details to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer, she couldn't have been more specific. But then she's put on a witness list and she's subpoenaed by the defense. Oh boy. Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office. The same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting, and he says, wink, wink, nod, nod, we support you,
Oh, please.
Officer Dever.
Wink, wink, nod, nod.
What else was said in that meeting?
Stop it.
What else is reasonable to believe was said in that meeting? She claimed she couldn't remember. She claimed not to remember if he instructed her to do the right thing.
Should
But the
not say
commissioner of
that.
the Boston Police Department certainly said something to this rookie cop, and all of a sudden, that detailed, unambiguous, unequivocal statement to law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory. Not I didn't say it. She admitted she said it. She admitted she detailed the entire story. She just said, it's a false memory. What?
Couldn't have happened. She wasn't there, dumbass.
So she's called to the commissioner's office to make sure that she would do the right thing.
Oh.
That's why she was called.
Please.
And now we know what that means. In her words, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand.
Yeah,
I'll quote
to be
that again.
honest.
Quote,
To be
my
honest.
entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. You bet it does. That's how it works. And that's how we got here. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you trust the Commonwealth's case? Can you trust their witnesses? Can you trust their evidence? And here are a few of the highlights. A video that was played in a courtroom and sold as accurate. Turns out it was completely inverted, flipped backward.
Oh, no,
completely
not that.
false.
Not false?
The test that formed the basis
Now that's
of
a
their
lie.
entire theory of the case. Watch closely as Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate.
He has to go towards the car. Otherwise, he's going to get nailed by the car himself. And that's the angle John would have moved up to protect himself. That's your human
Is
body.
that a righteous test?
Automatically.
Or is that a manipulation?
Nope, that's exactly
Dr.
what a
Welcher
body would
tried
do.
to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test. When the truth was revealed by Dr. Rentschler, the Commonwealth spent the next hour cross-examining him about how that test was meaningless. It actually didn't mean anything. Well, that's convenient now that we realize that it was a manipulated test and it actually does mean nothing. It didn't represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. That's what was suggested. That test does not represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. Really? Then why was Dr. Welcher playing dress up in John O'Keefe's clothes, or identical clothes to John O'Keefe, when he was holding a glass? Why was he holding the glass right behind the vehicle? And why was he standing with his right arm oriented to the right rear taillight if he wasn't trying to recreate the circumstance that is the Commonwealth's entire theory? The Commonwealth stood up here with a straight face and told you they weren't trying to suggest that that's how John was hit by the car. Of course they were trying to suggest that's their theory of the case. They only abandoned it 2 days ago when it was revealed by our experts that it's physically impossible. That silent witness, that science, that physics, has become very pesky to the Commonwealth because there was no collision. Dr. Welcher also told you under oath that there were no x-rays taken of John's arm. He tried to deceive you into believing that John's arm might have been broken. I don't know. I didn't see any x-rays, so I can't tell you what the damage was inside the arm. Really? The Commonwealth has had those x-rays in their possession for 3 years. And again, it took the defense to bring out the truth. The x-rays do not fit the Commonwealth's theory, so you weren't shown. And Dr. Welcher wasn't going to admit it.
Because x-rays definitely prove anything.
Then we get to the sweatshirt.
What?
That was a moment. Mr. Brennan stood here in front of you and dramatically held up John's sweatshirt. Not just to the witness, but to you. And asked Dr. Wolf about it multiple times. Specifically, while it was in that plexiglass, asked Dr. Wolf about the multiple holes in the back of the sweatshirt. He interrupted Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Wolf started to look at the sweatshirt and say, well, and he said, how about here? Here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole. Dramatically tapping on that plexiglass. It was clear what the suggestion was, that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th. That's the impression that was expected to be left with you. That's the impression that he wanted to leave with you. And that's false. The truth is, the Commonwealth created those holes. They aren't holes from road rash. They weren't made on January 29th. Those are cuttings from the Commonwealth's own crime lab, folks. That's what those holes are. And even with 3 prosecutors, all 3 of them, sitting right there in the room.
You have twice as many lawyers. Stop it.
It had to be the defense to correct that record, to bring out the truth. If we hadn't done that,
Bring out lies.
what impression
And more lies?
would you folks have been left with?
All your lies, which
That's
Hank's
more
gonna have
than
to fix
Negligence.
because you lie a lot.
That's dangerous. It's
Diabetes.
dangerous.
Diabetes is dangerous. You're right. It hurts a lot of people, including myself.
I'm going to guess
You
that
go
Mr.
fuck
Brennan's not
yourself.
going to say much about this, about the fraud that was attempted on you. And if he doesn't, that speaks louder than any concocted excuse that the Commonwealth might come up with. It's shameful. It's shameful. We are after the truth in this courtroom. You're entitled to it. Demand it. Why would the Commonwealth stoop to a stunt like that? It's desperation. They know what you now know, what their experts know. There was no collision. So now we've reached the final moments of the trial, and you've seen the facts and you've seen the evidence, and we've just talked about dozens and dozens and dozens of facts that are reasonable doubt. Each one of them are reasonable doubts. These facts, these note cards that you're looking at, piled high, one on top of another, literally stacks and stacks of them covering the table. As you mentally sift through those cards, realize that every one of them is a massive hole in the Commonwealth's case. Every single one of the note cards represents a hole in the Commonwealth's case. If you're holding mentally even one of those cards, you're holding reasonable doubt, folks. You're holding a not guilty verdict. Your job is not to do their job, their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist. All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation. They failed to prove the essence of their case, that John was even hit by a car to begin with. They failed to prove any intent on the part of Karen Reed because she has none. They failed to investigate the actual suspects in this case. They failed to present the lead investigator to you. They failed to justify the perjured testimony that you heard discussed in this case. They failed to hold accountable an officer who came in here and lied to you and claimed false memories so she could do the right thing to cover for a fellow cop or cops. They failed to maintain a fair and unbiased
Why would she
and
lie to
honest
begin with?
investigation.
Dumbass.
They failed to present you with the truth. And this is what you get. An investigation that's riddled with errors and omissions and a rush to judgment and conflicted and corrupted from the start. Every part of it. That is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. How can they ask you to be morally certain based on this evidence? It's a tragedy. When the government fails so completely, so catastrophically, when there are dozens and dozens of points of reasonable doubt on the table, your duty, your oath is clear. Your sworn obligation under the law is to acquit Karen Reed, not just because you can, because you must. Justice demands it. Do not let the Commonwealth get away with this. Don't let them get away with this. Do not endorse and sanction an investigation that is broken and corrupted top to bottom.
Hurting people.
But just as importantly, do not let Michael Proctor get away with it. And make no mistake about it, folks. If you convict Karen Reed of anything, you convict her of anything,
right? Yeah.
Science, the physics, the data, they lose.
No, you.
But tragically,
your girlfriend
Michael
loses.
Proctor wins.
Oh, please.
Remember
that's
his
what you're
texts.
Going with? Yeah.
Something stinks.
Yeah, you.
Yeah. But
Karen.
serious charges will be brought on the girl.
Yep.
She's fucked.
Yep. She committed the crime. She's
Could
screwed.
you ever say to yourself, this is justice? The fact is there was no collision. A car
They're
did
not
not kill
supposed
John
to.
O'Keefe.
And they definitely have.
So I ask you, let your voice be heard, not in whispers, but in truth. Let the community feel through your verdict
They're not
that
supposed
justice cannot be bent
to. They did.
and that it will not be buried. Find Karen Reed not guilty,
Please.
not guilty,
Are you gonna cry?
not guilty.
Are you gonna cry? Your girlfriend's guilty.
Thank you.
Shut the fuck up and sit down. Shut up and sit down. You're a disaster.
Thank you.
I got a conspiracy pee before Hank gets on. I have my headphones in so I can hear it. So give me a second.
John O'Keefe was 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in. He took them in. John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29th, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Reed in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying, and he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world, but to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard, she made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. Before I go through and detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall. Her blood was taken with samples of a retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk. She hit him. The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data. The black box, the forensics from the SD card, we know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window, she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data, the temperature on the battery of the cell phone, the physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, counter coup. You heard all about it when the back of your head hits the ground and the brain comes forward. Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you gotta get help. You gotta get help. And if you don't, you develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die. She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking, in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night, because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described to you one time, to get away from the scene, he walked into his bedroom. but the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages. Not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface. They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so fast forward that night. That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So Keefe drinks a lot, and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks. More shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Could we have slide 1, please? At the Waterfall Bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins. Barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around, they're hugging, they're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe. In this celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
My alcohol intake's probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they report me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest spot in time. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always go to extra slopes. And I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't be driving.
Thank you. Do you think she drank when she got home?
Come on.
When they leave the Waterfall Bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Albert's home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key, critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found it recently, and it was that SD card. The SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Reed is driving drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said it in the beginning, it is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias, it doesn't suffer from prejudice, it doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. And he puts on Waze, high location data, as Ian Whiff would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship, and then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost, and when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Could I have slide 4, please?
Tell his mom, or Ashley. But Karen says Ashley.
Very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so as they travel to 34 Fairview, under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication, we have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that just a little, please. And it shows you with the healthcare data, it registers as flights climbed, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you could move down, please, Ms. Gilman. And then the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview. You can see, second by second, the circles of their route, even the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. Is a 3-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorger comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there, they're together. The data matches up perfectly, perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop, and John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for 2 reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right, they meet. They let Karen Reed go first. They follow behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Ms. Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. And they didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Ms. Mason and Ms. Nagel said they're there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes, they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Ms. Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down? She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves to 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high-frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random. It's low-frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone at that point, you can tell exactly where John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he was always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles and come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole, but that in itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves to 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. He never stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data. 20 seconds of his life, and he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing, it could be a straight line, it could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail and every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, Jen McCabe. And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassioned, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse. Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Cannoni will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Miss Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous, it is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove, and what we have proven from the evidence in this case for second-degree murder, is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that, does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and that that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she's guilty of that crime. whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge, and they see cars going by, and they have a boulder, and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge, and it comes down and lands on the car, and there's somebody, passenger, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene, knowingly causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the text stream data that she drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet. Over 80 feet. Now, nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorgo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving. Forever. Forever. Have slide 6, please. You'll get to see this more closely, and you can probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred for somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless, that obvious, likely to create a plain and strong likelihood of death. That data tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA, they did some crash test dummies. You know what else they do? Text string data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing. Take that down, please. When Miss Reed hits John O'Keefe, collides with John O'Keefe, we don't know if he went in the air a foot, we don't know if it was how much of a clip it was, we don't know if he stumbled back, but we know there's a collision. There's no doubt there's a collision because her taillight's all over the yard. It's all over the yard. And when he falls back, and he hits the back of his head, his basal fracture, he's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard. All over the yard. It's called debris field. And you've seen videos. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different. She leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know she's still angry. You know she's still angry because she starts leaving him voicemails. Slide 7, please. Healthcare starts at 12/31/56. 12/32/04 to 12/32/12 is the data which is adjusted when you reconcile the Knox and Alexis. 12/32/09 is when Mr. O'Keefe closes his phone after looking at Jen McCabe's text. 12/32/16 is his last steps. Mr. Disorder says that red range should move a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds. They can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. We could have slide 10, please. Could you play that, please? Thank you. Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet. You can't place that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just can't. The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car. Now, as John O'Keefe sadly lays on the ground, abandoned, you're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness. There was a guide. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew. Could we have slide 8, please?
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been? I mean,
I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo, and I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come out and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone, and I ran over his foot, and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded. But she knew she hit him. She knew she hit him. And so when she made her way back home, not only did she leave debris field all over the front lawn. But she took evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911. Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12, please. You play voicemail 1, please. The calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature, 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body, the cold ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at 12:45. It is plummeting. Ian Whiffen's taking a phone and putting it in a freezer, not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe went in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61 at 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party. He's not wrestling with Brian Higgins. He's not in a fight. If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving. There would be healthcare data. There'd be steps. If he got into the house in 20 seconds and his cell phone is found under his body the next day, and how would he get back outside? There would be more steps because this phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything. The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never moves again. Voicemail number 3, please. Listen to this.
John, I'm giving you a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, you fucking pervert.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are? She knows. She knows. Nobody does know where he is. Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows who you are? She is starting to get panicked because she knows she hit him. Not suggesting she meant to kill him or for him to die, but she knows she hit him and now he's not responding and she's getting nervous and she's getting anxious and she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after a little after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting, she could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while. But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. You can take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, where's John? She doesn't call Brian Higgins, has his number, has been texting with him. Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight? She knows exactly where she is, and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, that young girl at the time, and she says, she's panicked, she can't understand what she's saying. Call Jen McCabe. Call Jen McCabe. Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? When did he leave the house? What happened last night? No. She calls and says, I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall. See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. I left him at the waterfall. And Jen says, left him at the waterfall? We saw you in front of the house. Click. Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see. But someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow. Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words? Because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle, and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. I think he got hit by a plow. And so now we have the introduction of Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that. For what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night, in a blizzard, out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. And when she calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out, this soccer mom with a perfectly normal life gets drawn into this whole farce, and she answers that call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Carrie Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Carrie Roberts, separately at that time, answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help, because they have a common denominator, a common bond. John O'Keefe. And so you hear and see at 5:07, the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump, you can see the pieces missing. No taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight has already been broken, because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, the brakes are, you take a look, you'll be able to slow it down. You'll see the exact same piece is missing, because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing. It's not there, it's back at Fairview. And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about, 5:35? 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where does she go in 28 minutes? Where does she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind, screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down, can't understand her, going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death? Carrie Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind. She sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's going to commandeer this. We're going to back to Meadows. You're going to follow me, leave the car, I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Kerry don't know each other. They've only met once. And they go back to Meadows. They obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview. And then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking. And you heard from Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window. They can't see a thing. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving and driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview. And this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview, they get close. And when they get close, they can see nothing. But the defendant screams, "Stop, let me out." And they look around and they say, "What? Let me out, let me out." She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find him because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
Driving Jen's in the passenger seat. And I've described this to everyone, so you probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Thank you. A weird shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe? A weird shaped lump, not like a bush, and that is John O'Keefe? She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry, and Karen. And she's upset, there's no doubt. I am not for a second trying to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening at this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian Whiffen, data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd, hasn't moved. They start shaking him, you're going to see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. All night. Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. But remember that. Piece of glass, pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John, Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. That the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert House. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips, if we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her glass. He took the glass. She says it. So the Albert House, they don't need to get the glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on an impact. Things move. The glass comes with him, lands near his body. Debris field moves past him. Shoe, hat, straw. Jen McCabe makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a Cellbrite record is not the same as a call detail record. There's no evidence there was a conversation. No lights go on. There's no conspiracy. You can call somebody. It can ring. It can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McCabe, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen, on the ground. and they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there is not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time has anybody said, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it, because it never, ever happened. When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road like Mr. Rentschler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. Could we have slide 14, please? You can see there's Kerry Roberts' vehicle, and then on the left, you can see where they're working. Right off the road, that's not 20 feet. That is a clip, a stumble, and a fall. And remember, when he fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning of the dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. Remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? It causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose. See on the bottom left, that's where the Canton Police Department found the glass. That he took from the car, from the waterfall. And then exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass, the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8-10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw I asked you to take a look at that picture when we're leaving the waterfall at 12:12, the black straw in the drink on the street. Collision, glass, nose, straw, back, hits his head. Could you play the clip on the left, please? 59.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
169, please.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you've heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life is about. The detail on all their mechanics, getting to work 2 hours early in the middle of the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the core of our community. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody. But to him, it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder. This is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. Do you think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things hard to remember, some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nuttall remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him. She clipped him. She didn't think he was mortally wounded. She panicked. She can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it, and now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him. I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. Not did I hit him, could I hit him, perhaps I hit him, that was earlier. Now she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. And these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer or in on a conspiracy. Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help happen to remember that she admitted what she had done? I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece or that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is you have independent core people who hear her say, I hit him. I hit him. And the attempt is to betray everybody. That's a liar. But you don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
So I must have said was, did I hit him? I always said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself she hit him. It's undeniable, it's unmistakable, it's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Ms. McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Ms. McLaughlin, she tells you she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her in the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that? And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Ms. McLaughlin, firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Ms. McCabe was next to her. Ms. McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things. The villain of this story was trying to help the defendant from incriminating herself. The irony. Could we have slide 9, please? This is the battery temperature. You're going to have a chance to look at it. If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you like data. The 29, 12, 13, they're leaving the waterfall 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe, it's starting to go down to 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61. And you see it drop and steady off at 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed. And the blood is still warm, either way, under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the battery. What happens at 6:15? You're going to see the video. You've seen it. Still photos. Kerry Roberts goes over, picks up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next reading, the temperature rises. That's not convenient. That's not a coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the phone is passed, put in a warm environment, and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone conspire to pick up a phone on the side of the yard that was under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise? And not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, At 6:15, when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So, while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in a cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS, her hands aren't working, she's trying to type in what's happening during that time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that. The defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for a friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that is being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian Whiffen 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. That she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You usually can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolf from Arca knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. As they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 2:27, look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make those, oh, she got the glass from inside the Albert, maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data. And it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Try to evoke that primal reaction to disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't give a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember, Trooper McKennick was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't, but that does not change. It doesn't create a conspiracy, doesn't invent a dog, it doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair. And if there's a penalty more than being fired, well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice in this case. It just doesn't. There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce three of the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. understanding those text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you. Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper Buchanan and Mr. Proctor did not go down to Dighton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house inadvertently, they didn't even know it, the dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene. He's been near the car. And in the Dighton videos themselves, when you close, you take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please? .507. You can play any angle you want. If you look at this angle, it's gone. You don't plant. It's already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on the Refield. January 29, 2022, 823. Look at the right-hand side. Look at the left-hand side. It's packed with snow. It's gone. It's gone. And the same thing when you do the videos, it's a different angle, a little smaller, but if you play that and watch the lenses go up and down and slow it down, you'll see it expands. It's gone. So when you have Dighton Officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the Sally Port, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case, a lot of people watching. Comes in after, of course, driving all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet in a conference room so he can get a subpoena. He spends 2 hours driving up and back so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail. And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims at the last time he testified, he had made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified to the opposite. And so he sits on the stand with a new story after a meeting, we don't know why, but then I show him that bottom right photo with the snow, with it missing, and I say, is this the way it looked? It's of course before the snow melts out in the Sally Port so that you can see it unexposed. And he says, yes, he had to agree. This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman, there's no plant, there's no Higgins at the Sally Port. There's no one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip and you'll have it where the defendant says, I was picking out pieces, it was crashed in, the bulb was showing, when I was showing Kerry and Jen, when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip, you'll hear it. Unfortunately, there's no ring video when they go back to Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves, there's no ring video when she gets back. And so, now, when we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, nice woman, nice doctor, very accomplished. I respect that. She's the only dog expert in the world. The thing is, we know no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here. It's on her profile, but she can't explain methodology. What are you looking for in a dog bite? She can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, and then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions, she says, well, I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all together it's a dog bite. It's a dog attack. That is the masterful expertise that the defense has bragged about bringing in. Dr. Russell telling you, because she says this is a dog bite. She has never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures. And she's sure because she's an expert, so you should rely on her because she's coming in saying she's an expert and she's being presented. Yet, after saying there's no punctures, Dr. Laposada comes in and she sees punctures everywhere. It's an animal attack. It's a dog. Oh, is it? No method, no methodology, no history of this, no prior testimony that we know of other than arbitrarily what she says. And she says the exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously, there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail. They give us nothing that we should rely on. They contradict each other. It's just to get you to look the other way. And so we have now the issue of the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. And they had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they point to Dr. Scorti-Bello, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about the data, nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Miss Reed. She doesn't know about the DNA. She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes. Strike that in the clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common in car collisions. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information. A fraction. And we know now, argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries, the suggestion is a car accident can affect everybody differently depending on the angle, the scope, the speed. Some people can get plowed over by a car and have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries. And there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test, that you can have a collision with no lower body injuries. They did that for us. Thank you. And so the idea that at the time in 90 days that she doesn't have enough information to say consistent with a car accident doesn't mean there was no car accident. Let me talk a little bit about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them. What expert who's supposed to come to you, they're not the arbiter of truth. Their opinions weigh no more than yours. Your common sense has more value than an expert's opinion. Their job is to assist you, to explain what their expertise is so that it's a tool for you so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity. We've heard words like confirmation bias, it's objectivity. Mr. Wolf got on the stand, and before we even started, you have to ask yourself, what expert has a court order for text messages and then deletes the text messages? What expert, what objective expert uses Signal, an encrypted app, to communicate about the case? Never used it before, hasn't used it since. And so when he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize that a 9.38 pound arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which would be 11.8. That's all, and because it's a lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic. It's basic. And he fought me over and over again. Did he seem objective that he was trying to help you? Because Dr. Rexel came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust for that. That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judge Welcher adjusted. Do you adjust it? And he tried to talk to me like I was making something up. His own colleague had to admit it. Now, it's funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride over? If Brendan asks you a question, make sure you ask for a transcript. Impede the progress. Slow down the questioning. Interfere. Sequestration orders is so there's fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some And so what happens with Dr. Renfrew, we don't know, but we do know he comes in here and he tells you that he was not getting information that was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted. I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from his former employer. And he said, no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he reads his transcript and it's yes, yes, yes. And he tells us that he's independent and objective. I asked him about a luncheon, not a big deal, just asking him about it. And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the corner until I remind him that we got video footage from a documentarian and he's in one of the scenes. And then things change. So when you talk about objectivity and who to trust, they can come in and say, Judge Welcher said this and that. It doesn't make it so. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in any presentation, in any testimony to you, ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that test was. It was no more. But what they do is they reposture it, repackage it, and say it means this when it doesn't, and we're going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win. That's all that is. It's semantics. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never suggested that. And his work on text stream data, unassailable. And so what we have, inevitably, is we have a timeline that never moves, data that never changes, physical evidence that can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have, inevitably, proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed was with Mr. O'Keefe, and she got drunk. She drank. She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit. And they went to a party, an after party, and they were fighting. It was a relationship in decline, and he got out of the car, and he had a brief window of life left. And when he got out, and she drove away, she couldn't let it go. She got drunk, she hit him, she left him to die. It's that simple. We don't know exactly how this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Could I have slide 19, please? You bet they can. We don't know if this is the body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed, but what it tells us, this is viable. Look at the debris field. Look at his turn. Remember his sneaker on that curb that got lodged against the sneaker? Mr. O'Keefe then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die. Thank you. Could I have slide 22, please? He is not an it. John O'Keefe is not a body. John O'Keefe is not a buffalo on a prairie. John O'Keefe was a person, and he was murdered by Karen Reed.
Take that thinking. All right, jurors, the next up is my instructions to you on the law. I'm not going to do that right now. You've been sitting for a long time. So I do have to tell you, even though you've just heard the closing argument, you cannot discuss this case even with each other. All right, so we'll send you back for lunch. It's going to be a shorter lunch. My instructions are long, and we want you to be able to get this case to start deliberations today. So I'm going to send you back maybe about a half an hour. Is that enough time for you folks? All right, so we'll give you a half an hour for lunch, and then we'll come back. I'll give you my instructions on the law, and then the jurors will go out to deliberate. I know there are 18 of you. We seat only 12 deliberating jurors, so 6 of you are going to be altered. I can just tell you that. You know the odds, right? And I can tell you it's Mr. McDermott's least favorite part of his job is smoking. So we'll do that this afternoon. Do not discuss this case See you later.
Wait, switch on. Right, jury.
Hello there. What's up? What a an amazing closing by the prosecution. I was actually listening to it, and that hour and 15 minutes just went. It went longer, but it went like this.
It went by with Hank quick. It was emotional, but it was quick. With him.
Yeah, I mean, he went through everything. I mean, I think it was a great closing. While Jackson was like all over the place and just doing like, working with what he got, which is basically nothing.
Right.
Jackson.
What are they doing? She's taking them to sidebar for a minute.
Yeah, my guess is to finalize anything that they might be talking about. But I would say like he really did a better closing than Lolly last time.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a compelling closing. It's a very compelling closing.
He just laid it all out. And I'm glad he did the thing in the beginning where he took the timeline and was like, where? 30 seconds, 29 seconds, 21 seconds. He was beat up, thrown outside. Where in that timeline and that data does it fit?
Yeah. I think it was very compelling. I think if I was on the jury and I was to compare the two, I would honestly think Hank was a lot better closing because it made sense. It was concise.
I can't. Notice him. Do you see all the rest of the journalists with their head in their laptops typing away? Does everybody see this? Okay.
Yeah.
All the other journalists are in the middle of typing things that they're going to have to put out. What is the sewer turtle doing?
Well, he's happy.
People so that he can get it. He's not sitting in his chair where he was. He's standing in between the journalists so the camera can see him. That's what he does.
I mean, he got lucky, man. Yesterday, I don't know what that judge was thinking. Yeah, that 2 days ago.
I'm thinking that the jig is up on what's going on over in the district court in Dedham, because not only was it on video, but the CEOs testified to watching him do it. So something stinks to high heaven, and we've known it for a while, but that really just confirmed it for me.
Yeah, that was weird.
She didn't deserve that. They turned it into a circus about how she's a bad person, when in reality, none of that is true. He can't take responsibility for anything. And I don't know any judge that would allow in certain things that were allowed here. Like,
yeah, that was
not about her. It's about what he did or didn't do. Not about her. Not about you wanting to trash her and all of your perceived enemies, including me. It has nothing to do with any of that. And the judge should have shut it down immediately. So the fact that he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the judges haven't really caught up to social media shenanigans. A lot of these guys don't barely even have email, let alone understand the ramifications of all this stuff. So it's kind of something off.
Somebody was helping him for a really long time.
I mean, like then Bradel's son. Did you see that report about Bradel's? Oh my God!
Like, when did that happen? Is that something that happened recently, or is that something that?
Well, I mean, I read the article, and it's kind of being reported that's his son. I'm not 100%, but apparently there's some sort of what would be perceived as some sort of situation where a deep fake was done by another student, and then a younger person, and was put on into a, how would I say this politely, someone doing some sort of act.
Yeah.
That should be done behind the closed doors.
Yep.
And someone put a fake face on there, and somehow, and this is being reported, I don't know, it's 100%, but that's the rumor coming around. That's what the article shows.
I mean, we're talking about the same man, Timothy Bradel. No wonder why Aiden hired him, who lied to the BBO. Like, if you're going to lie to the BBO, then you're definitely going to lie to judges. And I already know as a fact that the man has done some really shady, fucked up, and if he helped the sewer turtle turn a wiretapped video into audio and change it, like, come on, bro, and then hide it from the court?
I think, yeah, but what do you think of, did you think there was anything missing in this closing?
No, I don't think Hank missed a thing.
Yeah, I think he really did.
Everything he needed to hit on and left out everything he needed to leave out.
I mean, he challenged the credibility of the defense experts.
Yep.
He proceeded to basically outline the events, and I think he made a very compelling argument. I think this is a very compelling. You know, you could tell when Hank does a good job when all the Twitter is like, "Oh, he's a terrible person. He's horrible." You could just tell. I mean, like, listen, I think Jackson's a good attorney, but he's kind of handling a shit sandwich. I mean, it's kind of tough to handle with your client. A shit sandwich this time, not a ham sandwich. But you know what I mean? Like, you tell, and the problem is like he's screaming at the jury, he's demanding, you know, and the problem is like, did you show, like, the thing is, if you listen to his argument, did he show how Proctor could have done this? Why would a dog attack someone for Higgins? Is the dog Higgins' dog? Right. No, it's Albert's dog. So why would the dog be in the garage with Higgins? You know what I mean? It's a thing that is fanciful. It's nice for a TV show or you know, a Netflix fake documentary, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. What makes sense is a woman that was in a relationship with a man, got mad, got drunk, and in that last moment wanted to hurt him because she was pissed. And we've seen her in anger. We've seen her basically enjoy when people suffer. And that's pretty much it. And now, I mean, I think that's
Hannah's right. Hank made it sound as ridiculous as it is.
Yeah, I mean,
half an hour. Gladys, a half an hour.
Half hour.
Yeah.
I think when you deal, this is a case of logic and emotions, and you know, we're going to see if the jury's going to decide this based on emotions or they're going to decide this based on facts. Now we'll see. I personally hope they look at the facts instead of being emotional about it, you know, and say, "Oh my God, Proctor said some mean things," or "Oh my God, this," you know, and focus on the stories. Compare the two stories. Which one makes more sense? Which one is actually by the facts? And I would say
accurate
is accurate and has
the data that shows you. The data literally shows you what happened.
Yeah, and you know, there's a lot of these. You know, the defense likes to call everyone liars. But let me ask you this: did Karen Reed go on that stand? No. Did she refute any of the statements she made? No. Because you know why? Because she knows she lied.
Well, the jury gets to look at all those. They can play those videos as many times as they want with the jurors system.
I mean,
hey, you know, like they're going to be able to replay her words as many times as they want, over and over and over. And it doesn't jive with what her attorneys are saying. So that right there gets the jury wondering, why did her attorneys lie if she's saying it herself?
I mean, yeah. And I think let's hope that the jury actually does that, but you never know. I mean, the jury could have you know, basis on, you know, emotions and say to themselves, yeah, we don't trust the investigation no matter what. And unfortunately that could exactly happen. But I do think that
love that Hank explained to them that the charge and then the lesser included, like manslaughter and DUI. Like, he explained perfectly the way it works. It doesn't, the intent in the state of Massachusetts, you don't have to prove that she intended to hit him. You just need to prove that what she was doing could cause reasonable bodily harm or death. And backing up at a high rate of speed in the snow while DUIing at night, yeah, definitely could cause death, especially in the direction where your boyfriend was.
Yeah, I just think it was well done. I just hope that the jury is neutral, and you know, and see. Hopefully, there's some sort of justice happen. If not, you know what? If she gets off, well, then you know the state tried. And people tried, and it's unfortunate if it does happen, but if it is what it is. I think Hank tried his very best. I think the state tried their very best, and we'll see. I mean, but yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm hoping that we get a conviction. You know,
because I don't know how you don't convict her even on DUI leaving the scene.
Yeah.
She says she was drunk, shouldn't have been driving, right? She clearly leaves the scene. So how do you not convict her on even just that? You know what I mean?
I think I was kind of surprised with Jackson because I thought Jackson was going to go with like, listen, they weren't handling the evidence correctly. You can't convict my client based on, evidence having issues with collections and
He
stuff
did,
like
but for
that.
like 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I thought he was going to go with. Like, highlight. I know he was highlighting the fact, the mistake of Mr. Hank, which was a bad mistake. It was not a good mistake to do in the courtroom. But like
Yeah.
the fact is, it's like that should have been the argument, in my opinion. I thought that would be the best argument to make because, maybe the jury would be reluctant to convict her if they thought that, maybe they rushed to arrest her.
judgment.
Yeah, and they just, all this stuff happened, and maybe you could put in the minds of the jury. Maybe the police, just wanted to close this case, that type of deal. But unfortunately, they went down to the conspiracy angle of accusing everyone of being murderers. But let me ask you, I mean, this is the thing I would ask a lot of people, and in the Karen Reed movement is like, if this amount of evidence is not enough to convict Karen Reed, what? But I'm saying, why would you say that Higgins and Albert and Collins are murderers with far, far less evidence?
There's no evidence. I think it was a little desperate of Jackson to show that little clip of them like play fighting and try to say like this was like them. Now remember, he told the jury at the time in the witness, "Oh, I'm not suggesting that this is them, actually fighting or setting up for fighting." But then he just told them the complete opposite and said, this was so this is what they were really gonna do to John O'Keefe. And it's like, if you think anybody in that room here from Boston,
believes that,
believes that, sir, know your audience, okay? We are Bostonians. We do this shit in bars all the fucking time. All right.
I mean, the problem with the dog bite theory is that the original theory of the dog bite theory was that the dog was, Cullen's dog. So the dog was defending Cullen.
No.
But no, I'm trying to say that was their wackadoo theory.
Yeah,
but that makes a lot more sense because you say, oh, well, the dog's going to defend its owner. But now this dog's going to defend a stranger known as Higgins for no goddamn reason.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that makes no sense. In the garage?
Why? Right.
In the garage?
In the basement or the house or the garage. So now
Yeah.
it's 3 places.
Yeah, like, in the end of the day, I would have just focused on the fact of, instead of accusing people and trying to tell them, like, where John was killed and all this stuff, just focus on the fact that there are other, just leave the door open for people to speculate. Don't just outright accuse, because then people start thinking, okay, so you believe that a dog was in a garage attacking someone with Higgins, who's a complete stranger.
Right.
Why would the dog want to defend Higgins? Why wouldn't the dog just bite at, Higgins? He's the bigger stranger. It doesn't like, what I mean? Like, it does.
Right.
And why is Higgins have no wounds on his body or anything like that? You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make sense. And unfortunately, the good thing about people is that people are emotional and logical. But sometimes we get short-circuited and we think too emotionally without balancing out the logic. And I think we're seeing that a little bit here.
I turned the camera off at one point because I was trying to hold it together, but then knowing some of these people and knowing the way their lives have been, altered by this, and knowing the shit that I deal with on a daily basis, it became a little bit too much for me watching Mrs. O'Keefe and knowing what a, decent person Paul is. And, even when Paul's dealing with this, he's still there for other people. He's a good person like that. And it got to me, like that. I held it as long as I could without shutting the camera off, and I had to give myself a breakdown moment because it's really hard to watch these decent people go through a second trial, have to wait for a jury.
Yeah.
Mrs. has to listen to all this. Paul has to listen to all this while watching the Reed family make their resting duck face smirks, knowing Karen knows what she did, and that bugs me. It bugs the fuck out of me.
But I do think that Jackson did a good job, and I would say that even though I disagree, he was spinning things, he was doing a good job. And I think also, but I think Hank did a better job. But I think these are two.
his good job with the clear, concise explanations, because the way Jackson spun certain things, it's like, do you think that the jury's that dumb? Like, you're insulting the jury's intelligence by saying to them, this is what happened, when they know they watched it. They know what happened. So
I know,
you spinning things, you're insulting your intelligence. And I'll tell you, that does not bode well in Boston. We don't like snarky, arrogant people. We're the only people that can be that way. We're in Boston.
Yeah, but I do think like Jackson is a good attorney. Even though he's a slimy attorney, he is a good attorney. He's a high profile attorney, and he's working with what he's got. And what he's got is really nothing.
Personally invested. You could tell how angry. You see his face,
Yeah.
like how angry he was. To me, that screams personal. That's not client, like, hey, my client paid me to do this. That seemed very personal to me. A lot of it has, and I'm not the only person who noticed, especially people who in the legal realm, who've worked in the legal realm or the justice system or the criminal justice system in any capacity. A lot of other people I've spoke to noticed the same thing, where they're like, yeah, this, even the prosecutor's pod I saw it this morning, said something about it. And I've been saying it for weeks. Like, there's something he said it last night, but I saw it this morning, like something that's very personal for Jackson when it comes to this case. And that's not usually how it works. So he can't keep his emotions in check, because to him, this is some personal.
Well, I also think that's his tactic. He's unfortunately a hammer. He doesn't know. Yep. He finds everything as a nail, and he just goes with the very angry and just attack mode all the time.
Fake
and
indignation.
Yeah. And that type of feel. And like, that works sometimes, like most times. But I think like you dull the jury when you're 100% all the time. You know what I mean? It's more effective when you highlight the points you want to highlight, and you're calm on the other points.
That might work. His, like, the way he lawyers, that might work in California. That might work in Utah. That might even work in Florida. Mm-hmm. We're Boston. This is a different animal. No, you've been out to enough bars in Boston, Jackson, at this point. Know your freaking audience, sir. All right. We don't appreciate A, people insulting our intelligence, and B, we do not appreciate you making things out that are like standard to us here to be some weird thing, like play fighting in a bar, leaving with the glasses. That's actually things that happen in time here. These are not strange. It might be somewhere else, but not here. And we don't appreciate people who are arrogant and snarky. We're, in our minds, again, we're Bostonians. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying this is the way it works here. We're the only people that can act like that. You don't get to come here and act like that. Like, this is Boston. Like, no.
So what do you think is the what did you like highlight that you thought it was a very good, part of Hank's argument?
Part of Hank's argument I thought was brilliant, was something someone actually just brought up, which was when he went for Dr. Russell and was like, she's the only person in the world, in the country, that can opine on dog bites, except she's never actually done it before. Yeah. She could not tell us anything about how she came to said conclusion or what methodology gets her to that conclusion at all.
I thought
that was very powerful to show the jury, like, this lady claims it's dog bites together, but what if some of those happened with pieces of glass, and some of them happened with taillight, or some of it happened when he hit the frickin' ground? Like,
I thought the best part was when he was narrating the events and how he basically weaved a story. And I think that's the best part of when he does in the beginning, when he's weaving the events, he's telling the events of John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. And I think that's very helpful, because humans learn things based on stories. They digest things based upon episodic memories, stories. And if you can give people a digestible story that is something that they can imagine in their heads
and lay out with pieces of evidence in this case, then you're kind of screwed.
You have a good situation going on. Unfortunately, I would say Jackson's main weakness is that his story was like it was disheveled. It was, you know what I mean? I think he's just trying basically everything he can to give whoever on that jury a reason to hold out. I think that the main thing I think Jackson is attempting to do is a hung jury, to get one person that is basically sitting there and say, absolutely. But I think
reasonable doubt, so that one person can be like, well, I don't know, and get another. His only hope right now is a hung jury. I don't think. I don't jury is going to find her not guilty on all charges. I just
But
don't
we'll
see that.
see.
If that happens, I'd be shocked. I would be shocked.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen when it comes to a jury. To be
Anything
honest,
can happen. I just have
yeah.
a pretty decent feeling that they at least should. I mean, you have the clips of her admitting she was drinking doubles and that she shouldn't have been driving. So I don't know how there's 3 charges here. One of them being OUI, like you're driving while drunk. She's admitting she did that. So I don't know how you don't find her guilty on at least that charge. Like on at least that charge, you know?
I mean, I think we'll have to see. I mean, I'm hoping that the jury sees through. I also liked how it was kind of funny that Hank started using Jackson's own line.
Jackson's own words. It's don't look over there. I was like, that's fucking brilliant. Brilliant.
I thought that was a very good move that he did, was basically look over here, don't look over here and stuff like that. I thought that was a very smart move. So
especially you're using the defense's own words against them, which is right. I mean, when you listen to the defense's closing, a lot of that was trying to get ahead of what they thought Hank was going to say. You could tell. And so they were trying to like get ahead of it in little ways. The problem with that is when you tell a jury something and you twist the fact, they can actually go back and look at that fact. And if they go back and they look at that fact and it doesn't fit with what you said, you're, to them, you just lied to them. So how can they take anything you say? So that's why, like, Hank, if there's something that like Hank didn't think needed to be, he didn't drag in Devers. For what? She said everything she needed to say. What would she gain by lying twice? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
And I think, like, when you look at the Karen Reed experts, their bias is kind of like all the witnesses, their bias is kind of very apparent to me.
Yes.
And I think it was very good to highlight that, to basically say to the jury, listen, these guys are not credible. They're hired guns and they're willing to say anything for money. And they're not basing any sort of like scientific method or anything. Now, I heard the new kind of thing Karen Reed people are, saying is like the science. But unfortunately, there's not much science into a lot of these opinions by these experts. Matter of fact, they're all just based upon, their opinions. Nothing that could be like scientifically measured. So
that's it. And the whole thing of them using 2.5 pounds lighter, like that was clearly on purpose. So think about it. If anyone on that jury knows a spec, it's their hobby, right? Say it's their hobby. Physics is like their hobby, right? And they know about how these things are supposed to be done. And they know that Arca used a arm that was almost 2.5. So 2.4, whatever, almost 2.5 pounds lighter instead of using one that was 0.2. Not even 0.2, 0.14. Not 1.14, heavier. And then you couldn't get the answer out of the expert about if that would create more damage. Of course it would. Anyone with common sense would know. And I love how Hank pointed that out. I tried to get him to just concede that it would create more damage. And he argued and he would not concede. It's basic.
Basic. I mean, that is basically a very
damage.
That is a very basic thing to say. If something has more weight, it will do more damage. So that just shows you that the guy just had his own opinion and didn't want to change. And this is a guy who says, well, I follow the scientific method. And it's like, sir, you didn't know the position of the person. You didn't know where he was standing. And you used wrong weight. You didn't follow the, you know what I mean? And there's actually a glass pattern around him. What do you think? And he's like, well, with a leaf blower, you know what I mean? That just showed you like, okay, this guy, he clearly had an idea in his head that Karen Reed's innocent or something like that. And he swallowed the whole Kool-Aid on the cult.
Yeah.
And he wasn't open. He wasn't.
A lot of these jurors haven't heard about, I don't, and let's make something clear. I don't believe that none of the jurors have seen anything online about this case and haven't looked. I don't buy that, not for a second. And this is why I think that juries should be sequestered in cases like this. That's why sequestration is an option. I think it was a mistake to not sequester them in the first trial. I think it was a mistake to not sequester them again.
Well, to be fair, and this is to be fair about this point, sequestering a jury is not going to stop them from going online.
It does. They're put in hotel rooms and they're not allowed to have.
Well, they have a phone. You know, they could go on their phone.
They're not allowed to have their own cell phones with internet.
Well, to do that to people for 30-something days, I don't think that will ever be able to do
because
that.
they don't like, and this is what the court says, is we do not like taking people's rights in that way, because to sequester the jury means they're not allowed to have these things on purpose. And that's why they don't sequester the jury in Massachusetts. I've never seen them do it, ever.
Yeah. I just find it very interesting how everyone seems, you know, like you have you had a lot of these law tubers. They're like, oh my God, I hate Hank. And it's like, I kind of amazed that like people can't just appreciate a good attorney. Like I can appreciate, you know, Jackson is a talented attorney, a sleazy attorney.
Better last trial than I can this trial. I think his, you know, theories and all that were more, at least for a jury to digest, better than this time. This time he was just kind of like all over the place. And I'm not saying he's a bad attorney. I'm saying he's a sleazy, like you said.
He's sleazy. He's a sleazy attorney.
But he has gotten the job done for some of his other clients. But this,
well, not Weinstein.
Right. Well, that's right. But I mean, some of his other clients, like Spacey, and I think he did a lot of really shady shit in that case too. So
yeah.
I think all of that comes back to bite. I mean, this case, it has to go to the bar, because there was you lied to the court, and it's on record now that the judge found that you deliberately did it. So it has to go to the BBO. It will be investigated. I don't have faith in the BBO. Let's just throw that out there. It's made up of a bunch of lawyers and retired judges, and you want to talk about a blue line, they look out for each other. I've never actually seen them do more than a slap on the hand. And Mr. Bradel himself lied to the BBO. Now that's a no-no. He probably would have got off with a slap on the hand in the case that he's dealing with about hiding evidence, and someone he's sitting in jail for however many years, over 18, I think it was, or something along there, for hiding evidence when he was a prosecutor in a case. But you lied to the BBO. So I think that's in itself may backfire on him. And now we have all these attorneys, including Mr. Alessi, got caught with their hands in the cookie jar. I thought Mr. Alessi would be more careful. Knowing,
well, Mr. Alessi's, you know, he's just doing this for fame. Honestly, I think
he's horrible, though. At least files.
I mean, I'm kind of surprised that like people give Mr. Alessi a lot of credit for some reason in the Karen Reed side. I would look at him like actually unhelpful as a Karen Reed, because he's
very unhelpful.
People like that I would never really want to be on my side, because those types of people are only look out for their own fame. I'm fighting for me not going to jail. I don't give a fuck about your fame. That to me is like
Federo, though. He's the same way. So there are reviews from him from years before the Karen Reed trial started, from other clients he had. And those clients say that all he cared about was media attention. They did not appreciate it. He wanted to try to, sell it to YouTubers and things of that nature. So it just shows like he's one of those people that just wants attention. Why do you think he is helping the sewer turtle?
So I'm reading a little bit of like Mr. Bailey, that law tuber, and he says this, and I disagree with him in this assessment, by the way. Brendan's argument is based heavily on emotion. It'll appeal strongly to people who are already on board, but it will grate with people who aren't, but increases the odds of a hung jury if there's anyone on the jury. That is like, I think he doesn't quite understand. It's the opposite. It's actually Jackson who's trying to appeal to emotion, while Hank is appealing to science. He's talking about cell phone data. He's talking about temperatures. These are all things you can't disprove. You can't say, well, he's in a garage, because guess what? A garage is not going to be as cold as outside. Okay. No, it's just not. It's not
even close.
You know what I mean? And and that's the problem. So I think a lot of these law tubers, I think I don't know what they're thinking. Sometimes I wonder, like,
They're thinking dollars and cents. You know what they're thinking.
Yeah. I mean, you have voicemails of this woman calling angrily saying no one knows where you are. And I think I liked how Mr. Hank basically pointed out, like, did he leave, asking why didn't Karen Reed ask, did he leave the house? When did he leave? None of those questions.
None of them. And Hank pulled that out brilliantly. Why wasn't she asking, when did he leave? Is he still inside?
And that would be the normal person's reaction. If I
Why
dropped,
are you waking Kaylee up panicked at 4 something in the morning unless you know something happened? That's weird.
And you know what? I think that, unfortunately, I think a lot of law tubers are a little bit too emotionally attached and not really thinking.
I mean, I'm not going to say I'm not emotionally attached in this case at this point, because I clearly am. But I at least can narrow out where the facts are and say when something is or something isn't. I don't think Alessi helped the defense. I think it was actually horrible for the defense. I don't know why they made that mistake, but I feel like they tried to pull the plug on him at the end there and replaced him with Jackson, realizing that it was a disastrous decision to use Alessi. He's too long-winded. He doesn't get to the point. Everything he says gets lost. I think it almost like equates to like a lot of Lally's sort of monotone, which I criticized last time. There were some things that Lally did last time that I thought he should have asked about, said, or did and didn't. And I criticized him for that. Like, you gotta, you know what I mean? You gotta at least try. I clearly am emotionally invested in this case, and I have an opinion. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to pander to anyone, and that includes all of you. If my opinion was different than some of you, then so be it. That's why I have a channel. I can give my analysis.
So what do you think of the verdict? Do you think like the verdict will come on Monday or Tuesday? Because I don't think our verdict's going to come in Friday. They're going to stay till 5.
We have a verdict today that is very bad for Karen.
Yeah, usually a jury that wants to convict you immediately, but I don't even think if a jury wanted to convict her immediately, they would rush to a Friday. I think there's a lot of evidence to shift through.
Well, she did say she was going to keep them until 5:30 today. So if they read all the stuff in an hour and they start around 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, 5:30, I think we probably won't get it until Monday. That's 3 hours, which is doable for a verdict.
No, I mean, there's a lot of information to shift through. I mean, like, you have to go through a lot. And I feel like
well, what they'll do is they'll get in the room, they'll take a vote to see who is where, and then they'll, start arguing it out, basically.
So we'll see. I think most likely, if I was to guess, it would probably a Monday afternoon, Tuesday morning. That's the 2 times I think. I don't think it's going to be more than that. You know what? I really do hope that we get a verdict of guilty. But, if not, then I think, I think the John O'Keefe's family is appreciative of the people that gave them support and also of the prosecution.
Everyone. They see it all. They appreciate it. They note it. Peggy especially, she sees, all the support from people and they appreciate the support from all of you. And the same, I can't speak for the McCabe's. I've never met the McCabe's, but I know that the Alberts appreciate it and they see it and they give their love, to all of you because they've been through hell too. And they still harass these people. Still. It's sad, Daybell was under an hour yesterday. It was 44 minutes. Wasn't it 44 minutes for Lori? 44? I think that's what it was. 44 minutes for that guilty verdict. Oh, Shannon, that's their favorite thing to do, right, B. Tim? Accuse others of what they do. It's projection at its finest, Right. She called John, but more like a cover. If you're saying, and Hank pointed this out brilliantly, right? 20-something minutes later, you're calling him saying nobody knows where you are. But you do know where he is. You know where you dropped him off. So why are you saying nobody knows where you are? That was a setup. To me, you're setting up no one knows where you went, John. What happened? No one knows. Because why? Just a few minutes later, are you saying no one knows where you are, John? And Hank beautifully pointed that out. Why? Just minutes later, she's saying nobody knows where you are.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was good to point out. But we'll see. I mean, you never know with a jury like this. And, it's a tough thing. It's a tough situation because you're dealing with, you're not only dealing with social media issues, you're dealing with Jack, multiple attorneys. This is a battle of, David and Goliath. And unfortunately, the prosecution is David on this whole situation. They are the ones dealing with basically millions of dollars in social media advertisement, bias of the
Make no
media.
mistake, they paid some of these people in the first trial. Some of these social media influencers were paid in the first trial. We know that. So I don't know if they paid them in the second. I think the momentum was already there, but they paid them in the first. So that's all they really needed to do to try to muddy the waters, Yeah, they may ask if they're close. They sometimes will ask to stay late to come to a resolution.
Yeah, if they're very close, if they're like, well, we're about to get done with this, because they might be like, hey, and if that's the case, then Karen Reed's fucked. If that actually happens, I'd be like, yeah, she's getting convicted. There's something they're not going to do, like, you're not guilty.
Yep. See, so that's it right there, Deb. Deb points it out right here. Lawyer went from 12,000 views to 125,000 views hours after his lives. It's the clicks and mob, unfortunately. Now, 12,000 views isn't going to make you much money. I promise you that. My videos get like 1,500 views usually around 48 hours after they're done. And that doesn't, that's sense. That's okay. So, but 125,000 on a live you do every day will bring in a little bit of change. And then you couple that with super chats and super stickers, memberships of 125,000 people. And yeah, you could be making a pretty penny.
Yeah. And you have to realize that this is, you have people will naturally not go against fighting, you know what I mean? Like their audience. And when you get that type of support and that many people, it changes your overall opinion, even if you don't know it. And I think the lawyer, and all these lawyers, they see the positive vibes of, going against the prosecution always. And they make money. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, in the end of the day, I think, it's an echo chamber. And I don't think it's actually a neutral person explaining and educating people on the law. I think it's mostly like a situation whereby you're just going for confirmation bias with some of these law tubers. And unfortunately, that's what the internet does with the YouTube and social media. A lot of people go for, hell, there's a lot of people here who thinks this lady's 100% guilty, including me. And you came here, or you came to Yellow Cottage Tales, or you came from whatever, because you wanted to be around like-minded people and you didn't want to be around fucking weirdos. So
I don't want to be around people that are spewing nonsensical shit when the evidence is in front of your face. You can't sit there and say there's no evidence when there's evidence. That's just nonsensical. Like, that's completely nonsensical. To sit there and say there's no evidence and she's factually innocent when there's zero facts that show any innocence, that's Delulu land living. Like, that's nutty. And Holly, the exchange rate's the exchange rate. There's nothing we can do about it. I appreciate it no matter how much it is, but I do know that Revolut doesn't charge like fees, and the exchange is actually better. So if you're in the UK or whatever, I have other people that use that, like Trisha uses it, and usually I think if she sends 10 in pounds, it ends up being like 11.13 here or something like that. British pounds and euros end up being a little bit more here, and they don't charge fees on Revolut. So that might be something that you guys can use just between your family there in the UK, because I know you guys don't have like Venmo. I didn't know they didn't have Venmo and Cash App like in the UK, but Revolut exists for all over the world. So that's something you can use like between your family and yourself or your friends, kind of like we use Venmo and Cash App, at least, that you guys have something like that. I just discovered it not that long ago, but hey, if it's something you can use with your own family and your own friends and stuff like that, that doesn't charge fees, that's kind of cool. Mastermind, yeah. Well, she masterminded quite a bit.
Yeah. I just hope that it always gets me a little bit worried with these jury situations, because
juries are unpredictable.
Yeah, you never really know. And that's the thing that gets me worried, because to me, it's a very simple case. It's a very simple situation. I don't even think I would take more than if I was a jury and I was completely neutral, it would probably take me no more than an hour to figure it out and be like, okay, guilty. It's like as simple as that.
Me either. But like you said, the juries are unpredictable, so you never know. And I always point out to some of the cases in Florida. I don't know what's in the water in Florida, but a lot of cases in Florida have let a lot of murderers go. We're talking about Casey Anthony the kid that killed his father and then killed his mother, and the jury didn't get to hear about how he killed his father a year prior to killing his mother. And can you imagine being the jury in that case and then being released from the case and finding out all over the media that he had killed his father a year before and you didn't know and you let him go? I can't imagine being that jury. That's not right.
Well, you ever heard of Florida man? You know what I mean? And Florida woman. You know,
Yeah.
I think sometimes people are in certain states are distrusting of the government a little bit,
Yeah.
and and I think that actually hurt. I mean, and look at a lot of the people who are in the freeform, movement they call it. There are a lot of those people are very distrusting of the government when it comes to their local government, but they're trusting
I'm
of the.
distrusting of the government, but I can see what is and what isn't. Like,
Mhm.
at least, I mean, I have seen, you're right though, a sort of bias in like some people who have had a DUI or whose kid had a DUI or who's been screwed over or lied to by the government, that they sort of latch on to the like, oh, the government is
Mhm.
corrupt and whatever. I get it. I can fall down a conspiracy rabbit hole. Some conspiracies aren't just conspiracies. They have truth to them.
Yeah.
This one though just doesn't. And I can tell the difference between something that is and isn't if you give me the evidence to look at. If you don't give me any evidence and all you give me is words, well, that doesn't show me anything. And that was the problem with this case, is all people got for like a year were just words from the defense, really salacious lies from the defense and the YouTubers that then spun to everyone else because that's all we were getting. That's all we were getting. And so many people latched onto those lies that some people are still saying that taillight was found on top of the snow. Now,
By the
that's
way,
not true. There's video of that. It's
by the way, what did you think of the fact of they try to bring the 227 back when they'd even try to disprove the 227, which was kind of wild to me that
That
they
was
were trying.
so strange to me that they even attempted that, knowing you didn't bring in anybody to dispute 2:27 a.m. and then trying to spin it, because I think it was brilliant of Hank to bring up. Jen still tried to get Karen to shut the hell up and not incriminate herself. Now, if someone's a mastermind of some criminal conspiracy, why wouldn't they let that person? If you want to here, you don't want to, I don't want to be the suspect. Let this person be the suspect. If she's spewing, things that are going to make her look bad, let her. Good. Then the eyes are off me, right? Like, let her be the suspect. But Jen's like, shut up. Like, you're incriminating yourself. I'm trying to help her. Like, Karen, shut the fuck up. Like, and I loved how Hank sort of masterfully pulled that out and was like, why would she try to help her? She was trying to like help Karen shut the hell up from incriminating herself, I think that was really smart. I think the defense kind of floundered when they did the 227 because they know Hank's going to come back up and be like, we have the data. And there's no evidence that, Jen talked to her sister beforehand. That's pure speculation. Nothing was deleted. We know that. The phone itself it deletes it to make room for the next thing. But it wasn't user deleted. We heard all about that. So unless you think that the jury are idiots and remember none of that and didn't take any notes whatsoever, you're really gambling with saying some of the things that Jackson did.
I mean, and then I find it interesting that a lot of lawyers seem to think like the prosecution has this, they don't have an actual like it's like vague. To me, if I sat there and I said, yeah, the cell phone data is going down, the cell phone's not moving, it doesn't show that he's anywhere else. If this case was being argued that he might have slipped on the ice and hit himself on the head, even that would be tough for me to believe, because I would sit there and be like, well, she backed her car up and she had to hit and her taillights smashed all over the place. I just think, I don't know. I don't see any, I mean, like, I don't understand these lawyers, to be honest with you. Like, when they believe the conspiracy theory, I just wonder if, like, is this why they're not attorneys anymore? They're YouTubers.
I don't know, but some of them I don't think practice anymore. Half of them are civil attorneys, and most of them get a lot of revenue from YouTube. So that's why. I explain a lot of that. That it's easy to explain because we know why they bought into the conspiracy. We know why they're saying nonsensical legal takes. We know why. We know why. You can't possibly have time to be a fantastic attorney and be on YouTube all the time. That's just not, it's not going to happen. It's just not, especially if you're doing criminal. Civil, maybe. And that's where we have a lot of these civil lawyers or retired lawyers or lawyers that stopped being lawyers so they could just do YouTube. Some of those people literally stopped practicing law to just strictly do YouTube, which is fine. You're making more money. I understand. But at least have a little integrity. Have a little bit. Don't give bogus legal takes you know are bogus.
I mean,
because it goes with the popular theory. And listen, I have family in Florida. Don't you worry. My brother and my grandmother live in Florida.
I mean, you have to look at it like this. When you were listening to Hank, did you feel that it was
on a Friday and reached a verdict on the following Monday?
Yeah.
Did
you
when you were listening? There's less evidence in that case.
Mm-hmm. When you were listening,
I would think Monday, if they come back today, Karen's ultimately screwed. You know?
If you were listening to Hank.
No, we don't do Saturdays or Sundays.
Do you hear me?
No Saturdays, no Sundays here.
Do you hear me?
In Massachusetts. I know other states do, but we do not. We don't do Saturdays or Sundays at all. Ever.
Do you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we don't ever do
Hello?
that. Ever. I think that it should be an option, especially in a case like this, so they can get it done. But I understand why they don't at the same time. But to sit all weekend, that's got to be obnoxious if I was the jury. So you have to think that maybe the jury will at least attempt to try to come to a verdict so they don't have to come back Monday. That's the only thing that makes me think like there's a small possibility of getting a verdict today. Because if those people do not want to come back Monday and deal with this again, they're going to try their hardest to get a verdict today and get the hell out of there, you know? It was long and largely because of the way the judge ran it. But again, that's something she did last time too. She should have learned from her BS. Of course, she didn't. And if this is the way she runs every trial, I hope I never have to watch another trial with this judge again. You know, I just really hope. I want to visit the land down under. I can't hear you. Are you muted? What's happening?
I tried.
Let's unmute. Let's mute you and unmute you.
Do you hear me now? Do you hear me now?
Can anybody hear beat him, or is it just me that can't hear him? What's happening? My audio is correct. What is happening? I cannot hear you. Hold this down for a second, BT. I'm gonna mute myself and figure this out.
Okay, or I'll just leave and come back when you come back and see if that works. I was thinking, I was like, is she able to hear me? Because she's like, but yeah, I just think the case is pretty strong for the prosecution, but you know, Jackson put a very strong closing, but I don't think there's a lot of facts supporting his closing. For me to believe Jackson, I would have to disbelieve the cell phone data. I would have to disbelieve the battery data. I would have to disbelieve people that heard Karen Reed. I would have to disbelieve Karen Reed's own words. There's a lot of things I'd have to disbelieve.
Karen's own words would be one good one.
Oh, so you can hear me now, right?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, good.
I don't know what happened. My headphones were on. I just shut them off and turned them back on, and then I could hear you again. So I don't know.
This happens. But
I don't know.
It's something that Alan Jackson is asking the jury and people to just not believe anything, not believe the EMT workers, the fire, you know, the police, the cell phone data, the car data, basically everyone but his paid people and blackmailed people. It's kind of weird. Yeah,
it is weird.
It was a lot of speculation, and that's what I feel like is a problem.
Pure speculation, like just pure speculation. A lot of it was twisting things, speculation, and Jackson just throwing it in there and hoping on hope that the jury believes it and it just takes his word.
And the one thing I'd sit there and I'm like, you know, Jackson wants to say like, you know, you don't have enough evidence to prove my client's guilty. Well, you don't have even remotest bit of evidence to accuse Higgins of killing someone or accusing anyone of anything, or even Chloe the dog. There's less evidence. There's no dog DNA. There's no real, you know, any sort of dog hair. It's just Yeah, I just bounce around. I jump around a lot.
Yeah, he bounces around. He's one of our favorite guests.
But I just find it very interesting that none of the FKRs just sit there and say to themselves, "Wait a minute, we're going to accuse like a bunch of people who just because with no proof." It's not a good idea. And I think Jackson, I think the jury, if they're neutral, are going to see through it. If not, and she gets off, it's going to be a sad situation. It's a bad precedence to make in Boston, Massachusetts. I wouldn't want to be there if that's the case, because it just shows you if you have enough money and enough,
do whatever.
You could do whatever you want. You can get away with murder, and you can contaminate, and you can have the media love you. And I know how this game goes, because if she gets off, she's going to have a honeymoon phase. Everyone's going to love her. And then she's going to fuck herself over, and eventually people will turn on her, just like many other cases. For instance, what was that girl that killed her mother by what was her name? Blatch or something like that? I'm trying to remember. She went to jail for 10 years.
I don't know.
She was claiming her mother had Munchausen.
I know what you're talking about. Oh God. Gypsy Rose.
Gypsy Rose. Yeah. Everyone loved her. She was great. Everyone loved her. And then when she gets out of jail, like, oh shit. And when they seen the actual report, everything, they're like, oh shit, this lady's fucked up.
Yep.
And they started not liking her anymore, Gypsy Rose. Yep. Same thing with O.J. Simpson. Years later, people realized, man, he did kill that woman and that man.
Yeah, he definitely. I mean, come on, he went on a freaking car chase after that. And anybody to believe that he didn't? That's crazy.
Casey Anthony, the same thing. She's a pariah. She tried to start up her TikTok, and people were fucking pissed. You know what I mean? So, that's the thing. Eventually that honeymoon phase ends, and a person like Karen Reed, she talks too much, and eventually it's going to come out, and the views are going to follow shitting on her.
That's half the problem is she talks too much. So if she talks more, you don't think there's going to be more that she's going to say that's going to debunk her theory? Of course there is, because the truth still stays the truth. And to answer Jezebel's question, no, none of the clips that were shown support her defense theory in any way. It bungles it hard.
And also, I know the whole YouTube game. You could be a hero one day, and the next minute you're the fucking villain, because the thing is, it's all about the algorithm, and it's all about the views. And right now, Karen Reed will be the hero if she gets off, and everyone will love her for the 6 months. But then the views will turn, and people will be like, wait, we can make more money shitting on Karen Reed now because all this evidence and just how it is, man.
The way it goes, and it's sad because there are so many there's a real life damage that goes with that. There are real humans that have to suffer because of this. And that's the sad part. There's a human toll to all of this.
I mean, I would say that, I think the O'Keefes and all the people that are affected should start fucking suing these motherfuckers.
The O'Keefes already started a lawsuit against Karen.
Well,
they already have one.
I would say that the O'Keefes should start suing certain YouTubers too.
I agree.
In my opinion. I would definitely
some of the witnesses are planning on doing that.
You know what I mean? I would definitely start multiple litigations against certain YouTubers that have been, not just not people that are just reporting on it and maybe have a biased view, but people that have visibly been spreading lies about them.
Yep. And I mean, if I was LTL, the Glarer, or Turtle Boy, some of these other people, Nurse Cam Tom, I'd be worried. I would be extremely worried, especially the sewer turtle, because he's going to be buried in civil suits for as long as he lives, probably.
Yeah, I can't believe that guy got off. I mean, that to me was wild, actually, got off.
It was wild to everyone who knows common sense.
I mean, I think even fucking Turtle Boy thought he was going to jail, to be honest with you. I saw his face. I was like, wow, he knew. Because you filmed it, man.
I think something just felt wrong.
Did the judge give a reason, why he no reason at all? He's just well, you haven't met your burden. I mean, the guy was harassed.
The burden was met, and we all know that the burden was overly met. It was on video. It was shown. The COs testified to seeing it. So unless you're saying that COs are not credible and the video doesn't show what it exactly shows, and I think Cosgrove beautifully put it as there are people who call their person that is on a restraining order and say, yes, you can come over. I don't care about the restraining order, whatever, come on over. Right. I've seen this happen so many times. Guy comes over, something happens, the cops get called, he gets arrested. And what does he get told when he goes into court and says, hey, but she told me I could. She okayed it. And the judge looks at them and says, it doesn't matter.
Now, do you agree with...
You should know you shouldn't be there.
So we're going to listen to more Bailey YouTuber advice here. He says, the suggestion that using encryption is sketchy is insane to me. Every communication app now uses encryption because it's wildly irresponsible not to. Nearly everything you do in computer involves encryption. That's not what it meant.
Not that level encryption. Not that level of encryption where it can't be retrieved. Not that level of encryption. Yes, there's always some encryption to keep people safe. That's the point, right? Your banking information's encrypted, all of that. But it's not to the point where it can't be retrieved if necessary. That's a whole different level of shadiness. And if you're going to say something like that, back it up with facts, because Arca admits they've never used it before. They haven't used it since. That is the only time they've ever used it.
Yeah, to me,
Why? Because it's not a standard operating practice. You have to keep things. Most companies keep them for at least 7 years, if not 10, in case of a subpoena.
Yeah,
in case of legal.
I mean, like, to me, like, him making such a statement is kind of wild because it shows that he doesn't quite understand what the whole point of it was.
Yeah, he doesn't.
The whole point was that you have a group of people that are deleting their text messages with the defense and also using an encrypted app to communicate while they're not supposed to have any communications at all with them due to a federal order, and that they were supposed to be neutral. And that was the problem. So this is what I think happens. I think a lot of these
what government contractor is going to use Signal?
Yeah,
like that's crazy to me.
I think that.
So who wanted to see me? I'll see you at sidebar for just a minute.
Sidebar.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Can't be real life. Joy said, I heard one of those law tubers say the most vile things about Paul being an abuser and a pervert. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Yeah, because that's all they have is trying to go back after people that they don't like.
Yeah, and I would suggest Paul sue him, sue that person.
Oh, they're going to.
You know what I mean? Because you can't claim someone's an abuser because that is defamation. You don't have any proof of that. So that's clearly, and they're not a public figure. Paul O'Keefe is not a public figure.
No.
Yes.
But these are vile people. So unfortunately, you're dealing with a lot of low lives. Some of these law tubers just vile people. To say that about anything.
Yeah. It makes me sad because I want people to learn about the law and know about certain things. And if people are willing to sort of spin that, then you're not giving the correct information to people. You're misinforming them. And they take that other places and spread that misinformation. Like, shame on you.
Hold 1 second.
We are ready for that. We are ready for a guilty. She does. She tells herself.
Let's hope that there's a guilty, but you never know with a jury. They could come back with an acquittal. They can come back with a hung jury. You just don't know.
Fingers crossed. Fingers freaking crossed. He deserves to be wrapped up in a blanket and stuffed in a trunk. Yeah, Signal. So she had it set for, I think, 4 hours. Auto delete after 4 hours.
Yeah, and Kearney has them all, probably. He probably.
Make no mistake. I fully believe he has screenshots.
Oh yeah,
and he help himself.
And he probably hid that shit immediately somewhere. I wouldn't be shocked if it's like a little fucking buried somewhere.
He's not smart enough. He would have left it in his phone that the government now has.
Nah, I think he has 100%. It hidden somewhere.
I think he thought he hid it somewhere because he has 2 devices.
Hey, Paul.
2 phones on purpose. He uses one for like shady stuff and then uses the other for regular stuff. He is a perpetual victim, but he likes to call everybody else that. That's what I find funny.
Yeah. Anyway, I got work. It's good talking to you. You have a good one. Let's hope we get a verdict soon.
Yep. Fingers crossed. Jim. All right.
You okay with that?
They had lunch. I'm starving like a hostage myself. I can still hear them, but very vaguely. Yeah, exactly. Nothing that you can't retrieve, you know? Long. JMS. Unfortunately, I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's long, okay? Jury instructions are quite long. So, but they will, yes, Jack, they'll get a few hours of deliberation. So yeah, spreading misinformation. fake interpretations. That's harmful. Harmful.
All right, jurors. Going to give you the instructions now in the law. But first, I want to thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purpose of reaching a verdict. But before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you the instructions concerning the law. These instructions are divided into 3 parts. The first part, general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second part, specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case. And third, guidelines for your deliberations. Please listen carefully to all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give any special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You'll also get a written copy so that you may refer to it in the jury room during deliberations. I will try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. Lawyers or witnesses may suggest something about the law. That's not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you what the law is. I'll now turn to part 1 of these instructions, which are general instructions that apply to all criminal cases. As I've explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies to all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented at this trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I'll explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. She does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. How do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven that each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk about the roles we all have. First, the function of the jury. You are the most important people in this room. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and yours alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must decide the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have seen, heard in this courtroom, and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion, sympathy, passion, or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I'm giving it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in the case. However, I have no opinion about how you should decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during this trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on your evaluation of the evidence. The arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during the trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. The verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, and the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits that were introduced in this trial. You will have those exhibits with you in the deliberation room. In addition, as you heard during the trial, the prosecution and defendant agreed that certain things are true. Therefore, you must accept those things as true. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as previous testimony of witnesses, police reports, autopsy and accident reconstruction reports, and perhaps other reports. You may naturally wonder why neither side has introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you review the exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed from there. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about the case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements and any comments they made, are not evidence. If the lawyers or I made any comments during the trial, those comments are not evidence and you must base your verdict only upon the evidence. In an interaction between a lawyer and a witness, you may consider only the witness's testimony as evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witness, that is, their answers to the questions and the exhibits are evidence. Finally, on this topic, if one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence and that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in the courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law. I have allowed you folks to take notes during the trial if you chose, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with the other jurors. Please consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until then. For each indictment, you must decide whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of that specific charge. Your decision as to each charge must be unanimous, meaning that all 12 deliberating jurors must agree. You will receive one verdict slip for each indictment. When all 12 jurors agree on the verdict for a particular indictment, the foreperson should check off that verdict and then sign and date the slip in ink. For each charge, if you all agree that the Commonwealth has proved every element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find Ms. Reed guilty of that charge. On the other hand, if you all agree that the Commonwealth did not prove one or more elements of a particular charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You'll remember that we took a view in this case. It seems like a very long time ago, but we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations. It is the jury's job to earnestly seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. You should evaluate the testimony of a police officer in the same way you would evaluate anyone else's testimony. You must not automatically believe or disbelieve a witness just because the person is a police officer. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship did they have to the case, to the other witnesses or parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witnesses and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable, or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for this purpose. Also, if there has been a suggestion that a witness recently contrived their testimony, you may take into account any earlier statement the witness made which was consistent with their present testimony. The prior statement is relevant only as to the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for this purpose. You have heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted test or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted tests or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involved factual determinations that are entirely up to you. And you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. During the trial, I gave you some instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I'm going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You've heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed may have had with Mr. O'Keefe in Aruba and others in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29, 2022. You may not consider the evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored the electronic communications were in fact John O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, Michael Proctor, Brian Higgins, or others alleged to have authored or created them. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the persons alleged to have authored or transmitted or created the communications were the persons alleged to have done so, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding the case. Photographs have been entered into evidence, and in some instances, those photographs will be inside an envelope when they go back to you to the deliberation room. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that Ms. Reed was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you can reasonably infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Now, you have heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all of the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witnesses' testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinioned witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training, and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of the witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the facts in the hypothetical were true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. You have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you have that you do with respect to the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value, that they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it's written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what an exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, to give the exhibit. Certain charts and summaries not admitted into evidence have been shown to you as testimonial aids intended to summarize, clarify, simplify evidence, or to help explain the contents of records, documents, computer data, or other evidence introduced in the case. Charts and summaries are not new evidence, and you should give them only such weight as you think the underlying evidence deserves. So you've heard me talk about sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that you have to decide the case. Now, with that evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense. Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience. In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe because you're entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Indirect or circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that's sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Indirect or circumstantial evidence alone is sufficient to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seem more reasonable to you. Remember, when you're dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from indirect or circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or that the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends to equally give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all of the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household hands you the mail and states that they observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the events with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether that witness was credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday.
What if
the
it's
letters
UPS?
in the box are postmarked? You have exactly the same power in this case. Not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I've just described. You may have noticed that Ms. Reed did not testify at this trial. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that Ms. Reed did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You're not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. Now that completes the first part of my instructions. Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed. The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. So in that indictment, Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. Now I just want to tell you that our Supreme Judicial Court has promulgated jury instructions on homicide charges that I have to read verbatim. So I want to make sure to do that right. So murder in the second degree. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. 1, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to Ms. Reed, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 sub-elements, which I shall call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of these 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether John O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant, or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the second indictment is the indictment charging manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And there are lesser included offenses on this verdict slip as well, and I'll explain
They
those
can
to you
read
as well.
They can read, Beverly. I think this is way too much. I've never seen a judge read
In
a
order to
million
prove
things and not let the
manslaughter
jury
while
figure it
operating
out.
a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place which the public has the right of access.
She did.
Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater.
It was.
Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe.
Yep.
To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle.
Stupid.
A person operates a motor vehicle
They know.
while doing all of the
not
things,
stupid.
the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also in doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, and whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they have consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that the defendant's ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient by itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Under the second theory, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test or the test results. The fourth element the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently, that is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger of death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental. But it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result.
Back up 24 miles an hour.
As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in that category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well the defendant could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what the time of day, the weather, and the condition of the road were, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all five elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with that lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. So I'm going to define involuntary manslaughter for you. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. And third, the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act in a natural and continuous sequence results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving grave risk of harm to another that a person undertakes with indifference or disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of great danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined that term. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, The offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you that charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also charges her with the lesser included offense, with that lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. On the verdict slip, that just means you start from the top and you work your way down. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has the right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as previously instructed a few moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the 4th element, so I'll focus on that. To prove the 4th element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by not doing something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have, and by doing so created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that she could have avoided by driving more carefully. The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition and how well she could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of a road it was and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The offense of manslaughter while operating under a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and the lesser offense, I'm sorry, hold on. And the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with these lesser included offenses. So the Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of operating under the influence, even if it fails to prove the greater charges of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and motor vehicle homicide. You may find the defendant guilty of operating under the influence only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide, but are convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of operating under the influence. To prove the defendant guilty of operating under the influence, the Commonwealth must prove elements 1, 2, and 3 that I instructed you on motor vehicle homicide while OUI. So the third indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In order to prove the defendant guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated a motor vehicle on a public way or in a place which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. Fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed on the first and second elements. The other 4 elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define these any further, correct? Okay.
Oh my God.
Thank you. All right. As a general rule, you're permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm, or intends to do an act which, in the circumstances known to him or her, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. That completes my second part of the instructions. I'm now going to turn to the third and final part,
Are you
which is
freaking
shorter.
kidding me?
In order for a jury to return a verdict, that is, to reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note that there are 18 of you. To avoid the need for a new trial if one or more jurors becomes ill or is to be excused for some good reason, we customarily impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. Because of the anticipated and now actual length of this trial, we impaneled more jurors than are commonly impaneled. However, when you begin your deliberations, the law in Massachusetts is that only 12 jurors can deliberate. Therefore, at the conclusion of my instructions, Mr. McDermott will reduce your number to 12 on a random basis. The jurors not selected to serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors. If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted, because as I've indicated, it's important that we have extra jurors in case of an emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill, or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the whole case all over again with the new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position, and the jury will be required to start deliberations from the beginning. Therefore, it's important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone else, including each other. For if an alternate becomes a member of the jury for deliberations, the alternate's views should be his or her own and not be influenced by anyone else. Different states and jurisdictions use different means to select a foreperson of the jury. In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own person. In Massachusetts, the judge is responsible for selecting the foreperson. A foreperson of a jury has been described as the first among equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The foreperson has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations. However, and in that sense, the juror is equal with all other jurors. I am going to ask the juror seated in seat number 1, your juror number 5, sir, would you agree to be foreperson in this case? I'm going to ask you if you would be foreperson in this case. Thank you. I always appreciate it when people say yes before I tell you what's involved, but thank you very much. All right. So the foreperson will be given the verdict slip setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree. So, all right, so I skipped the line. And when you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you'll be using in returning your verdict. So the foreperson will be given the verdict slip setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision to any specific charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should consider each indictment individually and continue deliberating until you've reached a final verdict. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I remind you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in this case, to dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous to reach an unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors simply for the purpose of reaching a verdict. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin by conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes before you've had completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions.
I noticed that too.
All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not conscientiously aware of them. And I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence.
Possibly.
Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions, so don't be shy or hesitant to speak up.
Yep.
Still talking.
You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible, and that is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. Perhaps I said something you did not understand. If you have any questions, please feel free to bring them to my attention by writing a note dated and signed by the foreperson and sending it to me by way of the court officers. I'm not suggesting for a minute that you have to have questions, but if you do, that's the process. Because your role as the jury is to determine the facts in this case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible for me to provide you with a transcript of the testimony. If you send a question to me, I'll respond after consulting with the lawyers.
Starving.
Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. Generally, we will not answer a question or take a verdict from 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock, but I think you've all waited so long to get this case, I think we can change that. But the court staff needs a luncheon break. You'll have lunch brought into you, and you can decide whether or not you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or continue and deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return the next morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before you until such time as you've reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict on each indictment. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict forms and notify the court officer when you've reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts. This will be the last time I'm going to see counsel at sidebar, but I'm required to see counsel at sidebar.
Are you fucking kidding me? There's no weekends in Massachusetts. They go home. They go home. So here we go. Back to sidebar. For F's sake. Like, I'm starving, Bev. Wrap this up. I don't think the sidebar had anything to do with the instructions. This is just usually what happens right before the jury gets sent. I think it's been like 6 actually today. Oh, this is them picking them. They're putting all the balls, all the bingo balls in the thing.
May I?
Yes.
Could the juror sitting in seat number 13 step down and take your place as an alternate?
Oh, they're picking the alternates out.
Could the juror sitting in seat number 7 step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 6, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 17, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
Yeah, no.
Juror 2,
Not
could
here.
you step down and take your place as an alternate? And Juror 8, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
Right? Like spin that thing
All
around a
right.
couple times.
Yes, please do.
Could I have the court officers raise your right hands? Do you
I have
swear that
no
you will keep this
control
jury in alternates in some
over
separate
when.
but convenient place until they agree, that you not suffer any person to speak to them, and to speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse until they have discharged their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you've heard here in court during the trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may retire and deliberate your verdict.
Jurors, make sure you take your notebooks with you, please.
Well, yeah, I believe nothing he says. Absolutely nothing. He does not know how to read people, and he just says shit for clicks. So, and he's almost always wrong. So, I think she just always picks the person in seat number 1. I think that's how she does it. It has been a man twice, but in the state of Massachusetts, the judge picks the foreperson. That's in our laws. It's not the jury, it's the judge. Yeah, no. I don't think so. I think it was 6, 8.
I'm going to see counsel one more time.
2 or something. Well, I don't have any indications that he's ever right about a goddamn thing. Remember all the yappity yap he had last year about this one, this juror, that juror, and they're going to believe this. She's going to be acquitted right away. And he was completely and utterly wrong, of course, that she was going to be acquitted so quick, very, very quick. And everybody knew she was not guilty. And then you had Ronnie the juror, which threw off everything that he thought that he knew. So. Yeah, he's an idiot. He doesn't even know what he thinks, to be honest. Now, see how he's positioned in between 2 journalists sitting with their computers? Make no mistake that when he realizes the camera is aimed that way, he'll stand up. He'll stand up. He'll get in between. He's an attention whore. It's all he cares about. Oh, I'm praying. I'm praying. But now we're on verdict watch. That means I don't get to have lunch at the moment. So hungry. Not gonna lie, I'm still thinking about those mozzarella sticks. Still. And maybe even like, you guys mentioned them yesterday because we were talking about, somebody asked me if breadsticks could be a meal. And I'm like, yeah, if you order them from Papagino's, they have like a whole, you can buy a large and they're breadsticks. And they come with, yeah, you can get like a whole box of them. It's like a whole meal. You know what I'm saying? A verdict watch clock. Good idea. Let's see. I don't know if we can do that. I can start one on my phone. I don't know how else we would get one on the screen. Actually, you know what? I can do it like this. Boop. Hold on. Hold on a second. I'm gonna get smaller for a second. Although it obviously, they started it. There's their verdict watch clock. I started mine. Mine's at 23 seconds, so they started theirs a little bit before me, but I can do that. I can do that. I know how to do that. Let's see. Got a poll. What should said poll question be? How many days for a verdict? How many? How many hours? gosh. Why did my caps lock turn itself on? Like, you don't do that. We're gonna do
Judge, the first thing is counsel this morning and yesterday looked at exhibits, and I believe that we were pretty close. We had one exhibit that needed to be dealt with. Ms. Little, what number is that one again? 150?
Yes, this is exhibit 155.
155, and I'll let Ms. Little take it from there.
Yes, there's just one page, Your Honor. I believe, and my memory is not perfect, but I believe that we were going to have this redaction subject to the same redactions from last trial. I think there's just one line here that needs to be redacted.
Okay, is the Commonwealth in agreement with that one line?
No objection. I believe it was redacted last time, so if the defense
Okay.
wants to make that redaction, you can go into evidence.
Great.
See that Sharpie and maybe I can just take care of it.
I think we probably have one here you can have.
I definitely have one somewhere.
All right.
That's number one. And number two is, can counsel look at the verdicts and just tell me if verdict slips and just tell me if they're okay with it? Thanks.
You'll see that it's not what you provided me yesterday, Mr. Kennedy.
I agree. I've been saying about the sequestration for a while. It just went to jury, Dougie. Just went. Say your prayers, my friend, that they get this done. I see that one, yeah. Mine's going in the background. I have mine going over here. Mine's at 3 minutes, 11 seconds, 12 seconds. So I started mine a little bit after theirs. I don't know. I would go. I'm in the 3 to 6 hour category, I think, on this. It's my opinion. I can't vote on my own poll. It's up to you. Oh, absolutely. If this day ends with no verdict, yeah. Absolutely, she'll be living it up this weekend. It's all of them. Oh, they will. They'll scream. They'll yell. They'll use their pom-poms. You know what I mean?
Counsel, you can keep doing that. Mr. Rose, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will keep that jury in some separate but convenient place until they agree, and that you not suffer any person to speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse and then charge their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God? Simply because you weren't in the room. Thank you.
That's right, Joan. Say a little prayer. Everybody say a little prayer. It is ridiculous. They were busting, I think, last time. Yep. You can. You don't have to believe in a specific God to pray. You can pray to anything you want. A rock, the sky, the trees, the air. Atheist or not, my friend.
Is the Commonwealth content?
Days.
Commonwealth content.
So, Your Honor, I understand that you've rejected our proposed verdict slip.
So everybody else can sit down. Mr. Yannetti can stand.
Thank you. I understand that you've rejected
Come on.
our proposed verdict slip. Our concern with this verdict slip is that there are 4 options for, actually more than that, 7 options for guilty verdicts, 1 option for not guilty. And we're concerned that This is
Too bad.
too confusing. for the
That's what you said last time.
So we are asking that there be not guilty options for
Again.
each of the charges,
No.
including the offense charged
No.
and each one of the lesser included offenses. We really ran into the same issue last time. I think
No.
what complicates
You
it
confused
is
them.
the fact that there are two theories for two of the lesser included.
Do you suggest that doesn't accurately reflect the law?
It does reflect the law. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it makes things very confusing, and that's why we believe that it cries out for some not
No.
guilty option.
Do not change
given
it.
the amount of options for convictions on this verdict slip.
No.
So
Okay.
we would again ask the court to adopt our proposed verdict slip.
So your proposed verdict slip did not cite any case law. Do you have any case law
Nope.
that supports that proposition,
Nope.
Ms. Giannetti? I have not found any. I've looked.
There's not a lot of case law out there even for this verdict slip either.
Oh, please.
Other than that has never been proven, has never been found to be inaccurate.
Not yet.
Okay.
And I mean that
So,
with all
so
respect.
that's fine. So your rights are reserved. Does that help you?
Right, well, all we can do is object, Judge, and you make
Okay.
the decision.
Okay.
Judge, the last couple.
If you find authority for that, let me know.
We'll do.
Okay.
The last couple things, judges, that
No.
we were provided with a clean
Laptop?
computer laptop. Thanks. We were, with a clean laptop. Defense counsel had a chance to, or at least defense had a chance to look at it, and I think it's fine. But
All right. So we'll send that in with the exhibits. I need to go edit my charge to fix all the typos.
and then the final thing is I provided counsel with the exhibit list that we had, and it was satisfactory for both sides.
Great.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Judge learned her lesson last time. She's not changing it. Oh, well. They did this BS last trial, and that actually confused the jury. So she's not doing it. She's holding to what they have always used in that courthouse that is no different than what is always used. Always. Literally always. Good. I hope she does lose her shit, and I hope it does make it more confusing so that they just check off something guilty and say, fuck it, she's guilty, bye. They did. Exactly. They switched it last time due to what the defense wanted. You know? Yeah, put the gloves on and then start screaming about your hands, Yannetti. I mean, they did. They did. They did. And of course, he proposed that it be changed, and the judge found no case law to support changing the thing to have not guilty next to every single one, which is what confused the jury last time. And of course, as Yannetti points out, like, not yet, not yet. Like, you know, throwing up a whole, like, we'll appeal this based on the verdict slip. Yeah, you do that. Have fun with that. Let me know how that works out for you. Oh, that's right. It won't. It's just going to be nonsensical nonsense, you know? He is making a record. It's just a stunt, you know, stunt, an actual stunt. Exactly. Well, they have one that says not guilty. It's that simple. Yeah, save it for an appeal that you can rile your mob up about. Like, absolutely clownish behavior, you know? You know, that's, I don't know. But trying to explain what a motor vehicle is or what driving is kind of silly if you ask me, as if no one knows, you know? Well, that is exactly what that was, a bone for free Karen Reed, you know? I mean, I think they still could, and I've watched a lot of trials and I've sat in on a lot of trials here in Massachusetts, and they could still, you know, come up with a quick verdict even with those instructions. But yeah, I feel like it was a little much. There was too much. I mean, the jury essentially knows you come to a decision and it has to be unanimous. It's really that simple. I like meatball subs. That sounds good. It's the pricks you have to watch for. I love it. I love it. Yeah, if there wasn't authority, you'd have it. There isn't any. The judge already looked. Very desperate, Shannon. We know this, you know? She is done. And because they made such a big deal about it last time, and because it confused the jury by changing it for the defense, she learned her lesson. At least with that. She didn't learn her lesson with anything else, but she learned her lesson with that, you know? I think it wants to raise all of our blood pressure. You know what I'm saying? Like, everyone's blood pressure gets raised from that. Like, fucking with the firm in the middle caused the mistrial. It's with the form. Yeah, exactly. Of course they tried it again. They want a mistrial. I'm glad she stood her ground and said, nope, sorry. RP says, Your Honor, we'd like to request jury instructions be given to ignore all evidence and find our client not guilty. That's exactly what they would ask for if they think that if they whined enough, they would get it. Thank you, RP. I appreciate that. That's okay. There was an hour of jury instruction. You can skip right on over that, Ash. You know, you can skip right on over it. Like, it's all for the cult, my friends. All for the cult. I can't wait to see what happens with them at the end of this because their behavior has been disgusting. They can't present any arguments without lying. That's half the problem. You know? I love all of you. I love you all. And while we're on the subject of everybody loving everybody, do me a favor and hit the like button. I'd appreciate that. I would appreciate if y'all hit the like button. If you haven't already, please smash that like button for me. Hit the subscribe button if you already haven't. We have options to help out the channel. I am still just a little guy in a big pool of a lot of bigger channels, and I am attempting to grow this channel and keep this channel after this trial and continue on to other trials. And I can't do that alone. I need you guys' help with that. Our channel runs on donations from you guys. It's the way that we get by week to week at this point because we're just a little guy, remember? And so we have many options pinned to the chat in YouTube. There is a link that you can use to donate credit or debit, and you don't have a payment app. Otherwise, we have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. We have those options. And Revolut, for those of you who are overseas, Revolut has no fees. It works well. It's a good exchange rate, things of that nature. We do also have Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. The Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships take over a month to get to the actual creator after YouTube takes their cut. So that's why I always encourage people to do it the most direct route, which are these routes. That's what keeps us alive and running and going and going. And now we're on a verdict watch, folks. We are on a verdict watch. You want to rewatch Hank's closing? We can. Now that I'm done crying, I did reach out to Matt. I did reach out to Matt to make sure he was okay. We have a great live chat. We do. The alternates go every day. They go every day, and they have to sit in a separate room from where the deliberating jurors are because they can't interact with the regular jurors. So but they have to go because if something happens with one of the other jurors, then they have to be there to take the place of one of the regular jurors. So I did reach out to Matt to make sure he was all right because people were saying something happened. I hadn't gotten a response as of last night, I don't think. So I'm checking now because you reminded me. No response yet. I think he's okay. He's been online, so we are a fun bunch. I reached out to him. I think if something, super serious would happen, we would know. I think he's okay. No, they're not allowed. Nobody can talk to each other. The deliberating jurors can talk to each other about it in deliberations, but the alternate jurors can't sit there and talk about it now. They have to talk about something else, Yeah, well, they're not gonna deliberate for the weekend. So the thing is it's gonna be today. And then they're gonna go home for the weekend if they can't come to a decision today. So 41% of you say 3 to 6 hours. 22% as of right now, it's going up and down, say 7 to 10 hours. 12% of you say 11 to 14, and 24% of you say 15 to 18 or more on the poll. So 41% think 3 to 6 hours. So the 3 to 6 hours would fall in between today and Monday morning. Well, that would be okay. That would be my first question, right, Holly? That would be my first question is, all right, guys, how many of us want to come back Monday? Do you think we can get this done today? Let's start knocking through all of the pieces of evidence so that we can get to voting. if I'm a juror in that room, that's what I'm doing. Like, so I don't think 2.5 hours is enough either, but hey, you never know. Juries will surprise you sometimes. The judge said she was going to ask them if they would stay until 5:30 today. So no, the alternates still have to stay there. They're not gone. They have to stay there. They are in a separate room. That's the way it works here in Massachusetts. I don't know how it works in other states, if they just send them home or how that works other places, but here in Massachusetts, that's the way it works. Is that they get put in a completely separate room than the deliberating jurors, and they still have to stay in that room. So, yeah, they go home all weekend. Yep. That's the way it works here. Well, that's the thing. I mean, you have to think about it. They've probably been checking out social media the entire time. You can't believe that they haven't been. I don't believe that they haven't seen anything on social media about this case. When that, judge asks those same 3 questions every morning, I say the same thing. I don't believe for 1 second that they didn't see anything or hear anything inadvertently about this case. You just can't believe it when it comes to this. You just literally can't. So sending them home for the weekend is no more than what they've already seen, in my opinion. You know what I mean? The whole thing's a shit show, No, if one of them drops out, you have to replace it with an alternate. That's how it works. If the regular deliberating jurors, one gets sick, ends up in the hospital, dies, whatever, they replace that person with an alternate. So they can't just send the alternates, bye-bye, gone, forever, you're done, no worries. They have to be in a separate room and wait until deliberations are over. The whole jury is released once deliberations are done and a verdict has been reached. Of course they do. They think jurors 5, 10, 11, 13, 15, and 18 could be FKR people. That's what they believe. That's what they believe. But again, they're getting their information from the sewer turtle. Take it, with a grain of salt, my friends, So yeah, so he probably has, family stuff going on. That's all. You never, I don't know. That's what the judge said yesterday. So I don't know if she'll hold them to that or what. We'll have to find out. We don't have any information on whether she's going to. That would be amazing. Likely, no. Amazing, yes. But you got to think about it. They don't probably want to be there on Monday. They don't want to do this again. Right? Do a whole nother. They're going to try to come to a conclusion as quick as they can. Think about it. If you're in the jury room, you have sat through this thing for freaking 9 weeks almost. And at this point, you've had half days off, sent home early, not coming in on other days, long weekends, all this BS, right? You finally get in that deliberation room with a few hours left to the day. Do you want to come back Monday, or do you want to just be done with this? I want to be done with it. So if we can come to a resolution today, I'm doing it as best as I can, at least, if I'm on that jury, because I don't want to come back Monday, Mine too, Dougie. Mine too, my friend. Mine too. No, they don't start. Well, they do and they don't. So they replace it with a different person, and then the whole group has to restart deliberations. But at that point, you would think that most of these people have already made up their mind. So like the one juror that comes in has got to probably be the one that starts going through all the evidence that they already went through. So it's like they do have to start over, but in a way they don't, because most of the other jurors have seen a lot of the evidence, looked at it already, talked about it already. So it's a yeah and a no, Well, if they have one of those people on the jury and that person says something that wasn't in the trial or reveals themselves in some way, and you have to believe that they're not going to, people aren't smart enough to not spew things that they think are part of the conspiracy when they're FKR, if you get in that deliberation room. And if there's something that they spew that the jury hasn't heard, and they're like, all the jurors are like, where'd you hear that from? That wasn't in the trial. Yeah, they can tell a court officer, and that would become an issue. I mean, I fully believe they've seen it on social media. There's no way that they haven't. There's just no way, you know? It has been a strategy, you know? Oof. We've had some really shitty wins here too. Probably nothing near what you're dealing with, but wins that were like rocking my house the other day. It was hot too outside. Yes, better than the whole trial. We're glad everything's good, Cookie. Let's hope so. Let's hope so, Michael. Let's hope so. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Believe me, there are some things that need to change in Massachusetts, and victims' rights need to be one of them. Because the victims just get left behind, and the people who are doing these things and hurting people just get away with it. And I'm tired of seeing it. I'm so tired of seeing it, you know? Oh yeah, they will. If that happens, then yes, they will be replaced. They can't refuse to deliberate. That's not, they'd be replaced in a second, you know? Exactly. They want their lives back. They want, and you have to remember, they've been staring at John's family. They're right across from where John's family is this entire trial. Can you imagine the weight you feel as a juror on making sure that you give a resolution to that family? And if you aren't going to, what kind of weight you'll feel if you're a lying FKR person to not give resolution? I can't imagine those jurors feeling right now, you know? After midnight, huh? That's not going to happen here. That's not going to happen here. Not in Massachusetts. That's not gonna, they do send them home. It's not going to happen. That's crazy. After midnight, huh? Or was it after midnight there? Or was it after midnight here? Like with the time difference. Right? I mean, apparently she said it wasn't illegal to drive after drinking, which is just not true. Even if you've only had one beer, the legal limit is about 2 beers. So even if you've had one beer, right, and you're driving and a cop pulls you over and he's like, "You got a taillight out, ma'am." And you're like, "Oh, I didn't know I had a taillight out because I'm not staring at the back of my car while I'm driving, am I?" And the cop's kind of a dick and he's like, "I smell some alcohol in your breath. You want to step outside the car?" And they have you do the test. Even if you pass the test, they're going to say you failed the test. And even if you're under the legal limit, they're still going to arrest you because they smelled alcohol. So I found that to be hilarious that she said that. It's not illegal to drink, have a drink and then drive. Yeah, it actually is. It doesn't matter if you're under the legal limit. They're going to arrest you anyway. It's really that simple. That's the way it's written, but is that the way it's practiced? No. No. They will if that's what needs to happen. Yeah. Yep. Technically, they're supposed to start deliberations over, but if most of the jury has already seen the evidence, then really it's just the one alternate looking over things, and then they have to rediscuss whatever they need to, whatever they're bumping heads on, you know? That's just it's unfortunate, you know? Security should have been tightened up by now. That's for sure, you know? Yeah. That's the thing, right? If to those people, it was an easy not guilty, she'd be acquitted quickly, right? And that's not even the way it went in the first trial. Let's remember that. So the delusions of she's going to be found not guilty very, very quick, that did not even happen in the first trial. Okay? Let's all remember that the jury in the first trial didn't buy the conspiracy. They didn't buy it. And they did a lot more grandstanding, and they had Proctor, they had Higgins, they had Brian Albert, they had Chris Albert, they had all those people, okay, questioned on the stand in the first trial. And still, the jury did not find the conspiracy theory to be credible. So I don't think, at least, again, my opinion, I don't think that this jury is going to find the conspiracy theory credible either. There just is too much evidence pointing to even a lesser included. She's charged with the lesser included. They can pick a lesser included instead of murder too, and be done. I just don't think she's going to be found not guilty on all charges. I just don't. That's disgusting. See, that's the problem. And so there needs to be a better way, especially in the age of digital age, where there's cameras everywhere and everything is on social media, a better way of making sure that a jury isn't doing things like this. We know you can't run a jury on the honor system. It's common sense. Once again, it's like having an entity investigate itself. What good does that do? It's why the BBO sucks. You can't, there needs to be, rule, and it can't just be honor system, because everybody will always try to get away with something. You give them an inch, they take a mile. It's human nature. So I just don't, they have to come up with a better way when it comes to juries. Sequestration is one of the ways that you're supposed to be able to do that with. And that was made back in the day because people could read it in the newspaper or on the news. So that's how it was done back then. Now we're talking about cell phones and computers and cameras everywhere. So if any case should have been sequestered with a jury, this would have been one of them. This would have been one of them. You can't, it's not okay. Even if you didn't see it yourself, you can't have someone else filling you in on what's on social media about it. And that's the problem, though, is what they should have done with that juror is held them responsible. It should be a charge, a criminal charge, to flouting the very serious, this is someone's life. Okay. That's why the justice system works so slowly, is because you're dealing with someone's life. So if you're dealing with someone's life, and whether you're deciding whether they should go to jail or not and alter their life, then absolutely 100%, you should know that you can't do things like that. And if you do, there should be a consequence, because it's not a joke. There should be a consequence. If you're going to do things you can't do when you're a juror, and the point is, they're not going to do that because they're going to say, well, who's going to want to be a juror? Well, does it matter? We get called for jury duty whether you want to be a juror or not. Some people just know how to get out of it better than others, Yeah, they're deliberating right now. They're deliberating right now. That's why there's a verdict watch clock up. I don't know. I feel like here it was 12. Well, that's crazy. I don't know. They have to do sentencing, obviously, if she's found guilty. But it depends on what they find her guilty on. Which charges they find her guilty on. That would depend on, how much time it could possibly be. And I'll tell you this much. I'll tell you that in Massachusetts, they don't tend to wait a month or two to do sentencing, where a lot of states will wait like a really long time to do sentencing. Massachusetts is usually quick within doing it within days, a week. It's usually very quick that they do that. So that's the one good thing, is they don't wait a month or 2 months to do sentencing, So my husband's been called for jury duty this month. He's been called for jury duty. And I said to myself, what if it's one of the sewer turtles cases? He'd have to bow out, obviously, because he knows about it. But that would be funny if that was one of the ones he was called to. The defense was asked questions, and AJ says, we are under a gag order, and grabs Karen and pulls her away. They are under a gag order. They can't answer questions. Only Karen, That's interesting. I've never seen that after midnight. That's crazy. Well, there's a reason why that they have to force, and it's part of the law. A jury can't just say, oh, we can't decide, and then the court call it a hung jury. That's not the way it works. You have to send them back, I think, at least twice. It's the way that the law works, because otherwise you're not telling them, like, this is important. You have to try to come to a decision. That's the way the law works. They can't just say, like, oh, we're hung, and then the judge say mistrial. It's just not the way it works. They have to force. That's the law. Unfortunately, that's the law. That's so the judge doesn't have a choice. The judge can't just be like, okay, mistrial. She has to send them back. I think it was 5 or 6. That's okay, Dougie. 5 or 6, I believe it was, days. Oh, they're in party mode, all right, Holly. They're in party mode, my friend. Yeah, I think you're right. Truckers have like a different one. It's like even lower, which is like not even a beer, I think. You know, it's sad, but one way or another, people are going to have to deal with them because they're going to freak out one way or the other. You know, I loved that. I loved that he made it, about John in the beginning and the end, because it all begins and ends with John. It begins and ends with John. Hey, Emma. Hold on one second, guys. I got to get my little off the bus. I hear it beeping. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I think it was 4 or 5 before she sent 4 before she sent them back, maybe. It does just take one person, but they didn't believe it the first time. Remember that. No conspiracy the first time. They did not. Did not. They've already been under a gag order. The defense has been under a gag order for, I want to say, since March, April. One second, guys. My little's trying to show me something she got at school. She made something for Father's Day at school, as she wanted to show me. So I love when they make homemade stuff like that. But yeah, the defense has been under a gag order for a while. Quite a bit. All right, let me get down to the bottom of these comments. I know I missed some. I'm sorry. Well, that's exactly why they did it, right? They had to have somebody push the nonsensical nonsense, you know? Yep, that's how it works. They have to go back and deliberate more, you know? Yeah, they want it for each charge, each one, but that's what they did last time for the defense, and it just confused the jury. This is the same form that they use throughout all trials. There's no reason it needed to be changed just for Karen or just for the defense here either, you know? That's a good question. That is actually a good question. I will try to find out for you. He said the same thing last time. He also said she should be acquitted really, really quick, right? You guys remember that? He's going to say, yeah, he's going to say everything until a verdict comes. You peaked? I knew they would be, you know? I knew they would be. According to GPT chat, she can be found guilty today about 40% on maybe that lesser included, but on Monday she could be found full or guilty on all charges due to astrology GPR. Well, hey, old enough. I'm not going to give out my kids' ages online. That's not smart. Not smart. There are a wild range of ages. There's large gaps. Most of them will be down past the church where the defense. Yeah, that's where they were last. Oh, that's gross. That's just gross. You know, it's really sad that people act that way. And it doesn't shock me. I'll tell you that much. It really does not shock me, not even a little bit, when dealing with these people on the way that they will act and the things that they will say. One time I was followed around a bookstore. I kid you not. This is when I was probably like 18. I was looking for a specific book, and I'm a reader. I like to read. And the lady kept following me around the bookstore. So finally, my friend was like, "Is there a reason that you're like right behind us while we're looking for a book?" And the lady's like, I don't usually get people of Spanish or Mexican in a bookstore unless they're doing something nefarious. And I'm like, is this lady serious? Now, I get a lot of darker in the summertime. Like, it's winter, so I'm a little pale right now. But I'm actually a weird mix of Spanish and Irish and Portuguese. And so I get pretty dark in the summertime. And at that point, I think I was 18, so I was definitely still using the tanning bed. So I was getting pretty dark. But the fact that the woman wanted to like said it out loud as if we were doing something wrong, actually looking for a book that I was looking for, just blew my mind. Like, I'm sorry, I can't be intelligent or want to read because the color of my skin? I'm confused. Make it make sense. So it doesn't shock me that his comment section is a cesspool of racism currently, because it's things that he spewed for years before this case. He's tried to tone that part down just a smidgen since this case, but he is who he is. He can't change who he is. He's not a good person. Those impact statements will probably make me blubber like a baby. Make me blubber like a baby. I kid you not. Oh, Bass Pro Shops. I love that. They do like the Santa Claus thing there for free. I have all girls, so there are some things that my girls love to do and some things they don't. I'm happy that my girls like doing things like camping because I'm an outdoorsy person. I like to hike and camp. And, after 2021 with all my health now, I haven't really been able to hike other than maybe some trails that are, not flat, but almost flat, but my kids love the outdoors and I love that. I love that about them. They're girls. I'm like, get dirty, play, imagination. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Right. I have huge gaps in age of my kids. Told you guys, my oldest is going to be 21 this year, but she's also my medically sick one. She's my terminally ill one. And so, I'm not going to lie. I probably give her everything she ever asks for. And that's just the way it's always going to be. That's my first baby. And, since we don't know with her disease how many years, how many months, how many hours we have with her, I'm going to give her everything that I can possibly give her until that clock runs out. And I don't think any other mom would do it any other way. So I don't think so either, Anne. I don't think but we do have more men that were on. It was 50% men and 50% women that were made up the whole 18. So I wonder how many men and how many women make up the jury now, like the deliberating jury at this point, That's what I wonder. Right? He needs to not say anything about John. He's a disgrace to everything that John stood for as a person when he was alive. It's that simple. Yeah, I mean, I was young, so it happened a really long time ago, but I remember it. It sticks in my mind as if it was yesterday because it was so shitty of that person, Well, that's right. We didn't, We didn't have all those comments on videos and they still didn't buy the conspiracy. But now they have all the comments that she made on video, on video. They can watch these clips over and over and over and over. It's in evidence. And I don't think it's going to help. 7 women and 5 men, according to Roberta Glass. Okay. It's almost an even split. Almost. A little bit more women than men, but that's pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. I miss my dad too. Me and my sister usually, release balloons or talk a lot about the funny stories about my dad. My dad was a funny guy and he would talk to anyone. Kind of a comedian. Let's hope so, my friend. Let's hope so. All we can do is pray. And that is what I do is I hope I get every second, every hour, every minute, and that I'm long gone before your children should never pass before you ever. It's just not the way the world should work. And obviously that's not the way it always works. My littlest is my rainbow baby. So that's not the way that it always works. But you get as much time as you can, and you make the best memories as you can. And you remember that you don't go to sleep angry, because it's a blessing to wake up in the morning. So no matter how crappy life might be, if you're waking up and opening your eyes and putting your feet on the ground, you're alive. And there aren't other people that aren't that lucky, like John, for instance, who was left there to die in the cold by himself. Nobody has, bye Jesse, nobody has the option to bring him back. You know, there's no more birthdays that are going to be celebrated for him. There's no more weekends with his niece and nephew. His family has to live the rest of their lives without him, and without John's sister, and without John's sister's husband. So those kids have been orphaned 3 separate times. 3 separate times. That is awful. You know? And that is the grief you see on her face. Is no mother should ever lose a child before they go, and she's lost 2, and a son-in-law. So that's 3 total. Because a son-in-law is just as good as having a kid. You know? It's like it's an extension of one of your children. And so I can only imagine the grief that Peggy feels on a daily basis, having had all of that loss. That's a lot of loss. A lot. Oh no, Ash. Oh no, you're falling apart. I'm falling apart too, Ash. It's not just you, my friend. It's me too. I'm falling apart too. I tell my doctor all the time, like, can you fix me, doc? It's like, I don't know, but we'll try. We'll try. We'll try, at least. We will try. I can only hope that he just tries. You know what I'm saying? Can always hope. Okay, so I'm just checking my email real quick. Casey, I see Casey had sent a $6.50 donation earlier. And it says, just to say, keep up the good work. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate that. I didn't see that till now, obviously, because we were so enthralled with all of that. But I wanted to make sure that I checked to make sure I thanked everybody I needed to already. I appreciate that. Thank you. We also want to make sure that we thank Tracy for all the gifted memberships earlier. That was really nice of her. She didn't have to do that. And thank you, Gladys, before you change your name, for the super sticker, and RP for your super chat. I appreciate all of that love and support, because without you guys, you know, we wouldn't be able to keep this running. Oh, thank you, Debbie. Debbie sends $10 and says, I'm just logging on. How did closings go? Did either side use videos, sideshows? If they did, what was it? Can you give me a brief rundown on both closing? Prayers for John's family. We'll be waiting. We'll be waiting. I don't know if the judge is going to come back and actually say, like, hey, they're waiting till 5:30, if she already asked them to stay. I would assume she already asked them to stay. Michael, the answer to that is 5:30, because that's what she said yesterday. So to answer Debbie's question, closings went well. They both used visuals, I guess, if you want to call them. Hank used clips and other visuals, and the same for the defense. It was about an hour and 30 minutes each, I would say. Hank knocked it out of the park. I cried like a baby. At one point, I had to shut my camera off because I was trying to woosah myself and just, you know, I cried like a baby. Let's just put it that way. I have a little bit of a personal connection to this and this whole thing. And so it's a little bit more emotional for me, knowing all the harassment they've gone through. I've gone through it myself. I still get it daily. It's a lot to deal with as one human being. You know, you're only meant to deal with so much. And it's just not something any human should have to deal with. Never mind on top of losing someone that was your friend or family member. It's deplorable. It's disgusting. It's awful behavior. The people that, you know, engage in these behavior is karma, is a bitch. And she'll come and collect when she thinks the time is right to come and collect. And they have to live with that. I don't have to live with that. I get to lay my head down every day and know that all of the harassment that I receive, that I deal with, is because I did the right thing. I said what other people are too afraid to say because they don't want to be harassed, and I can respect that and I understand it. And there's only, I think, four channels total, 4 or 5 maybe, that are willing to say what the truth is in this case and not just go with the popular opinion because it brings in more money. And it's sad. It shows me that there's a lack of moral compass, even amongst lawyers on YouTube. And that's really sad. That's like a realization that makes me sad. I love the law. I love being able to explain it to people in layman's terms so that they can take that information and they can pass it on, and they can know when they're doing something or trying to learn something or watching another trial, they know what these things mean and what happens. And it's really disheartening to watch some of these lawyers spin BS legal takes that they know are completely false just because it's a popular or loud opinion, and it'll bring in more super chats and more donations to the channel of theirs. And I'm just a tiny little fish in a very large tank, right? Some of these people started with this case and started at like 10,000 or 5,000 subs, and so subscribers, and now they're up in 100,000 subscribers. And they did that by spewing nonsensical bullshit that they knew couldn't be true, but they said it because, and I'll put it in one of the people's words who has a channel, who said it privately in a text message that we actually have. It's, well, I don't agree with it, but these people pay my bills. So basically they were just going to go with it. That shows a lack of compass. If you have to scrape the bottom of the barrel and struggle to do the right thing, do the right goddamn thing. Yes, it sucks, dude. Nobody's saying it doesn't suck. All right. I know I was taking a hit. I knew I would lose a ton of money when I first believed that maybe she was innocent. The evidence came out, and then the thing where she tried to control what I was saying on my channel, which was like a total red flag. And I started to pivot and go back to the beginning and look at pieces of evidence that I was actually being given at that point, because all we had at that point was words. And so when I realized, holy shit, she can't be innocent, these things don't jive, I had two choices. Choice number one is to continue to just say it because it's bringing in money for me to survive and it's running my channel. Cool. Or two, tell what I know to be the truth and that it couldn't possibly happen and take that hit and get the harassment that comes with it. Now, obviously, number two doesn't sound like a great option, right? That sounds like the shittier option of the two. I took the shittier option of the two because I now knew that she couldn't be innocent. So I am not going to suggest that somebody I know to not be innocent is innocent just to bring in dollars, cents, and clicks. That doesn't, I mean, again, conscience, right? Moral compass. Like, it just seems to me as if there are a ton of people that just shut off that conscience in their brain or their moral compass and go, oh, quiet up there. I'm just going to keep doing it because it pays my bills. So that's the justification for lying. The problem with that is there's a human toll to lying, and it's a steep human toll. There shouldn't be dozens or numerous people on the edge of a boat ready to jump off. Nobody should be on the edge. Nobody should have had to been pushed to the edge with harassment. No one. And yet, I've had to pull so many people from that edge. That is deplorable. It's disgusting. It's abhorrent. And I don't support those behaviors no matter who they come from. If you're doing things that are misleading, if you're doing things that are hurting people and it's taking a human toll on people, lying about people, spreading misinformation, spreading lies to control, who talks to who or who likes who or who does what, then I don't support it. I don't give a shit if you're on this side of the fence or not. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And, it might not have been the most prosperous decision that I made. And because my family is, lower income and I'm disabled, it's, it wasn't going to help me any. But what it was going to do was allow me to speak what the truth is to where the evidence led me. And that's the whole point. It's not to just say what you think is popular or loud. It's to tell the truth and what you see, what your perception, what your opinion is based on actual facts, logic, common sense, and evidence. It's not hard, yet here we see people doing it. Thank you. All right. So, as I said, I found myself in a free Karen Reed comment section a couple weeks ago, and they were coming down on Peggy for showing emotion to court. She just lost her son, and then she's had to go through 2 trials. Is she not supposed to show emotion? Is that like not a thing? You know, is it not? Yes, send me that, and I'll show you. I have screenshots of how to do it. I'm just not sure how to do it on an iPhone. I don't have an iPhone, but I know that we can help you through how to turn it on the Discord, because there's other people that have done it from their iPhones that can show you how to do it. We have lots of techies. It's not just mine. So it must be, it could be like a whole YouTube setting thing. Do you have a computer, Holly? Maybe you can turn it on the computer, and that way it'll be on also on your phone if you turn it on like on your computer. That might be an option too, if you have a computer. Not everybody has one. So yeah, that's Joy hit the nail on the head. You just, some of it you're just never gonna understand. But if you didn't see Hank's closing, I definitely would go back and watch it. Yeah, 44 minutes and 17 seconds. Isn't that crazy for the Daybell verdict? 44 minutes in freaking 17 seconds. That's nuts. Well, that's the thing. Everyone did it but Karen. You have to think that a jury believes everyone except Karen is lying. You know? Well, you're a lot. If she's found guilty, no emotion? No. The judge will, if the family, I mean, they can't get up and scream and yell, but if the family starts crying, they can't be like, family, stop crying because she's found guilty. That's allowed. That's allowed. That is a deliberation clock, my friend. I also have my own running in the background over here. Mine's at 59 minutes, 50 seconds, 51 seconds, 52 seconds. I started mine like, after theirs. I don't know. How did mine catch up then? Mine's on a stopwatch, basically. And mine just hit an hour. So I don't know how theirs is behind, because they started theirs before mine. So I put mine on a stopwatch. So it's counting. And theirs is going really slow. So I don't know. I mean, mine's somehow caught up and then surpassed theirs. Whatever. It'll be close nonetheless. I started mine, shortly after they started theirs. Yeah, but we already knew there was a gag order. The judge ordered the gag order. It was back in, I want to say April. Could have been March, but I know at least April. The gag order was put in effect for the defense team, though. It's not for Karen. It's just the defense team and the prosecution. So Karen is the only one currently not under a gag order. Remember that. Yeah, 44 minutes and 17 seconds before they found Daybell guilty, Well, that's true. She had already, she's already doing, I think 2 life sentences, right? Yep, we got an hour down, folks. An hour down. And yeah, at that point, some emotion is a reality. Oh, absolutely. They'd be screaming, yelling, jumping up and down, that's how it's going to work. Yeah, everyone but Karen is under the gag order. It has been that way since
I want to say April. I could be wrong, but it's around April-ish. What? Okay. That just happened with the Travis Decker stuff. He had his kids on visitation, and unfortunately his 3 daughters were all found unalived. And see, that's the awful stuff of this world. And this is why I'm just so happy. I feel lucky to have an amazing partner in my life. He's an amazing dad to all 3 of my girls, and they are extremely lucky to have somebody like him. It's a crazy world. I mean, I still keep, checking on those 2 kids in Canada that have been missing, Jack and Lily. I keep checking every day to see if those kids were found. It's exactly why Karen talks every day after court, because she's the only one who can. The defense can't. They're under a gag order. Yep, that's the one I was just talking about, the Travis Decker one. Yep. They still can't find him. He is on the run somewhere, I guess. They're still looking for him. They're still under a manhunt for him. It's really sad, and it's senseless. It's senseless. And this goes back to the reasons that, like, I don't know the reasons other people start their channels, but I know the reason that I started mine. And part of the reason was my friend Miguel, who had went missing in Portland, in Maine, and he still has not been found. The FBI recently has offered, I think it's a $10,000 reward for leading to his remains, to bring him home to his family and his loved ones. Yeah, I don't know. I heard the mom left the stepdad there. Is it the stepdad or the kid's dad? Like, she took off with her family or whatever. And so that leads me to believe maybe she thinks something happened with him or vice versa. I don't know. Yeah, the Travis Decker guy, he could have, but there's another case in Canada where there's 2 kids missing. That's the one that I mean about Canada. I mean, Travis Decker could have went anywhere. He is a survivalist, and he could have been, hiding in any woods. I know they were searching a specific area as of, I think, 2 days ago. Haven't had a chance to sort of catch up on that. Let me ask you guys this. What is the next case that you're super interested in? Is there one? Is there many? We are covering the Idaho 4 case, but that trial doesn't start until August. So what other cases are you interested in? Are you watching? Especially ones that are about to be in trial. We have the Brian Walsh case, the Lindsay Clancy case. Those are 2 that are here in Mass alone. And then you have the Idaho 4. Riley, watch out. The Idaho 4. And then there's many other cases that are going on right now, that are about to go on. Donna. Yep. She's August too. That's another one that's like, oh, God damn it, it's in August. There's 3 in August, right? Yep. Freaks of the Laura Michelle Owens case. Yeah, they were supposedly sick the day before they went missing, Well, not necessarily. So from my work doing volunteer advocacy for closer to 2 decades, I have sources all over the place. So all over the country and some all over the world. So it depends on where a case would be, but I have pretty good sources throughout all of the United States and some sources over in the UK. So it really would depend on where the case was. Of course, there aren't cases that we usually cover that are from overseas, because none of that stuff gets televised, although you can still follow a case, just not via, watching it. Holly says any and all of them. Any and all of them.
Yeah, Donna Edelson is another one that I was keeping an eye on. Yeah, Walsh. The fact that they still have not found his wife's remains, which I'm going to guess are somewhere in a landfill, based on where they found the hacksaw and all the other stuff. You know, that case, that one scared the crap out of me. So their house that they used to rent was in Hingham. And I have lived in Hingham. And it was around the time that they had rented that house there. And so it was very eerie to me that they, you know, lived there. And you got to think about it. A psychopath like that living that close to where you lived, that's crazy. That is crazy. Listen, I will write down the names of some of the ones you guys are interested in, because we have to have, I mean, I have a ton of ones that I have been working on behind the scenes on covering after this one is over, because this is a trial we're watching, right? But there are other ones that have hearings coming up. They have other ones that are cold cases that might need a little boost, might need our help. So I have a couple that I've been working on, but I wanted to know the ones that you guys were interested in. No, I always wondered if there was something with the last name Peterson, because how many murderers do we have with the last name Peterson? Quite a few. Quite a few. So, I mean, is it the last name? Is it the DNA? Are they related in some way, in some far off way? I mean, what makes a psychopath's mind tick? I've always been interested in like the psychology of what makes a serial killer or a psychopath's mind tick. Yeah, Proctor was on the Walsh case. He was. I am doing the sidebars for Karen's case. I have to wait to FOIA them until the case is over. So I can do a public records request for them, but I can't get them while it's still ongoing. So I have to wait until it's officially over. And then that day I will send the email for the records request for all the sidebar transcripts. Drew Peterson, Scott Peterson. I mean, there was so many, like so many. It's really sad because some of these are actually, the fact that some of these are even being looked at again is nuts to me. I want to say it was 4 days before the judge sent them back last time. Oh, crap. Sorry. I muted myself and then didn't realize I did. I need to plug my headphones in, so I'm going to shut these off real quick and then plug them in while we're waiting. Because if I don't and we come back, guess what? I'm a crap out of luck here. We'll get an echo, and I don't want an echo while I'm talking. Right? Trying to think of a Peterson that isn't a murderer. I just thought, I racked my brain too. Like, is there one that isn't that I know of? That last name just, It raises red flags for me. And I don't know why it's just Peterson, because of course we have so many serial killers. Like one of the we have plenty of them that are just psychotic, right? But one of them that really sticks out, besides, dealing with things like the Manson family there, and Bundy, was Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. That one always sticks out to me. I recently watched another documentary on Richard Ramirez, and he was a deranged psychopath. And he was almost like proud. Like he knew he had to be off the streets. Like he knew he would kill again. He literally said it in like an interview. It was like, I will. Like, I don't care. I'm a horrible person. Like, I have always wondered what makes people's minds like that tick. Like, what is it? Are you born with some DNA that just makes you evil? Is there something that happens to your brain that causes this? Like, what is it? Like, why did the clock stop? It must have paused itself. Yeah, it paused itself. We're going to click it so it goes live. Oh, there we go. That makes sense. Let me see. Yeah, mine's at an hour and 12 minutes on my own. Thank you, Jane, for noticing that. It paused itself. I hate when that happens. That's happened to me a couple times before, where it's paused itself, you know? I think it was four or five. I think it was 4 days. I want to say 4 days the first time she sent them back, Anna. It could have been 5. It was 4 or 5. It was around there. It was a while before they were like, yeah, no, we can't. So it was either day 4 or day 5, somewhere around there. I mean, I can run it back a little to Hank's. Anybody who missed some of the Hanks, it was really good. There were some good tidbits in there. Let me see if we can get some of that up real quick. I mean, while we're waiting, we might as well, right? Let's see.
John O'Keefe was 46 years old. 46 years old. 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in. He took them in. John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29th, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Reed in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying, and he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard. She made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. Before I go through and detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking at McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall. Her blood was taken with samples of the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk. She hit him. The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data. The black box, the forensics from the SD card, we know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window, she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data, the temperature on the battery of the cell phone, the physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, counter coup. You heard all about it when the back of your head hits the ground and the brain comes forward. Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you gotta get help. You gotta get help. And if you don't, you develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die. She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking, in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night, because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described for you one time, to get away from the scene, he walked into his bedroom. But the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages, not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface. They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so fast forward that night. That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So Keefe drinks a lot, and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks. More shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Could we have slide 1, please? At the waterfall bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins. Barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe. In the celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
My alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest at the time. It tasted just like all soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet, the roads were very quiet, you can see on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks, I drive, but it was for extra slopes. I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving.
Thank you. Do you think she drank when she got home? When they leave the waterfall bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Albert's home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, if you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key, critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found it recently, and it was that SD card. The SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Reed is driving drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said it at the beginning, it is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias, it doesn't suffer from prejudice, it doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. And he puts on Waze, high location data, as Ian Whiff would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship, and then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost, and when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Could I have slide 4, please?
Wait a second, hold on. Karen's car is arriving back at court. I'm watching it. The clock hasn't stopped. We're at 1 hour, 28 minutes, 10, 11, 12 seconds. So I don't know why her car would have arrived back at court other than her waiting at the court. But why wouldn't you be waiting at Yannetti's office like she said? Remember? Yannetti was like, well, my office is about 10 minutes from here. Can we wait there? It's after 4. So I'm guessing they're clearly still in deliberations. And she did ask them to stay until 5:30. The clock has not stopped. So I don't know what it could be. A jury question. It could be. I'm not seeing any reports of that yet. We'll play this a little more and I'll go check and keep an eye on it. Hold on.
Very close to the outlets. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outlets when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so as they travel to 34 Fairview, under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication, we have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that just a little, please. And it shows you with the healthcare data, it registers as flights climbed, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you could move down, please, Ms. Gilman. And then the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview. You can see, second by second, the circles of their route, even the three-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a three-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. Is a three-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the three-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there, they're together. The data matches up perfectly, perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for two reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right, they meet. They let Karen Reed go first. They fall behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Ms. Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. And they didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Ms. Mason and Mr. Nagel said they're there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes, they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Ms. Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down? She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves to 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high-frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random. It's low-frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone at that point, you can tell exactly what John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he was always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles and come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole. But that in and of itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves to 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. He never stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data. 20 seconds of his life, and he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing, it could be a straight line, it could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail in every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, John McCabe. And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassioned, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse. Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Cannoni will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Ms. Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous, it is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Ms. Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove, and what we have proven from the evidence in this case of second-degree murder, is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she is guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge, and they see cars going by, and they have a boulder, and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge, and it comes down and lands on the car, and there's somebody, passenger, child, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene, knowingly causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the tech stream data that she drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet.
We're going to go back to the courtroom. It's not up yet, but we're going to head back to it because clearly we have movement. I'm seeing more police outside. As you can see, if you guys see me looking back and forth and up and down, and it's because I have a screen. My setup is a screen here where you guys are, phone here. So I'm checking different. We can hear it. We can hear movement. There is no, what scheduling issue? What would be there a scheduling issue? All the jury decided to come and stay. So there would be no scheduling issue. That doesn't even make any sense.
They could dismiss for the day. Yes, that's possible, obviously, at 4:30. Maybe that's what they're doing. But it wouldn't be due to a scheduling issue. That doesn't even make any sense.
All right, jurors, I understand you want to go home. It's been a long day for us.
They want to go home.
We appreciate everything you've done today. I do have to tell you those
Thank you,
same
Danny.
cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Do not talk to anyone, and that includes each other. So when you walk out the deliberation door, you have to stop talking about this case. Even when you come into the courtroom, don't mutter anything to each other, certainly not on the ride or anything like that. So it's very important that you remember that. And you cannot, even if you get here before you're called into court on Monday, you can't discuss the case then either. And that goes for the alternates as well. So I really appreciate that. Watch your social media use and the papers and the news. Stay away from all of that if you can this weekend. We'll see you Monday morning ready to start fresh. Thank you.
Looks like it's the end of the day. I'm going to see if she's going to say anything else. I mean, they were told yesterday they should have had to stay until 5:30.
All right, well, I hope everyone has a good weekend with no work.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Well, folks, that's it for today for the trial. Let me just mute that part there because they're going to stop in a second. Make that muted. Well, that's, they're not staying. So I guess they said they want to go home. The jury said they want to go home, so they'll go home. Well, I'll be here before Monday. We have a Sunday show and possibly a tomorrow show. I mean, but that's every weekend. You have to remember, it's every weekend, right? Every weekend they go home, and every weekend they could be influenced. So I don't think they're going to be more influenced this weekend than they have been every other weekend that they've been out. Remember that. Don't let the FKR cult rile you up by saying, oh, well, they're going to go home and then they're going to come back not guilty. Like, don't let them rile you up. They were deliberating for an hour and 49 minutes or so. 48 minutes or so, I'd say. So I mean, it's not a long time, right? It's not a long time. It is annoying if I'm the judge and I tell the jury they're staying until 5:30, then I expect them to stay until 5:30 and I send them back. Like, we said 5:30, we're doing 5:30, Yeah, we want to go home, and I mean, hey, there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing, you know what I mean? Let's try not to get upset about things that we can't control, okay? They came in early today. Yeah, they did. They came in early today, and then they were met with the defense's nonsensical BS for some more time, right? I think they should have stayed, but again, they did come in early. I understand why they want to go home. Remember, they're not going to be any more influenced than they were, last time. And every other weekend that they have been out. They've been out every single weekend throughout almost 9 weeks of trial. So I don't think, I didn't stop my clock until, an hour and 48, but I think Jane said an hour and 46. So that's, I think my last floofy pen just bit the dust, y'all, and I'm not happy about it. Maybe I can get it to work for one more. In 6 seconds. We'll restart the clock at an hour 46:06. Wrote it down so we know on Monday morning. We do have a Sunday show. We always have a Sunday show. And I'm contemplating a Saturday show. She did say stay away from the internet and the news. I do think, it's a little ridiculous Sunday is Father's Day. Remember that. Everybody remember that Sunday is Daddy's Day. They're gonna give them the time to go home. And yeah, Karen's gonna live it up. So make no mistake, we'll probably see some pictures this weekend of Karen out and about because she knows this could be her last weekend, you know. So make no mistake, I have no doubt that we will see pictures of her this weekend out wherever she goes, you know. Maybe they want to, start fresh and because they have to for a certain amount of time, go through the evidence, blah, 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 whatever. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Closing should have been yesterday and you wasted a half a day. In my opinion, that was stupid, but they've wasted a lot of time. Well, that's how it works, B. Harley. Unfortunately, I wish that that's not the way it worked, but they will. And note, I normally don't do Saturday. And, usually for the YouTube grifting theme, Friday nights, Saturday nights are the best nights for money because people get paid on Fridays and Saturdays. I don't do Friday nights. I don't usually do Saturdays. I do a Sunday morning show. I probably will do a Saturday show this weekend just because we have so much that happened this week in the trial. And we are in verdict watch, even though they don't deliberate on the weekends. There's a lot that we could talk about and go over. And just, I feel like everyone's going to be a little bit on edge this weekend. So just to like chill and kill those vibes, I think we will attempt a Saturday show. I don't know what time yet. I'm not sure if it'll be morning. I'm not sure if it'll be afternoon. If you have your notifications on, it'll pop up, of course. And if you're in the Discord, I always alert you guys when I'm going to go live. So, hopefully that can sort of will bring everybody back together and quell everybody's anxiety, because even I am going to have a little bit anxiety of waiting until Monday to see what happens, getting them in the room to deliberate. And I think we are calmer together and figuring it out together than being pummeled by listening to a bunch of nonsensical bullshit from people who have no idea what they're talking about and then having it regurgitated like a mother bird giving it to their baby birds by a bunch of idiots. So do not fret. Do not be worried, Alba. I think common sense prevails here. I think there's a ton of evidence. That jury can watch those clips over and over and over to prove anything that the defense said. Karen, in her own words, completely debunks for them. Remember that. They can look at those clips and they can watch them a billion times if they want to. Okay? They can look at the data, the text stream data. They can look at the phone battery data. They get to look at that stuff. Yeah, they did that on purpose. That over hour delay probably, they did that on purpose. They wanted her to be out this weekend, Well, that's every weekend though. You know what I mean? It's not going to be any more impactful this weekend than it is every other weekend that they have ever been sent out. You know what I'm saying? It's not even about the money. I mean, it's obviously it would be nice. I mean, I'm not a rich person, so of course it'd be nice, but it's more about everybody feeling on edge because they're not coming back till Monday. So this weekend, people are going to feel like, what the F? Like they've had all the weekend to sit there, but they have every weekend. Remember that, every weekend. And I think, I know what I get anxiety, right? That I'm better when someone is like, Elise, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. And they give me the reasons on why it's not a big deal. And I'm like, oh, you know what? You're right. Common sense. My own mind just keeps running crazy, right? But then when you sit down and talk to someone else about it or multiple someone else's, you're like, wait, bring us back down to reality here. Let's go for the most common sense and logical thing. And I think that helps. It helps me. I'm hoping it helps you. Court TV's poll was a joke, so was Law and Crimes. I'm like, what are these people watching? Although I'll tell you, I saw a ton of people in the Law and Crime chat, okay, being like, guilty, 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 guilty. She's guilty. She's guilty. Of course, you see a bunch of, free hair new people there too. But I saw a lot of people being like, she's guilty. She is guilty, I mean, I always do Sundays alone usually, but that's the sad part, I did too, but hopefully we will get it Monday, We might not have gotten it today, but just chill. We'll do this together. I don't care if we have to hold each other's hands through this entire weekend till we get to Monday. We'll do it. I have no problem doing a Saturday show. I just have to work out what time. So I do think that too. I think that you have to remember you're dealing with people who have hired bots in the past and who know how to do all that. So well, that's why I figure it makes more sense to do a Saturday show and a Sunday show than just the normal Sunday show that I do. Because remember, all the grifting law tubers that normally do Friday night shows and Saturday night shows, and I feel like we got to slice that up a little, right? Like, I don't usually do night shows. It usually, I have a thing that shows like at what times are my audience most active or online most on what days. So I'm going to take a look at that. If there is a spot for 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock at night, or even 7 my time, then I might choose to do something Saturday early afternoon instead of morning. But I got to take a look at what people would be most interested in. So I'll probably ask my Discord, like, what time, my time, remember my time. Remember, we're doing Eastern Standard Time. So if it's your time and it's like, you got to convert and, what time my time Saturday would be best. But also, I think about the people that don't get to be with us on Sundays or the weekdays because we do it during the day. And I think it would only be fair to try to do something in the afternoon on Saturday so that those people could also enjoy the show that don't normally get to do it except on replay. So I'm trying to, shake both so that I can accommodate everyone. Try to stay away from X. It's a cesspool. It's just a bunch of people who have no idea what they're talking about. They just regurgitate all the stuff they're told. Remember that. Okay. Remember that most of the stuff they're regurgitating is stuff that's been completely debunked by common sense and actual data. They just say it because it's the only thing they have left, is holding on to that little bit of nonsensical BS that they have been fed for the last almost 3 years. Julie Grant is a rock star. She is a rock star. So if you don't follow Julie Grant, you should be following Julie Grant. And you tell her that I sent you over there, because she's the only one on Court TV willing to speak truth on this case and say what the truth is. And I can appreciate that. So we're going to get through it together, folks. We're going to get through it together. I promise you. We're going to meet together tomorrow and Sunday and do our thing. So that way we can just do this to people who want to spew things like, there's no evidence. Well, why are there like over 200 exhibits if there's no evidence? Just saying. Why did Hank use Arca's video in his closing to prove exactly what the theory is? What if there's no evidence, right? Just remember that the nonsensical BS that they spew is just that, nonsensical BS. And it's what they've been told for 2.5 years, and all they can do is just keep saying it. I want you guys to remember that there are still witnesses and the O'Keefe family who depend on us to keep cool, calm, and collected and have their backs, and the power of prayer and the power of just knowing that there are people out there that all over the world that have their back, that they're not alone, right? That they're not alone. And that's important too. And I think not even just us, but I think they might need that boost this weekend. And a lot of them watch the show. They might not be here and chat with you, but they do watch. And I think it's important to give them that support and strength as well, because they have to get through the weekend to get to Monday, right? They do. So I think that's what we're going to do. Hey, Aaron. Brennan did an amazing job today. An absolute amazing job. I do love my Saturdays, and it usually is my only day off, but I'm willing to sacrifice it for the good of everyone. I don't mind if that's what it needs to happen. for the families and the witnesses and all of you to know that they're coming back Monday. They're going to get into that room and start deliberating again. They only deliberated for an hour and 46 minutes, 6 seconds. So, you know, everyone wants a quick verdict. I said 3 hours, 3 to 6 hours. We'll see. 46% of you agree, 3 to 6 hours, right? And 45% of you. 23% of you say 7 to 10 hours. 11% say 11 to 14, and 21 of you say 15 to 18 or more. So I know everyone wants instant gratification. That's, you know, we all do, right? We all want instant gratification. That's obviously not the way that it works. But nonetheless, if we have to get through this weekend together to get to Monday, then that's what we will do. That's what we will do, because they have to get through as well. It's not just us, it's them as well. And so if they, you know, they need a place to have some sanity and not be on social media reading all the nonsensical BS that these people have been spewing for 3 years too. So let's reassess. I'll reassess tonight about what time we'll do tomorrow, and I will reach out in the Discord, right? I know. Instant gratification, ice cream. Ooh, ice cream sounds good. I like mint Oreo ice cream. It's delicious, called grasshopper pie. It's so good. Put some fresh bananas on that. So good. All right. So, yeah, they want to go. They want their weekend too, right? They've been there all week as well, with the exception of the half day there. I agree that they'll be better fresh-eyed on Monday and ready to go and probably get it done, hopefully Monday, so that they don't have to come back again after that, you know? Well, she does. They do. Every day she asks them, they're under oath. They are swearing, but I don't believe that they don't see anything, you know? All right. I'll reassess tonight. I will let you guys know what time tomorrow via either a post on YouTube. I will let you guys know via the Discord. Of course, we will drop the link for the Discord in the chat. And those of you who have my, you know, personal information, I will text you guys. I will send DMs. I'll do what I need to make sure everyone knows. I'll post it on the Facebook pages, you know, all that fun stuff. On your way out, right? Do me a favor and hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed already, please do that as well. If you'd like to donate to the channel and contribute to keeping us bringing you content like this, you can do so one of a bunch of different ways. We have Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, which is on the screen here. It's also in the description of the video. It's in the description of the channel itself as well, along with things like the link that we have pinned in the chat. That's a donation link you can use to just use credit or debit. That's also in the description of the video. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you guys real soon. See y'all tomorrow. So just give me a woosah and a breath until then. But until then, I will see you guys later. Have a good weekend, everybody.